in Test Cricket's grand final.
Over the wicket at him, he's bowled him! It's the taken! What a mighty hit!
That is Test cricket at its finest.
For McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The 2023 World Test Championship Final on SEN Cricket.
Good morning and welcome to SEN Test Cricket, live from the Kia Oval in South London for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And welcome to the World Test Championship Final between Australia and India. A true heavyweight battle, the last team standing after 2 years duking it out around the globe. For Pat Cummins' men, this represents a chance to start a legacy-defining summer in style, arriving as it does before 5 Ashes Test matches. And they look a settled team in conditions that should suit them down to the ground, a million miles away from the dust bowls of Nagpur, Delhi and Indore 4 months ago. As for Rohit Sharma and co, they were the beaten finalists in this corresponding decider 2 years ago, upset by the Black Caps in Southampton. They need no added motivation whatsoever. I'm Adam Collins, and before we cross to the toss in a moment, a good morning to the man who'll be sitting next to me opening our coverage every day throughout the next 7 weeks, Bharat Sundaresan. Baz, a chilly morning in our outside commentary spot. Surely bowl first if you win the toss.
Look up, keep looking up. Don't worry about what's happening downstairs. But yeah, like you said, Adam, good morning to you. Good morning, Australia. 2 years in the making, the WrestleMania main event of Test cricket. Here we have it.
It feels like we're not far away from, I think it's Ravi Shastri, part of our commentary team. He's got the captains, Rohit Sharma and Pat Cummins. So many men who were involved in this final against New Zealand a couple of years ago for India. Australia, of course, missing out on that game due to a poor over rate. They've qualified in top spot. And the toss feels like it's coming up any second now. At the selection table, Australia have made it pretty clear they'll be going with Scott Boland, not Michael Neser, as the third seamer, to go with Pat Cummins and Mitchell Starc. As for India,
it looks pretty clear just looking at the bowlers who are warming up now under the watchful eyes of Rahul Dravid and Paras Mamre, that India are going in with 4 seamers and Ravindra Jadeja. Shardul Thakur was marking his run-up a while back. Ashwin had a little bowl, but he's walked off. So they're sticking to their policy of just sticking with Jadeja.
So we're just being held for the toss here. It looks like Harsha, who's also part of our SEN
looks like he's
team
singing
this
right
week.
now.
He's doing a bit of a walk and talk, doing a presentation beneath us here to begin the television broadcast, and then we'll be over to the 2 captains. The surface looks like every pitch I've ever seen here at the Oval. It's brown with grass on top, and by that I mean live green grass. But the history here, here is the toss. Nasser Hussain, let's try and pick it up.
Sharma. Heads it is. Heads it is. A very popular win now. You've won the toss. What are you going to do and why? We're going to boost just the conditions, and also the weather being overcast a little bit as well. I don't think the pitch will change too much. You've got to play good cricket, and come out on top. What is the balance of your side, and in particular the bowlers? How many seamers, how many spinners?
Yeah, we've got 4 seamers and 1 spinner.
The spinner is?
Ravindra Jadeja.
How difficult was it leaving Ravi Ashwin out, the #1 Test match bowler?
It's always been tough. He's been such a match winner for us over the course of so many years. So leaving him out is not a great occasion. But you've got to do the things that is needed for the team. And, eventually we came up with that decision.
Nice to have Rughani back. He's a class player and used to these sort of conditions.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he brings a lot to the table for us, a lot of experience playing in these conditions, and played out 80-odd Test matches, and he's done well for the team. Yes, he's been out for a while, but I don't think the experience that he has can change all of that.
Good luck this week.
Cheers, thank you.
Bye, mate. Good luck, mate. Pat, you lost the toss. Is that a problem? What would you have done?
We would have had a bowl as well, but I don't think it makes too big of a difference. Hopefully day 4 or 5 there's a bit of spin.
They've had to make some difficult decisions. What sort of decisions have you had to make with your team? No Josh Hazlewood?
Yeah, no Josh Hazlewood, so Scotty Boland, Starc, Ryan and me were bowlers, and the batters, same as always.
Scott Boland in these conditions, never played in England before, but he should be useful.
Hopefully, you think it would suit his bowling. He's in the same spot basically all day long, and this week it looks like it's got a little bit of grass, so I'm sure he'll be a key weapon.
How preparation's gone for you? A couple of your players have been playing county championship cricket, but the rest?
Yeah, it's been a great lead-in. We've been over here for about 10 days. Some of the guys a bit longer county cricket, the rest of us pretty fresh, and yeah, weather's been nice, so we haven't missed a session, feeling good.
Go well this week.
Thank you.
So the news from the middle is that India have won the toss. They're going to have a bowl.
Thank you to TV, thanks to Nas and the captains, and well, India win the toss and do as we anticipated, bowling first. And they've left out Ashwin. They've left out the number one bowler in the world with such an imposing record against Australia. I can't believe it.
Which other sport would you have the number one ranked player or sports person or person in that sport being left out of a World Cup final? And it's virtually a World Cup final. But it's been the case, right? How difficult was it to leave Ravi Ashwin out is a question that Indian captains have been asked over the last 18, 24 months. And it's Rohit Sharma's turn to, give the same answer that Virat Kohli used to give back in the day. But having said that, Rohit Sharma did say before the match that they don't want to make some of the mistakes that they did make 2 years ago in Southampton. It wasn't so much a mistake, but they did bat first and they collapsed, if you remember, against New Zealand. This time around, Rohit Sharma has gone with the conditions. He's backing his 4 fast bowlers to do the dirt.
So Shardul Thakur, who made twin 50s here as the all-rounder against England in their win in 2021, gets the final seamer spot. India, as named, the captain Rohit Sharma, opening with Shubman Gill. Pujara at 3, Kohli at 4, Rughani back in the side after 18 months at 5. The engine room for India. The keeper, KS Bharat, at number 6, although I suspect Jadeja, carded at 7, is more likely to bat at 6. Then Thakur, Umesh Yadav, the third seamer, all that experience going back to 2010. Mohammad Shami and Mohammad Siraj will share the new ball when play begins in 23 minutes' time. Australia, Pat Cummins, same batters as always. I love that from him. And, of course, Scott Boland, the last seamer in the side. So quickly cutting to their team sheet before we go to our first break. Australia opening the batting. David Warner back in the side with Usman Khawaja. Labuschagne at 3. Smith at 4. Travis Head back down to number 5. Cameron Green, your rounder, at 6. Alex Carey at 7. Then the bowlers, Mitchell Starc, Patrick Cummins, Nathan Lyon and Scott Boland. We're going to take our first break on SEN Test Cricket. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, Drinkwise. On the other side of it, the conversation will continue with Nikesh Rughani, who's calling out all the action with me, Louis Cameron and our statistician for the week, Phil Long. The news from the toss, India have won it, and they will be fielding first in the World Test Championship final here at the Kia Oval.
Hello and welcome back to the Oval. Nikesh Rughani alongside Pete Lawler and Phil Long as we build up to the start of the World Test Championship final. If you are just joining us, the news from the middle is that India have won the toss and they have decided to bowl first. The big team news as well is that Ravichandran Ashwin has been left out, and you would have heard Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan discussing his absence. Shardul Thakur is one of 4 seamers for India, along with Umesh Yadav, Mohammad Shami, Mohammad Siraj. They line up as such: Rohit Sharma, Shubman Gill, Cheteshwar Pujara, Kohli, Rughani, Bharat, Jadeja, Thakur, Yadav, Shami and Siraj. Australia, as predicted really, with Warner, Khawaja, Labuschagne, Smith, Head, Green, Carey, Starc, Cummins, Lyon and Boland. Our pre-game is for Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise. And Pete, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Very excited.
Excited, but a bit chilly as well.
It's not too bad. Not too bad for England. Don't expect much over here, Nikesh. My heart's not beating as fast as David Warner and Usman Khawaja's will be right now. I mean, it tells you something, doesn't it, that India have won the toss and sent Australia in to bat, and they've opted for the seamer over the spinner. So pretty classic English conditions here today, aren't they? Green underfoot and grey overhead.
Indeed, and Phil Long is alongside us as well with all the stats for us today and all the facts and figures. And Longy, you were saying off air as well, this is the earliest that a test match has ever been hosted on this ground in its history.
Yes, by 1 month and 1 day we're that earlier. We've never been a test match here in June. This is Rohit Sharma's first game that he's captained India away from home. And it's the first time India, in 34 times they've won the toss, have sent the opposition in.
Well, and as we all know, England's a very difficult place to bat early in the summer, in what passes for the summer.
Yeah, what passes for the summer, yes.
This is very, very early in what passes for the summer. I think they had a county match here a couple of weeks back, didn't they?
Yeah.
Surrey and Kent. Of course, Surrey won the toss, sent Kent in. It was all over in 7 sessions. And I think it's on a very similar looking wicket.
That's right. I mean, Test cricket here, generally, if you've ever seen scenes from the Oval, it's the back end of the English summer. There's often a parched outfield, believe it or not. But here we are today. I mean, it's June the 7th. The weather could be okay, couldn't it? But it's not. It's quite chilly. It's overcast. And Rohit Sharma's having a bowl.
And there has been a lot of rain, hasn't there, in last month or so?
Although the last couple of weeks have been pretty decent by English standards as well. We are expecting the sun to come out this afternoon. It should get up to about 22 degrees Celsius or something like that. So not too bad as the afternoon goes on. I just wanted to bring up one thing with you, Pete, before we go to another break as well. We talk about the conditions here, but the likes of Smith and Labuschagne have been here, have been playing county cricket, as has Jagdishwar Pujara from India as well. How much of a difference do you think that's going to make?
Well, tradition tells us it makes a lot of difference, doesn't it? But tradition seems to have gone out the window these days, in as much as nobody comes over and warms up with a tour game or any of that sort of passé nonsense. Smith and Labuschagne, well, they're the two guys who probably in the lineup don't need the warm-up, aren't they? They are probably two most accomplished Australian batters in India. If I'm just flicking through my notes here. You should know the stats.
Yeah, it's Smith, 3 innings in the county championship this year, scores of 33 against the mighty Leicestershire and 89 against Glamorgan. Labuschagne, a couple of hundreds for him, and Jagdishwar Pujara down at Sussex, 300s for him in the county championship this year.
And across a career in England, Smith is averaging 61 and has scored 6 centuries. Labuschagne, of course, came in as his concussion sub, didn't he? In 2019, he's played 4 matches and he averages 50 in England. So they're pretty good numbers. India have got some good numbers batting in England as well too, aren't they? We have to really invent our stats here, don't we? Because these two teams have never really played in these conditions, haven't they?
Absolutely, which is the beauty of the World Test Championship. Right, we're going to take a short break here, and the action gets underway in around 14 minutes' time. But as we go to the break, let's catch up with Tom Haylock.
An odds update. Back or lay Test cricket, only at Betfair. What's gambling really costing you?
Head over to betfair.com.au now for all your Ashes and World Test Championship cricket odds. India have won the toss, selected a bowl. They're $2.92 heading into this match tonight. Australia, $2. The draw, $6.20. I can't see it being a draw. There's a reserve day. If it's wet on Saturday, the forecast says a few showers, but I can't imagine it's going to be a draw. So I'm happy to lay the draw there at the $6.20, $6.40 price. The Ashes, I can't wait. Friday week, the 16th. England, $2.34 heading into the first test. Australia, $2.50. The draw, $5.40 there. Series, England, $2.36. Australia, favourites to win the Ashes series in the UK. It's an unbelievable feat going into it already, but $2.16 and a draw series, $7.80. Head over to betfair.com.au.
You can find better odds on Test cricket at Betfair. Play your way. What's gambling really costing you? For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au. From a cafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. The World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India on SEN Cricket.
SEN Test Cricket for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, I've got Bharat, Sundaresan and Louis Cameron from Cricket Australia with me. We're not far away from the anthems. The players have made their way down the stairs of the Bedser stand. Louis, you didn't think they were going to play Shardul Thacker. You had another theory. You thought they'd go with the left armour, India.
Well, yeah, I thought Umesh Yadav might be the man who might make way. I mean, watching him last night, he was running laps at training. He was running laps this morning with Ravi Ashwin, which really surprised me. As a kind of thing that you would do before a game. I mean, if you're running laps on the morning of the test, you kind of think, well, you're probably not playing, are you? But there he is. He's in the 11. We thought Unadkat. He's a big, what we call in Australia, a big unit, Bharat.
Oh, really?
Yeah, very big unit. You might not know that too. But,
it's on the citizenship test for you, Brett, what you're doing soon. We saw Ross Taylor just put the mace back in. He was part of the New Zealand side that won the inaugural edition of the World Test Championship final a couple of years ago. It's something they're playing for. It's a tangible item this week.
It is. It's a mace. It's different to most other sports. It's not a trophy.
Well, no, we're going to go down to the national anthems. Time to celebrate the Australian Indian national anthem thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Back down to the middle.
Accident claimed the lives of hundreds of people, with thousands more injured and impacted. the whole cricket community mourn those deaths, and both teams and the match officials will wear black armbands throughout this match in solidarity with those affected. For those, both teams and the match officials will wear black armbands throughout this match in solidarity with those affected. For those who are able, please stand to observe a moment's silence in remembrance of the victims. Please remain standing for the national anthems of India and Australia.
Wow. Fireworks, literally, here at the Kia Oval. An operatic rendition of Advance Australia Fair following Jana Gana Mana, the Indian national anthem. A little drum and bass remix there towards the end of the Indian anthem. The players are heading back to the dressing rooms. We're not far away from the World Test Championship final here on SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, live from the Kia Oval. Won't be long before we see David Warner in the middle with Usman Khawaja. They've been sent into bat first on a surface that will give plenty to the seamers early on, Louis.
I'm fascinated to see how Warner goes against Mohammad Siraj in particular. I mean, there was so much talk during that India series over in India about how Australia would play spin. Let's not forget, his tour was ended by Mohammad Siraj, who hit him on the elbow and then concussed him all within the space of 15 minutes.
And if not Mohammad Siraj and Mohammad Shami, they really did trouble him. That spell in Delhi you spoke of, Siraj kept hitting him, but Shami kept beating his bat. And they will come around the wicket. Siraj also likes to stick to over the wicket, come wide of the crease, angle it across. So big challenge ahead for David Warner. And, you know, this sets up the summer for him, the rest of the summer. Like, you know, what he does here will have a huge say on, you know, how many test matches he plays in the summer to start with.
And I wonder if they considered at all whether Ravi Chandranasaran might have been a better option than Jadeja. We know that Jadeja's the better batter, but, you know, with all the left-handers in Australia's top 7, I wonder if they would have been tempted.
Jadeja just as the all-rounder, and in my opinion and a lot of opinions, he's right up there with someone like Ben Stokes and Cam Green. He just comes in as the all-rounder. His numbers with the bat in the last 3 or 4 years have been so good. So there's always going to be a question of whether it's the fourth seamer or Ashwin. Though I did get a feeling that I'll get a go, but not to be.
Right, so the players that nearly made their way to the middle of the ground here at the Kia Oval. Louis Cameron, we'll say goodbye to you for now. We'll bring Phil Long back in, our statistician, throughout the course of the week. David Warner playing his 104th Test match, overall an average of 46, over 8,100 Test runs. There with his old mate Usman Khawaja, 36 years of age, nearly 4,500 Test runs, an average of 48, the best of 195 not out to start 2023, and of course the most recent performance for him against India was 180 at Ahmedabad a couple of months ago. It'll be Mohammad Shami taking the new ball from our Vauxhall end. The umpires this week, Richard Illingworth, his 92nd Test from England, turned 60 a couple of weeks, and Chris Gaffney from New Zealand, his 76th, and upstairs Richard Kettleborough, Richie Richardson, the match referee.
Richard Kettleborough recovering from a knee injury, as we found out yesterday, Adam. Will be up there manning the TV box. Yeah, there's so much talk of David Warner. Not to forget, Usman Khawaja's last tour of England didn't end in favourable circumstances. He was left out of the squad, the third Ashes Test. And at that point, it looked like his Test career might have come to a standstill. He has come back famously the last 18 or so months.
Got listeners in your home state joining us, Brent, in South Australia and Western Australia. Just to recap on the toss, India have won it. Rohit Sharma electing to field first in this World Test Championship final. So David Warner preparing to take the first ball. 3 slips in a gully. Made just 95 runs in the entire series the last time he was here in England 4 years ago. Umpire Chris Gaffney calls the players to attention. Shami away from us, first ball round the wicket, starts the World Test Championship final. Warner in behind it, pushing to cover, wants a single, won't take one. Phil Long.
Yeah, David Warner's figures, you just mentioned them. He also comes into this test on the back of a strange run of scores, doesn't he? Lots of low scoring, but then there's also that big 200 tucked away back in the Australian summer. If he gets in, he gets in.
He does, and already with that first defensive shot, Adam Collins, just how late he played at it. It's something he's been working on in training sessions leading up to this.
Shami's also got a short leg. Bowls here to Warner, hits him on the pad, albeit a bit high. Shami was interested momentarily, pulled out of the appeal. No decision to make for Gaffney. Shami, who played in the World Test Championship final a couple of years ago down in Southampton, bowled so well against New Zealand without luck.
I mean, that's the story of Mohammad Shami in England, right? He's bowled here so well without luck on 3 or 4 consecutive tours now. Beats the bat a lot. Many theories about why he doesn't take more wickets here.
He remarkably averages 40 in England. But the lived experience is he's always been a handful. Up to the crease again, bowls to Warner, who leaves alone on length over the top of the leg stump. Diving take from KS Bharat. Away to his right, saving 4 byes. That's done loads with the new Dukes.
It does, and here in England, and especially at the Oval, the ball does a lot after it passes the stumps. No surprises that the Indian slip caught and ran to KS Bharat to just give him a pat on the back. He did have a tough time towards the end of that Australia tour, and also an interesting field position for David Warner, just a slightly deep backward short leg.
Shami bowls to Warner, who defends out towards mid-on. Watching a replay of that previous delivery for tyre power, end of financial year sale. It went over about middle and leg, and went way down the leg side by the time Bharat dragged it in. There was some discussion around KS Bharat's spot in the side. He had a tough test match with the gloves at Ahmedabad where we were a few months ago. The option was to go with Ishan Kishan on test debut here, a more explosive player, but they wanted Bharat on the basis that it can be difficult wicket-keeping to seamers in England with the moving Dukes ball.
And that ball kind of proves it to you.
So Shami on it to start. Delivers to Warner, back of a length, rides the bounce, pushes out to extra cover, no single.
One Indian wicketkeeper, and many Indian wicketkeepers have had issues keeping here, especially, like I said, that the movement, a significant movement that you see with the ball after it passes the stumps. And MS Dhoni was one of them. He worked on it with former India wicketkeeper Kiran More back when he was playing. And KS Bharat did spend some time with MS Dhoni during the IPL, just picking his brains on keeping in England. seems to have done him some good.
All the players in those magnificent jumpers they've been given for the occasion with their country name splayed across the front. Shammy to complete the first over, here to Warner, goes back again, placing it to backward point. End of the over, a maiden to start. Australia none for none. Shammy on the mark and recognised by the Indian crowd. They're always well represented here at the Oval, Bharat. Watching them play here and win against England 2 years ago in a famous victory for Indian cricket to go 2-1 up in that series. They threw the gates open on the final day, and there must have been 25,000 of the 28,000 in were Indian fans. They love it at this ground.
Is there any Australian in this ground supporting this team? There are a few Australians out there, Australians in the broadcast area. I did see a very tall gentleman walk away from the Oval wearing an MCG cap. Maybe he just gave up. So there's no point. Nobody's going to hear my voice. I am cheering for my country.
That 2021 test you mentioned here at the Oval, India only made 191 in their first innings, went on to win by 157 runs. Might be worth bearing in mind when you see what happens today.
Big Rohit Sharma century, his first away from home. Mohammad Siraj will open the bowling from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end into his 19th test match, an average of 31. Burst onto the scene against Australia in that famous series win in 2020-2021 that Brett's written a book about.
Yes.
Bowling to Usman Khawaja in his first test at the Oval.
He'll start over the wicket. Still 3 slips in a gully. Siraj delivers. Khawaja leaves alone outside the off stump. That's a good channel, though. Khawaja leaving late. We speak a lot about David Warner's record in England. Certainly the last time around when they played here in 2019. It's not much better for Khawaja. He's played 6 test matches here for 236 runs at 19.7, a best of 54. That was all the way back in 2013. But since his return to the test side last year, he's been outstanding, averaging 70 with 6 tons, the most recent of which coming in the 4th test against India in March. Facing Siraj here over the wicket, bat on ball, defending back down the strip, no run. No runs in the match as yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting stat from Phil Long. Not so much a stat as a fact that Usman Khawaja is playing his first Oval test. Tells you that he's rarely lasted the distance on his previous England tours. Certainly didn't in 2019, like I was saying a while back. New role for him, though. Don't think he's opened in England before.
No, he definitely hasn't. In 19, he made 13 and 40, 36 and 2, 8 and 23. Then he was dropped. Missed out on the last couple of tests. Siraj bowls Khawaja, turns into the onside, doesn't beat the man at square leg, diving away. That must be Jadeja, one of the best fielders in the world.
You would have thought it would be a single to anyone else. Once Khawaja and Warner noticed that it was Jadeja, quickly getting to the ball and to his left-hand side as well.
So the Indian called Pujara at first, Kohli at second, Shubman Gill at third. Ajinkya Rahane back in the side in the gully. Siraj bowls over the wicket and beats Khawaja. Back of the length across him, had to play at it. That's why this surface is hard work early on. It's not so much the swing in the air, although there'll be plenty of that as ever with the Duke Sports, the nip, live grass and all the rest.
And there's the variety that Siraj and Shami bring with the new ball. Shami bowls from a lot closer to the stump. Siraj uses the crease very smartly. And like we've seen, he prefers starting off over the wicket, even to the left-handers. Likes to angle them away. He does have the ability to straighten the ball. The lengths are slightly different.
Siraj up again, bowls here. And Khawaja lets that go well wide of the off stump. Siraj has 14 test wickets against Australia. 5 of them coming in the second innings at the Gabba back in 2021 that gave India the chance to win that match on the final day, the series as well.
Yeah, a lot of people speak about what happened on the final day, Rishabh Pant and Shubman Gill. But Mohammad Siraj's 5 wickets in that second innings made sure that Australia couldn't run away with the game. Meant that India were always within touching distance.
Siraj to complete his first over. Bowls here, Khawaja driving down towards mid-on. There'll be no single. 2 maidens to begin. On the Beaumont tile scoreboard, a huge tile sail on now. Australia none for none.
Did you know your super fund usually has insurance if you're too injured or ill to work? With over 24 years supporting Brisbane, Maurice Blackburn has the experience to turn your situation around. Book an obligation-free appointment today. Maurice Blackburn. Experience you can count on.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am.
Two maidens to begin. SEN Test cricket here at the Kia Oval for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia sent in at the toss. Shami and Siraj opening for India. Packed house here. Every ticket sold. Not yet quite full in the Galdari stand, but every ticket sold as soon as they went on sale when I knew India would be playing. Round the wicket away from us, Vauxhall then. Delivers here to David Warner, who goes back, inside edge, just past short leg. They won't get a single, though. Might have been one there had they been on it.
That short square leg fielder is even more interesting when you look at who's standing there. It's Ravindra Jadeja, the best fielder in the Indian side, maybe one of the best fielders to have ever played the game. So he's, like I said, he's slightly deep. So he's not there to, say, get an inside edge on the pad kind of catch. He's there for if David Warner is going to whip the ball or just flick it. And no surprises that India have their best fielder there.
It's like 3 full pitches over.
Yeah.
Still wearing the lid. On the angle, round the wicket. Shami passes umpire Gaffney, bowls here. Warner edges, and it ends up ahead of Kohli at second slip. Might have been off the thigh pad. We'll get a second look for tyre power. End of financial year sale on now. I'm just bobbling up here. So hits the seam, wobble seam delivery. Yeah, the first replay's not the perfect angle for us.
It was well outside the line and decent bounce off this pitch.
Look who stepped into the commentary box.
I know. He was singing on the outfield a while back. It looked like he was just singing, Harsha, as you were walking around.
He's doing his Australian Idol impression or something like that. Shami in, bowls to Warner, back of a length, rides it again down towards extra cover, no single. We'll hear from Harsha Bhogle later in the session and throughout the course of this test match. Ravi Shastri as well, Louis Cameron, Peter Lalor, Nikesh Rughani calling all the action with me. Adam Collins, Bharat Sundaresan next to me, and our scorer Phil Long.
18.
Here for 5 test matches after this with the Ashes, Women's Ashes test. Spliced in the middle of all of that. It's going to be a hectic couple of months in England. Cannot wait to have every ball of this and the men's Ashes live on SEN Test cricket. Shami arrives and bowls, and Warner turns and gets Australia off the mark. Through mid-wicket for at least a couple across the practice pitches. Australia none for 2. That'll feel good for David Warner. Just getting off the mark that proved to be so problematic for him here 4 years ago. Made the call last week at Beckenham in their training camp that he wishes to go through until the Sydney Test next year. So 9 tests between now and then. I thought he was a bit harshly done by in the coverage because he didn't say, well, look, I'm playing those test matches.
No,
he
said,
did, if I make enough runs, I wish to keep getting selected until then. There was some nuance in his response.
It was. I mean, he wasn't taking a stand, really.
He was, in a way, just stating the obvious that he wants to play and get picked all the way through this series. Facing up again, now gets big on him, past the outside edge. It's exploded off the surface. It is back of a length, only 85 mile an hour, so not express pace, but the oval surface giving some assistance to Shami early on.
We've seen some extra bounce on a couple of occasions, but this time just read at David Warner. He had no idea. Almost went past his chest region.
How's the movement after a pass Warner as well?
Unbelievable.
Borderline unplayable.
A lot of ooze from not just the Indian fielders, but David Warner himself. But just going back to the ball where David Warner got off the mark, that's what India seemed to be trying to do. Get him to play slightly away from his body on his pads.
Shami to complete the over. To Warner, hits him on the pad. Only Jadeja at short leg was appealing. End of it on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's Huge Shale, Australia number 2.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan Mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, "Hello, I'm Bargain." Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au. Decencies apply.
Siraj to Khawaja, new over begins. Over the wicket, pavilion end. Khawaja pushing out to cover. No run. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Khawaja's on 1,999 test runs away from home, Bharat. A small little milestone, considering where he was as a batter outside of Australia until his recall.
4 years ago, he was left out. Keep going back to it.
When there was the perception that away from home he was a liability, but getting his average up to 41 when not playing in Australia, that's some achievement deep into his career. Facing up here, you have to get off the mark, leaves alone. Siraj, a fair way outside the off stump this time.
Yeah, I mean, so much talk about his alleged inability to play spin, but he's went on 3 consecutive subcontinental tours, had an impact on each one of them. Hundreds in Pakistan, 100 in India. Some crucial runs in that Indore test, don't forget, and in Delhi. Very difficult conditions, and this is an opportunity for him to prove that he can make a mark in England as well. Could well be his last tour of England, you'd think.
His 70 at Indore was worth more than the 180 at Ahmedabad in those extraordinary conditions. Siraj to him here. Khawaja goes back and pushes out to cover. No run. Funny old ground, the Oval, for both Australia and India has been remarked upon throughout the build-up that it's not been a ground that's been friendly to the Australians or the Indians, although it's worth acknowledging that India had one of their most important test wins ever here in 1971, their first victory in England, and they won here in 2021. As for Australia, they've had 7 victories. They started the Ashes here, 1882. With the Demons, Spofford taking 14 wickets in the match, and the death of English cricket and all the rest. 3 slips. Siraj to Khawaja, edged and gone. Straight into the gloves of KS Bharat. Khawaja's gone for a duck. First blood for India. It's 1 for 2.
Well, Usman Khawaja is not very convinced that it did hit the edge of his bat. He's just having a little chat with David Warner, and now he's walking off. There was the noise. It wasn't very loud, but it sounded like bat. Mohammad Siraj uses the angle of the crease so well. You've seen him do that in England before. Just didn't do much. Oh, the wicket just slanted away from Usman Khawaja enough. Maybe he'll look back at it and say, could I have left that alone? But he hasn't, and India draw first blood.
It's a mighty celebration from the Indians here at the ground, celebrating their first wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. And as you say, watching Black on the replay screen for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale. He could have left it alone, but it's that pressure India have built up across the first quarter of an hour.
It is, and that's how Rohit Sharma likes his fast bowlers to operate. And there hasn't been expansive moments so far with this new ball. Bit of bounce for Shami. They've just kept it in the channel. Just 1 scoring shot so far for Australia. And you could see Usman Khawaja was beginning to get a little edgy. A couple of times he was denied singles because the Indians were onto the ball. And ended up getting out to a form of dismissal which haunted him in England last time around.
So out walks Australia's number 3, the number 1 batter in the world according to the ICC, Marnus Labuschagne. Excellent overall record, averaging 58 in 37 test matches, 10 tons. Here in England last time around, played 4 Ashes test unexpectedly. Coming in as the concussion sub at Lord's. 4 half-centuries on the trot, highest score of 80 in this country. Had a fabulous start to the summer for Glamorgan, averaging in the mid-50s with a couple of tons in county cricket. So he's been getting his eye in over the last 6 weeks.
He has. And the only time I've seen him struggle is when he's faced Scott Boland in the nets, to be honest.
I've underclubbed him there. He's averaging 71 this season over here.
Not as much. 50 sounded very low. I want to Labuschagne was in high spirits as the 2 teams walked out for the national anthem. Cracking jokes with Shubman Gill. 2 batting stars of the present and into the future, you would think.
You've been watching Marnus bat a lot over the last couple of days. He's been having longer nets than Smith.
He has. And also in Beckenham, Kent. The only difference is when he was batting in Kent, David Warner was stood behind him, mouthing away. encouraging the bowlers to get the better of Marnus Labuschagne. Here he's standing the other end. David Warner has a couple of pointers, just pointing out to how close the Indian slip cordon is.
Well, 4 of them in there now.
Yep.
They've got rid of the gully. So Pujara and Kohli and Gill and Rughani standing in a row. Gill in the white-brimmed white hat, all in the jumpers. Chilly morning here in South London. Plenty of cloud cover. Perfect conditions to bowl with the new Duke. Siraj in the book. First ball to Labuschagne. Up to the crease, Labuschagne tucks him round the corner. Down towards fine leg for a single. Australia's 3rd run. Back for 2 as well, taking on just a little bit of a bobble from Shami. Labuschagne alert to it. 1 for 4, we're in the 4th over.
A classic Marnus Labuschagne. One thing you always notice with him is he takes his own time before he gets into his stride. Marks his guard and walks away. And then gets into his stance. As soon as Mohammad Siraj bowled a line that he has been bowling to the left-handers, just drifted onto his pads, he was on it. It just took a little wobble for him to come back for the 2nd run. Away he goes.
Out past umpire Illingworth. Siraj to complete the over, and Labuschagne leaves extravagantly with the lightsaber. Successful over for India. Australia on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile's huge sale. They're 1 for 4.
From the outside, there's a lot to investing. You've got to be fast on your feet, finger on the pulse, keep up or fall behind. Where do you even start? The Syfe app. Syfe is slowing down the game to help you take the guesswork out of great investing. With Syfe, you can choose from over 12,000 US and ASX stocks, or simply invest in smart baskets pre-built by wealth professionals. Elevate your investing with Syfe. Download the Syfe app or visit syfe.com.au. Seek your own advice to see if this product is right for you.
Our first session on SEN Test Cricket is for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise. The sun's just burst through the cloud as Shami takes off away from us to Warner. 3 slips of gully round the wicket. Warner hit on the pad. Shout from the bowler. Plenty of movement from our vantage point. Looks to be trending down the leg side. Also the assessment of umpire Gaffney. Just for a moment, he tries to relitigate the case with his captain Rohit, and he's sent away.
Yeah, he is. And I think Mohammad Shami realised that he hasn't got any ball to really straighten any great extent. This one looked like it was sliding down, and it was Shami who eventually just, clearly missing leg, and it was Shami who kind of walked away from Rohit Sharma, saying, no, let it be.
Now replace for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Still got that deep short leg. Shami bowls. Warner goes back from the off stump. Push to gully. Cut off. Nice piece of fielding. Ajinkya Rahane giving nothing away upon his return to the Indian side. A fascinating return as well. We thought he was gone, done. But useful IPL. Excellent domestic season for Mumbai. And he's back in business. Phil Long.
When we were in India, I remember a headline in the Times of India. India discard. Rughani signs for Leicestershire.
But they love the word discard. I mean, a lot of words that have been discarded by England, India have picked up.
He's taking over from Peter Hanscom as the overseas player at Leicestershire. Shami bowls and Warner on the front foot, driving down the ground, 3 mid off, down towards our commentary position. Times it well enough to reach the rope. Won't quite get there before the fielder does, though. That's Umesh Yadav. Huge roar of appreciation for the veteran. They're through for 3. Warner up to 5 from 15 balls. 1 for 7 Australia halfway through the 5th.
Yeah, credit to David Warner. He's waited for that full ball. He's kept away all the length deliveries. Shami's tested him at the moment. Shami over-pitched a little. Warner was onto it. Pushes it away. The sun seems to be slowly but surely breaking through, like you said, and I'm sure Usman Khawaja would have said clearly, the luck is always with Marnus Labuschagne. It's all cloudy when I was out there. The moment he walks out to bat, the sun breaks through.
It's kind of a classic Oval morning. Really cloudy when we got here. Bit of sun. The surface will improve. I was doing a game here a couple of weeks ago where the pitch looked identical to this. It seemed around for 4 sessions. It got better for batting, as it does. So the advantage with India at the toss. Labuschagne slowly, deliberatively marking his guard. Shami being asked to wait at the top of his mark. No urgency whatsoever. Shami over the wicket for the first time to Labuschagne. Delivers here. Labuschagne leaves alone a ball that comes back off the seam. There's the wobble seam again. That is where Shami's been so effective in England. It's not so much about the swing, it's about the nip. And wobble seam bowling's become such a big part of the game in England over the last 10 or 15 years. There's a great piece in Wisden about this just a couple of days ago by journalist Ben Gardner. But wobble seam has become the standard procedure in these conditions.
Our colleague Louis Cameron has written a fantastic piece as well about how the Australians have adopted the wobble seam theory. All their fast bowlers use it a lot.
Might come back to that as to what it is. Fourth slip now, Labuschagne leaves. And through the gloves of KS Bharat. They've got to buy for that. Pujara doing the tidying up, 1 for 8. So when I say wobble seam, it's not about trying to cut it one way or the other. It's splitting the fingers wider on the seam. And as it suggests, wobbling it down there and not really knowing which way it'll go.
Yeah.
So players like Stuart Broad, Jimmy Anderson, Mohammad Asif, former Pakistani bowlers, an important cog in that story too.
Yeah, and that's what Louis has done so well in his piece, former fast bowler himself. Took a wicket on Sunday as well, Louis Cameron. he's described the Anderson way of bowling wobble seam and the Broad way. It's two different techniques.
Shami to finish. Back round the wicket to Warner. Wide of the crease. Warner in behind it. No runs, so he roars. Over complete on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge shale. 5 gone. Australia 1 for 8.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me, though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
We're at the Kia Oval for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Bharat, Sundaresan with you for one more over, then we'll make way. Labuschagne taking guard again, a couple of times.
Just takes his own time. I guess it comes with being the #1 batter in the world.
So much rests on him. Australia's number 3 faces Siraj, gets in behind it, played in from the crease out to cover, no run. Phil Long.
Yeah, Marnus Labuschagne, ICC rankings #1 batter in the world. Joining him in the top 10, Smith and Khawaja. Top Indian bat, Rishabh Pant, who we're not seeing here today, currently recovering from injury. #1 ICC bowler in the world, Ravi Ashwin.
Also on that, the highest ranked Indian player in this match is Rohit Sharma at number 11. Which kind of belies any sense of the way they've gone about it, but they've not been as effective as a batting side in the last couple of years. Siraj bowls and Labuschagne pushes just in front of square leg, gets one, takes on Jadeja. Good batting. So that's a single, moving him to 3. Australia 1 for 9. So the only Indian player to average 45 plus in this World Test Championship cycle is Akshar Patel. Which really is a story of how hard it is to bat in India, isn't
Exactly, that's what it is. You saw Akshar Patel have such an impact on that series. And just going back to Marnus Labuschagne, Mohammad Siraj and Marnus just getting a little stuck into each other. It's more Siraj, who does love to have the long follow through, ends up right under the batter's nose, regardless of who he's bowling to, but we did see a bit of that in India as well. Nothing onto it though.
So his first crack at David Warner, Siraj. He'll keep the same field. 3 slips to gully, over the wicket. Delivers and Warner goes back to cut and gets it over the cordon on the bounce. Runs there. Warner's first boundary, our first boundary of the Test match. 1 for 13. Up to 9 from 17 balls. A high score of 85 here at the Oval, Warner, which was back in 2015, the final test of that series. His 4th test on this ground. That was the last time Australia won, back in 2015. Peter Siddle 6 wickets. Before that, it was 2001. Before that, it was 1972. Dennis Lilly's 10 wickets in the match. Both Chappells making centuries. And before that, we've got to go back to the Bradman's era, the 3 wins they had with him. 1930, 1934 and 1948. Siraj bowls and Warner past the outside edge. Played with a horizontal bat. That would have been an ugly dismissal had he edged it. And the Indian fans really firing up as a result.
Yeah, and Siraj kind of let him know that as well. Just hung around an extra second. This is much closer to him than the previous delivery, which again he wasn't in control of. Kind of got big on him at the top edge and flew over the slip cordon. But this time, Warner was in no position to play a square cut, and you could see right after he was beaten, he's telling himself maybe he should have played it with a straighter bat.
Siraj to complete the over. Bowls to Warner, goes back and defends back down the pitch. End of it. 5 runs coming from it. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Nikesh, Rughani jumping in. Australia 1 for 13 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sale.
Need a mobile plan that doesn't compromise on data? Mate! Switch to Mate and get double data on selected plans for 6 months. Like the Soulmates 5G plan, usually with 120 gig of data, now doubled at 240 gigabytes. Simply enter the promo code TRYMATE on sign up. So what are you waiting for? Make the switch to Mate. Visit letsbemates.com.au or search Mate online. Terms and conditions apply. Visit letsbemates.com.au for full details.
With us on SEN Test Cricket as a couple more runs there to David Warner to end the over. So 6 overs gone. Australia 16 for 1. Bharat Sundaresan still alongside here, and pretty difficult going out there for Australia so far, and the Indians have asked all the right questions.
They have. They also, the two fast bowlers anyway, Siraj and Shami, have justified Rohit Sharma's decision so far. Field first. Seemed a very obvious call. Nikesh, a very good morning to you as well. And thank you for welcoming me back into England.
With your sweater on today.
Indeed, a cardigan.
Nice cardigan. Multicoloured as always. Looking good. I've gone for the traditional Indian waistcoat.
It goes with the music that we hear in between overs, doesn't it? I kind of I can picture you suddenly joining them at some point in between.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we've got Mumbai represented on commentary at the moment. We've got Gujarat represented as well through not just myself but Phil Long, resident of Leicester, which is a mini Gujarat in the middle of England.
Yeah. Gujaratis on the field as well, and I'm sure a lot of Gujaratis around at the Oval today.
Shami then to start a new over, and he is to Warner, who just is on the front foot and plays it out towards backward point. Warner is on 12 from 21. Labuschagne has just joined him. Interesting moment in the previous over as well. Mohammad Siraj trying to get under the skin of Marnus Labuschagne. Labuschagne not the kind to really bite back and be too bothered about that. Probably wasting his energy there, Siraj.
Yeah, but I think that's just how Siraj gets himself going. We've seen him do that with some other batters as well. But there's something about Marnus Labuschagne that really does seem to get under Mohammad Siraj's skin. And you see him do that a lot more with him.
Shami delivers again, full, and it's off the inside edge down towards long leg. Warner gets himself another single. He does tend to annoy a lot of people with those mannerisms, and you know, he and Steve Smith both, of course, the eccentric scale. But,
it's not just with the opposition though. With Marnus, it's when the guy who gives him most stick in training sessions is batting with him right now, David Warner.
Complete polar opposites, aren't they? Their mannerisms. Warner, the more stereotypical sort of laid-back Aussie. Fiery character still. Completely different styles when they're out there on the field. Shami then will be coming back over the wicket. The crowd building up nicely here at the Oval. A few empty seats in and around, but very healthy crowd indeed for a Wednesday morning. Shami into Labuschagne with a textbook forward defensive, and that's well fielded. An extra cover in the end by the skipper Rohit Sharma, who was almost wrong-footed there, almost ran past the ball and had to put in a half dive to the appreciation of a big Indian support in here in South London. I see many Aussies here.
Yeah.
Many Aussie flags that we can see waving in the crowd.
The only one I can see. Yeah.
You saw somebody with an MCG cap.
Walking away
from the ground.
That's all you need to know.
Heard news of the toss and he thought, no, forget this. Not this morning. Shami. And again, he's wrapped on the pads, Labuschagne, leaving this one. It jacks back in at him. Would have been going over the top, so just a muted appeal from Shami. Again, this ball just doing the odd bit every now and again. We've seen some conventional swing, but also a bit of extra bounce, and this one just nipping back off the seam as well. Exaggerated movement.
Yeah, it's that extra bounce, but Marnus Labuschagne's been batting well outside his crease to Mohammad Shami. In particular, he was outside the line. That would have, especially on an oval pitch this time of the year, there's enough bounce for him to be saved.
Shami steams in once more, and this time Labuschagne's on the front foot, defending out into the offside for no run. Shami's one of those bowlers, we've seen him time and time again in English conditions as well, ask all the right questions. We talk about his magnificent seam position and the swing he gets and the assistance from these types of conditions. Tends to beat the outside edge and beats the inside edge more often than actually catches the edge. Almost too good for a lot of these batters, and that seems to be the one frustration that India has with Mohammad Shami in these conditions.
But he does seem to be bowling fuller in this spell, and he hasn't beaten the bat yet.
Shami, final ball of the over, is full once more, and this time Labuschagne defends into the offside, scampers through for a quick single. It was Siraj fielding there at point and unable to create a run-out opportunity. So 7 overs gone, Australia 18 for 1.
Just 35 minutes from the CBD, the stunning landscapes of the Sunbury wine region invite you to stay and dine at Marnong Estate. This historic 1,200-acre vineyard offers the perfect family-friendly escape with views of Macedon Ranges. Perfect for your next special occasion, romantic getaway or cozy winter retreat. You'll enjoy 1 or 2 bedroom luxury cabins with breakfast for 2 or family stay. You'll also experience authentic Italian dining at Cucina 3064 and signature restaurant La Vetta. Welcome to Marnong Estate. For bookings, visit marnongestate.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket live here at the Oval in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Siraj it will be to continue. The wicket taker so far, 1 for 10 from his 3 overs.
Once again, Marnus Labuschagne playing well out of his crease to Mohammad Siraj.
Siraj steams in, extra bounce again. He's been wrapped on the fingers there, Labuschagne this time. Does well to play that in any way, shape or form. Bat straight out of his hands and immediately walks over to square leg, examines those fingers, trying not to show any pain, but the physio has been called for.
Yeah, that does not look good at all. Just the way he walked away, just had a word with Chris Gaffney at
yeah, he said to him, and I think he said, do you want the physio? And he said, more than yes.
Yes.
Didn't he? Yeah.
No. Like I was just saying before that delivery, he's batting well outside his crease. To Mohammad Siraj, was rushed by this delivery, leapt at him. Oh, that looked like it hit him on underside of his left hand.
TV graphic just said it's the fastest delivery of the match.
Oh,
fastest delivery of the match, and also it's wrapped him kind of underneath.
Yeah,
underneath his hand, and it flicked onto the ends of his fingers as well.
They seem to be moving. Is that the thumb? It is the thumb. It's getting looked at by the Australian physio. The doctors out there as well. Just the way he walked away. Excruciating pain.
Just watching the real-time replay as well, and really did leap up off a length, that one.
Ooh. He didn't even really drop the bat. It was almost knocked out of his hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, you're right, yeah. And he's a tough nut, Marnus Labuschagne. It will take a lot to take him away from a batting crease in particular.
Hard enough to get him out of the nets, isn't it?
Indeed.
As you will well know, Bharat, from seeing many of those sessions. Getting some painkillers here, some magic spray, and he should be good to go.
Yeah, he's smiling. That's a good sign. What you can expect is Mohammad Siraj to be, once again, breathing down his neck after he bowls the next delivery.
Always nice as a fast bowler, isn't it? You don't want to hurt anybody, but when you've sort of genuinely beaten them, the one that leaps up like that onto the gloves, they show a bit of pain, they show a bit of vulnerability. And the Lion just smelling that first bit of blood.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if Manas sticks to batting well outside his crease like he has been. You would expect him to. But it's a win for sure for Mohammad Siraj.
Right, so physios are off. And we've got a leg slip in place now as well after that delivery. Just for the extra bounce, the one that jags back in with the angle that Mohammad Siraj bowls with as well. And that will take one shot perhaps away from Labuschagne here. So Australia 1 for 18. Labuschagne just marking his guard once more, getting ready to face another delivery here.
Yeah, like Labuschagne and Warner like two cops for inspecting the crime scene where the ball landed. Spent a minute or so just studying that bit.
Still outside his crease here, Labuschagne, as Siraj steams in, it's edged, and it drops short of Shubman Gill there at third slip. Soft hands from Labuschagne though. Wasn't looking to drive at that one. It was a defensive shot, so no danger of that one carrying, but another half opportunity there created by India, and a bit of tentativeness as well. He wasn't fully forward to that one, Labuschagne.
Got him to play away from his body. Something Manas prides himself on not doing. He leaves a lot of deliveries when he's out there in the middle, especially in these conditions. But yeah, soft hands. Making sure the ball didn't carry to Shubman Gill.
Siraj in once more, this time onto the legs. It's flicked away out through the gap at mid-wicket. Bit of a chase on here for Rohit Sharma in the end. He gathers the ball and get back for 3 runs in the end. Been commentating, Bharat, on 2 months of the IPL, and I don't think I saw a single 3. Certainly not without an overthrow being involved, but we've seen a couple here already this morning. A big old ground, the Oval.
That was the one IPL game. I think Punjab Kings won with 3 runs needed of the last ball with an all-run 3, if you remember.
There was.
As unique as it was.
As unique as it was, indeed, yeah. Didn't see many of those on those generally small grounds and short boundaries as well. Yeah, this is one of the biggest playing surfaces, even with the new stand across to the far side as we look here from the newish OCS stand. Opposite the pavilion we are, and even then just a complete square which stretches almost the full length of the ground here at the Oval. Siraj then remains over the wicket here to the left-handed Warner, who just defends a short of a length delivery out towards extra cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, 2 Englishmen on either side of me. I just want to remind them, this is what we call Test cricket in the rest of the world. I know you guys are playing some new form of cricket you think is going to change the world and, you know, fix every issue there is in, not just in world cricket, but in the world. But this is called Test cricket. Just saying it still exists.
It is. We saw quite a bit of that in India as well when these two sides were at it, albeit not the longest lasting Test cricket.
True.
Certainly Ahmedabad side. Siraj in once more to Warner, who's wrapped on the pads. Not sure if we've got an inside edge on that one, but more oohs and ahs from the Indians out there in the middle. Just doing enough here. 1 for 21 Australia. And Warner hasn't really found his fluency so far, has he?
I think they bowled really well to him. There's been very little width on offer. The one delivery from Siraj in the previous over, we saw didn't have a lot of width, but he threw his bat at it, got 4 for it. Apart from that, kept him really tight. Seems to be bothered by something behind the side screen. I'm not really sure what it is.
Quite a few empty seats around the side screen, either side of it. Siraj in again, and this time Warner is on the back foot defending out to extra cover. And that is another over gone. So 8 overs bowled so far this morning. Australia 1 for 21. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
From the outside, there's a lot to investing. You've got to be fast on your feet, finger on the pulse, keep up or fall behind. Where do you even start? The Syfe app. Syfe is slowing down the game to help you take the guesswork out of great investing. With Syfe, you can choose from over 12,000 US and ASX stocks, or simply invest in smart baskets pre-built by wealth professionals. Elevate your investing with Syfe. Download the Syfe app or visit syfe.com.au. Seek your own advice to see if this product is right for you.
It's going to be Mohamed Shami then to start a new over here. Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long now. Morning.
Good morning, Nikesh. Good morning, Phil. How are we going?
Good, good.
Well, you've come dressed for the English summer?
I'm expecting it to warm up later. It's been the mornings that have been cold, I've noticed, and then it's slowly, the sun's come out in the afternoons.
How many layers have you got on there?
I've got 3 up top. I've actually got a hole in my jeans, which isn't really helping things.
Shami into Labuschagne. Good delivery, left alone just outside the off stump.
But it has been frosty. It has been warming up later in the day, and I'm hoping that it only gets better from here. Is that generally the experience?
Well, it is, yeah. I'm trying to see where the hole is. Maybe I don't want to see.
You don't want to look exactly where it is, Nikesh. I can show you later on if you like, but you might have to buy me dinner first.
That's the watershed. Yes, it does tend to warm. The forecast for this afternoon is around 22 degrees. We're expecting the clouds to clear a little bit, see a bit of sunshine as well. So should be a pleasant afternoon. Shami runs in again. This is full on the legs. It's flicked straight to that fielder there inside the ring at mid-wicket. No run.
And I dare say that Marnus Labuschagne and David Warner wouldn't mind the sun coming out at some point. It's been tough for batting this morning, hasn't it? I mean, in between bits of, some stroke play there where it does look like it is an easy pace pitch beneath it all. There have been some balls that have been generally difficult to play.
Absolutely. We've seen a couple jumping off a length. Bit of seaman swing movement early on as well. Both Shami and Siraj causing a few issues from either end. Shami outside the off stump this time. Is left well alone by Labuschagne. Not quite with his usual swagger. More of a conventional leave. Australia still 1 for 21. So when did you arrive in the UK?
I got here about 8 or 9 days ago.
So you've acclimatised a little bit.
I have. I mean, it's warmer than Melbourne at the moment. I can tell, people listening back to this in Australia will be shivering beneath their blankets back at home. I know my apartment was freezing when I left, so I'm happy to be here.
What sort of degrees are we talking there?
Not quite as cold as your winter, but, it gets closer to 0 at night.
Shami goes a bit fuller, but still too wide of the off stump. Left well alone once more by Labuschagne.
Maybe maximum of mid-teens at the moment. You get some cold days around 10, 11 top. I know you're looking at me kind of saying that's nothing.
I will tell you that.
We've got Phil Long here. We're talking about us being a little bit chilly here with the layers on and everything. Longy's in his shorts.
Always. From April the 1st till September the 30th, whatever the weather. Short season.
No central heating in the home ever between those times. We're just sort of seeing a little bit of brightness. I think the sun's threatening to break through some of the clouds. It's kind of light white cloud cover quite high up. Shami runs in once more, delivers. This is short of a length and almost actually trickles away quite close to that leg stump from Labuschagne as he defended off the back foot, came off the under edge, was safe in the end, way down the leg side, but no run once more. Better from Shami, and again just evidence that he's tried to bowl a lot fuller, which is good to see from Shami, because he's often been a little bit too short in these types of conditions in England, and the batters have found it easy to either leave or it misses their edge quite comfortably. But it just shows that when he does stray onto that length area, there is a little bit something in the pitch where there's that extra sort of half a yard of bounce, which is causing a few issues. Final ball of the over is full this time and flicked away off the pads by Labuschagne out to deep square leg. There is protection there, so single to finish off the over. Just one from the 9th over with Australia 1 for 22.
NHP are your local trusted #1 choice for everything a Sparky needs. NHP electrical products are available from recognised electrical wholesale stockists with service-ready levels of key products. With NHP's range of globally sourced best-in-class products, you can think global, trust local. When you buy NHP, you're buying 100% Australian-owned and supporting local Aussie jobs. You can find NHP electrical products at your local recognised electrical wholesaler stockist or nhp.com.au.
Mohamed Siraj then. Ball continues. Well, 5 overs so far this morning. None for... Oh, sorry, those were Shami's figures, rather. None for 8. Siraj himself has picked up the wicket to fall. That of Usman Khawaja. 4 overs, 1 for 13. A maiden in there as well. Both of these two, as I say, causing a few issues. 3 slips, leg slips still in place as well. As Labuschagne takes guard. In comes Shami, and this is left alone outside the off stump. That one keeping a little bit lower, actually. There's Bharat just taking it almost by his ankles in the end. Send us a text as well if you're listening to us over in Australia. 0433 98 11 16. Let us know who you are, where you're listening from. And hopefully you are enjoying our coverage into the night in Australia. And do stick with us because, as I say, things are starting to happen out there. We've seen lots of half chances being created by the Indians. Some decent stroke play as well as Siraj runs in, and Labuschagne wasn't quite ready. A bit of movement, I think, just behind the bowler's arm. In fact, way over to the right of where the sight screen is as Labuschagne looks across, but it takes all sorts, doesn't it? There are certain batters who just pick up things in their periphery.
Virat's not happy, look.
Not giving a few kind words to Marnus. Right. Is that what you're suggesting, Phil?
Maybe a few kind words.
That wouldn't be like Virat Kohli, would it? They're pretty quiet out there.
Siraj does deliver this time past the outside edge of Labuschagne again, just having a poke at that one just outside the off stump. It was a good length delivery, taken again quite low down by Bharat in the end. Just one that was angled in and kept its line almost. Another tentative shot there from Marnus.
And this is the difficulty of batting on this pitch. It's not necessarily the balls that move side to side, it's the ones that go up and down. So the ball that hit him in the previous over off Siraj, that pitched in a pretty similar location and absolutely reared off the pitch. That same ball is just shot through really low, and Marnus just looks like all the batters just look like they can't quite get a hold on it.
Siraj goes similar the delivery this time, again past the outside edge. And this time Bharat takes it sort of more stomach, chest height. So that variable bounce already coming into play. We're only into the first morning of this test match. Not even 10 overs bowled yet. And that one swinging away as well. And whizzing past the outside edge. Look at Kohli's reaction there in the slips as well. They fancy one coming their way anytime soon. And immediately that leg slip comes into fourth slip. Ajinkya Rughani taking his position there. Kohli geeing up the crowd as well. And in fact, Rughani did go over to fourth slip, was almost set, and then Rohit Sharma moved him back to leg slip. You can hear the crowd reacting to Kohli there as Siraj comes in again, and Marnus this time defends off the back foot out towards point. So end of... not the end of an over, actually. Still a couple of deliveries left. It feels like it's been an age since we started this over. He's threatened to bowl 6 deliveries, but still got a couple remaining.
And the leg slip's an interesting position for Marnus Labuschagne. Though India have had a bit of success bowling quite straight at Marnus before and trying to get him to hit in the air on the leg side. Funnily enough, as you mentioned, just that ball before, they moved him to fourth slip, then moved him back to leg slip. Siraj is getting quite a nice bit of outswing, so I dare say they like him.
Siraj comes in, the crowd are on their feet as well, and this one's defended back down the pitch by Labuschagne. Brilliant atmosphere building up here, and he is like an emperor, isn't he? I know he's been described like that by a colleague, Gerard, on commentary before. But just the fact he's got to raise his arm, Kohli, and the crowd are on their feet. They're geeing him up. They're chanting his name. Here he is again. He's at it. He's standing there at second slip. He's got his back turned to the crowd, but he's just sort of saying, come on, louder, guys, with his right arm. One ball left in this Siraj over then, Australia.
He's like Freddie Mercury in his pomp, isn't he?
He's clapping his hands now. Here we go. Siraj runs in, delivers, and is wrapped on the pads. Big shout for LBW. Not out is the call from umpire Illingworth. And I don't think they're going to review this one. So end of another over. 10 gone this morning. And Australia have survived so far with a loss of just the 1 wicket. They are 1 for 22.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. We are back live from the Kia Oval. SEN Test Cricket in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Shami into Warner. It's cut away, but straight to the fielder there at point. And there is no run. Nikesh Rughani alongside Louis Cameron and Phil Long. And Longy, we were talking about David Warner and his struggles in England. Doesn't have the best record in these conditions, does he?
Well, no, I mean, it's well documented, isn't it? His last tour here was a struggle. 95 runs, 61 of those came in one innings. Here at the Oval, this fourth appearance, averages 23.8, a highest score of 85. And in all tours to England, averages 26.04. This is his 14th test in England. Passed 57 times.
Shami into him once more, and this is well defended to extra cover for no run this time.
He did have a good tour in 2015, which is, I bring that up because the Australians bring that up quite regularly. They've been asked a lot. George Bailey, the chairman of selectors, coach Andrew McDonald, who's also a selector, they said 2015 he made 550s, I believe one in each of the 5 test matches. Australia, of course, lost that series, but he did kind of show that counter-attacking flair that he's got can bring some runs over here, that he is not a lost cause.
Shami steams in again, and this is short and wide and missed as Warner attempts to cut that one, but it goes straight through to KS Bharat.
And I think the fact we always bring up 2019 is the fact that it was a blip, wasn't it? It was extraordinary figures. And the fact that Australia kept going with Warner, I mean, normally most players would have been jettisoned, wouldn't they, before that? But there was always a chance that he might come through and get those runs.
And I dare say that if he starts off a series like that, if he starts off an Ashes series averaging under 10, they won't stick with him this time. I think they've made that pretty clear. He says he wants to keep playing to the SCG test, but he knows better than anyone that he needs the runs on the board to get there.
Almost a similar issue with him in 2019 to Virat Kohli in 2014 in these conditions as well. Big struggle for Kohli against England in that one. Shami over the wicket this time to Warner, who leaves alone outside off stump. Through to Bharat once more.
Yeah, in my notebook, they're alongside each other. Look, the two greats of the game. Yeah, Virat Kohli in 2014, 134 runs, highest score of 39, average of 13.4. Played in all 5 tests, 10 innings, only hit 15 fours.
It's good they stuck with him in these conditions, because he had a pretty good one in 2018, didn't he? Top run scorer in the series. Started the series with a bang with that century at Edgbaston. And you could see what that meant to him as well after all the stick he got about playing against Jimmy Anderson. Shami, short this time. It's pulled away well by Warner in front of square and races away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. Authoritative shot that. And Shami this time just straying a tad too short, 1 for 26.
It's his best shot of the morning so far. He's spoken a lot about how he wants to turn things around from 2019 by going after the bowlers, by being a lot more attacking, and Warner's just seen a bit of that one just dug in a little bit shorter from Mohammad Shami, who's onto it really quickly. That's going to be so important for him over the next 2 months. Anytime he gets a bit of width, a bit of length in his favour, he needs to go after him. He can't be a sitting duck.
Yeah, nearly an hour gone, just the second 4 of the morning.
That shows you how difficult it has been to score. Warner on to 17 with that. 17 off 30. Shami goes back around the wicket, and Warner leaves this one alone, quite close to his off stump. And sees through another over, so 11 overs gone so far this morning. I don't think we're going to have drinks, so we'll take a short break here. SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30am for a limited time.
Fabulous here, live from the Oval. A reminder that you can send us a text, 0433 98 11 16. That is for Australian listeners. Get in touch. Let us know who you are and where you're listening from. And what you've made of the first session. Siraj to continue into Labuschagne. Another one takes off a little bit from just short of a length. It's well negotiated into the leg side by Labuschagne, and there is no run.
And it's just a subdued Marnus Labuschagne at the moment. You pointed it out before, Nikesh, in terms of that extravagant leave that we normally see from him. It just kind of looks like he's gone within himself ever since he got hit by Mohammad Siraj on that arm. I'm interested as well that he's not wearing an arm guard. You know, you would have thought, even before that, on a pitch with a bit of variable bounce, you want to protect your arm. I mean, the physio was checking essentially to see if he's broken that left arm. I'd be wanting to get one on. He does have that little, I believe, like a little patch or something in his left arm. They wear these kind of small little things to protect the forearm, but you know,
just beneath the elbow, isn't it?
Yeah,
usually.
Yeah, I'm just struggling to see whether he's got one or not. A lot of these guys just prefer the freedom of movement.
Yeah, I don't think he has got one on, from what I can see. As Siraj steams in once more, and this is a little bit fuller. It's well defended back down the pitch. Siraj fields in his follow-through.
No, he does. Just have a look just beneath his, just above his wrist. He's just got a small little strap there on, and he might have had that on already when he did get hit before as well. But it's not the fully fledged arm guard that covers right up to the elbow, does it?
It's almost an extension of the glove, isn't it? On this one, we do see quite a lot of batters wear it a little bit higher up towards the elbow, leaving that gap between the glove and the top part of the forearm. Siraj then delivers again, outside off stump this time. It's left well alone, but again without the extravagance that we're used to. I mean, it kind of just depends. It's a personal preference really as to what gear you go out there with, and Labuschagne being quite an extravagant kind of eccentric character, might have superstitions about certain bits of kit, and whatever he always wears he's just going to stick with that. And some just find it quite restrictive wearing that extra kit, whether it be a chest guard or an arm guard. Siraj then, once more, full onto the pads this time. It's flicked away well, out towards the mid-wicket boundary. The chase is on here. Shardul Thakur in pursuit, and does brilliantly to pull that in. They get back for 3. It was a thought that they might well do an all-run 4 there for a moment, but Warner signalling he's not interested to his partner there. So good shot, all runs for Australia.
And speaking of those guards and the routines and the feelings that these batters like to have, the man who's due to come in next, Steve Smith, got in trouble during a county game the other day. He was playing for Sussex and he wasn't wearing the stem guards, and he didn't know that you actually, to play in county cricket, you actually have to wear the stem guards at all time. And the umpire noticed a few balls into his innings and told him that he had to go put some on. And I think it was about a 10-minute delay as they were kind of running around the changing rooms trying to find where some stem guards were. But he doesn't like wearing them, and that can be a similar thing.
Siraj there and into Warner, and as it whizzes past the outside edge, I don't think there was any bat involved, but Siraj was interested. KS Bharat fumbled and put the ball down eventually anyway. Don't think it was a genuine chance though, but another one that just whizzes past the outside edge of one of these Australian batters. It's 1 for 29 at the moment. 1 ball left in this 12th over, and again evidence that even though the sun is starting to come out, we can see some blue sky up above, that the ball is still doing just enough.
This is the thing about bowling first, is you've got to take advantage of that, you know, while it is cloudy in the morning, you've got to take advantage of the conditions. And so far India have bowled well, but Australia would be really happy only being 1 down at this point.
Final ball of Siraj is over, is negotiated with a defensive shot into the leg side by Warner. So 12 overs gone, and the players are going to take a short break here for drinks with David Warner on 70, Marnus Labuschagne on 11, and Australia 1 for 29.
3 slips. Siraj to Khawaja, edged it, gone! Straight into the gloves of KS Bharat. Khawaja has gone for a duck. First blood for India. It's 1 for 2. SEN Test Cricket here at the Kia Oval. It's the World Test Championship final. We hear from Ackers. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Adam Collins with you. Harsha Bhogle joining me for the first time on our coverage. I'm just going to turn Harsha's volume down. He's in my stuff already. How are you? Howie, welcome back to our coverage. You were at your second World Test Championship final. Of course, India made it a couple of years ago, but it's great to have so many people here today. The problem 2 years ago, COVID restrictions, there was nobody there.
I know, but why is it cold? I looked at all the weather forecasts and I said, should I carry a jumper? Should I carry maybe some thermals? The weather forecast was good, and I'm wearing all of that today. And you, Adam Collins, in your wisdom, have chosen to put me out in the open.
Oh, look, an open-air commentary box. If you get the chance to sit outside, just to give a sense of what's happened here. We've been moved into a corporate box of sorts, but we couldn't actually see the cricket from in there, so they built us a stage.
It's no surprise, Adam. You're so corporate yourself.
Hardly. But I can't complain about our view, our spot here over the next 5 days at the Kia Oval. It's a great place to watch cricket. Of course, the second ever test venue after the MCG. I know that people from the Surrey County Cricket Club like to remind people of that. This was a test venue before Lord's was. So fitting that this is where they've seen fit to host the World Test Championship final. Of course, Lord's, they couldn't do it there because of the existing branding on the venue. So they had to find another venue, and here we are at the Oval.
It's a big moment in this game because the new ball bowlers have bowled beautifully. Siraj and Shami just, 26 runs in the hour, 29 runs in the hour. And it's very interesting, Adam, having come here from watching so much white ball cricket. It just looks like I'm watching a different game completely. Among many things, we've had 4 threes so far. 3 or 4 threes.
3 threes.
3 threes. I think I counted 2 in the whole season in 2 months in India. One, of course, noticeably to finish a game running 3. But in important moment, because Umesh Yadav comes in, the 2 new ball bowlers have bowled really well. But very often, it's how your 3rd and 4th seamer goes that determines how good your attack is.
Hasn't bowled a lot in England either, Umesh Yadav. To the crease here, his first delivery, Labuschagne opens the blade down towards the backward point. It goes for at least 1. They'll be happy with that. 1 for 30, Labuschagne up to 11. So, yes, he's played 3 test matches before this, 9 wickets at 23.5. They came in 2018 when Umesh Yadav was here with the Indian pace attack. We were working together on that series, Harsha, and you were constantly amazed at seeing this group of Indian fast bowlers coming through who could seriously compete in England, and so it's been on their last couple of trips. That they are a much more formidable group of quicks.
And India had such a pool coming through, except they're all injured at the moment.
Yeah.
I think Prasidh Krishna would have been excellent on a surface like this. Khalil Ahmed, a lot of them are injured, but Umesh Yadav's bowled well in his last test match.
Delivers here, his second ball to Warner, drives him out through the covers with style. His back pad was kissing the turf as contact was made. 4 runs added for David Warner, who advances to 21. Australia 1 for 34. That didn't look like it had a lot of pace in it. Warner waited for it. Beautifully struck.
No, and that's why I thought it's so crucial that Umesh Yadav doesn't let the pressure go. I thought Siraj and Shami bowled beautifully. Labuschagne had a knock on his finger, then a couple of balls scooted through, 1 bounced. They were very uncertain, lots of movement. Now India cannot afford to let that pressure go and let a partnership build.
Yeah, it was 2 or 3 overs there where everything was happening. Umesh over the wicket, bowls here to Warner. You can hear the loud no run through our effects, Mike. Get some text coming in as well. 0433 98 11 16 for our Australian listeners. Jason in Muralback, great call, boys, loving it. Thank you, Jason. We've got a listener in Acacia Hills in northwest Tasmania, completing a university assignment. I remember, Harsha, when I was at uni, using cricket to distract me from my responsibilities. What do you think Australia need to score in the first innings?
Who's completing his assignment? The news for you is I don't even remember my assignment. It was that long back.
Umesh away from us at the Vauxhall then. Bowls to Warner, back of a length, plays with the horizontal bat. Just whippish out towards mid-off, no run, Phil Long.
I don't know who that was, just texting in saying what score do Australia need. Just a reminder of the test here last summer.
Yes.
South Africa 118 in their first innings. England 158. South Africa 169. A low scoring thriller. England in the end scored 130 for 1 to win it.
That was over inside 2 playing days.
That's right.
It was complete about 170 overs. It was a very odd test match because the Queen died and we had a day washed out before that too, so there was a test practically done in 6 sessions. Umesh bowls to Warner and beats him. That's much better. From the line of the off stump, hits the seam, moves away. Right where he needs to be to the left-hander.
Just on the speed gun that measured 137, but the umpire's just gone down to take a look at his follow-through. He's okay. But he's got to get Warner on the front foot, but not front foot enough to drive, because we've already seen one cracking cover drive. It's a good toss to win. The first hour was excellent to bowl, but when you win the toss and bowl, you want to get the opposition out under 200, 220. You don't want them to get anything more than that.
Umesh in. Bowls to Warner, who leaves alone this time. Well, that'll be the end of the over as well. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, Beaumont Tiles, huge sale. 5 runs coming from it. Australia 1 for 34.
Discover a new world of whiskey with Starward. Made in Melbourne using locally sourced ingredients, Starward's award-winning whiskies are delicious, juicy and approachable with every sip. Available now in all leading liquor stores. Starward, to new horizons.
Drink responsibly.
R.J. Sanderson and Associates are accountants with tax strategies for businesses and self-managed super funds, along with tax tips for individuals, business and self-managed super funds. Taxation specialists. Take the stress out of tax. rjsanderson.com.au.
Australia sent in 13 overs gone, 1 for 34. Shardul Thakur gets his first opportunity. He'll be bowling from the pavilion end. He was the last player picked, as it were, instead of Ravichandran Ashwin. We spoke a lot about that in our build-up, Harsha, that Ashwin...
You can talk about it for the rest of the test match.
Yeah, I'm sure we will. Ashwin, I acknowledge the averages 39 in what in India call SENA countries, so South Africa, England, New Zealand, Australia. I know that his strike rate's not too handsome either, but leaving out the #1 bowler in the world with the mental edge he's always enjoyed against Australia, it does seem like a massive call.
And so he'll have to bowl really well, because he knows that this is Ashwin's spot.
Yeah.
But now imagine, I think India decided they win the toss, they're going to field first. And if you're fielding first, you don't want your spinner bowling in the first hour of the game.
Thakur, number 54 in his shirt. His first delivery here to Labuschagne. 2.5 slips. Bowls here. And leaving alone late, so I say 2.5. I'd call it first slip, second slip, fourth slip, thereabouts, maybe fifth slip.
I just wondered if half a person was standing there.
So Thakur, who made twin 50s against England here back in 2021. An impressive performance in South Africa the winter after that. A 7-wicket bag in an Indian victory. Of course, a half-century against Australia at the test you might remember, Harsha, at Brisbane a couple of years ago.
It's a test match that I think no Indian will ever forget. But very different conditions, not as much overhead, but the clouds are clearing.
And Thakur, that first ball just shaped away nicely, watching it back on the replay for tyre power end of financial year sale. Bowls again, Labuschagne leaves. It's a bit fuller, easier to shoulder arms to.
And I'll tell you what else I'm enjoying about today's game is the number of people here for a test match. England, I believe, is the world's home of test match cricket. I hope it's not the world's last home of test match cricket, because it is a format that is in duress, but it's wonderful to see, and that is why this position we're in outside, just looking at cricket lovers all around us, is fantastic, because I've been to too many test matches now where there's very little coming through the effects microphone. So this is wonderful to see.
Yeah, it's a celebration of test cricket, and test cricket needs it. Thakur close to the stumps, bowls to Labuschagne, bat and pad close together, inside edge out to square leg, no single, well bowled, and in the end well played. Yeah, you say under duress, I think that's the right term, isn't it? That we've got this beautiful beast to the World Test Championship, 9 sides playing in it over the last 4 years, but the Future Tours program has got it built in, don't get me wrong, but the number of test matches is receding or reducing outside of what was previously known as the Big Three. Look at South Africa, the Windies, Sri Lanka, even Pakistan. It's not pretty.
I love how you let that slip in, what was previously known as the Big Three.
Oh, we could talk about that all day if you want. Thakur bowls and beats Labuschagne. That's done loads. That's what the new Dukes can do early on. That was through the air more than off the surface as well, Harsha.
His natural ball is the outswinger. It's a ball that just comes naturally to him. He bowls it. He can bowl that ball all day. And in these conditions, it will help him. It will keep moving all day.
Oh, yeah.
And he's got good bounce. He's got good carry on this one. And that's all Rohit Sharma will want of him. Just keep doing that every single ball. Bowl that on a length. Keep doing that every ball. That's good enough. One will take the edge.
That's a great start. Labuschagne missing a couple. Bowls again. Fuller drives it down the ground. Beats mid on. Straight of him down towards the pavilion. Man versus ball, and ball will win. So a boundary for Labuschagne, taking him up to 16. Australia 1 for 38 with 1 ball left in the 14th over. Nicely played. Didn't overhit it.
It's a rare boundary.
Shorted. How many today so far, Longy?
4th of the day, minus Labuschagne's first boundary.
Not very Bazball, is it?
No, there was a time when the 3s were more than the 4s.
Yes.
Isn't it fabulous to see distant boundaries where hitting a 4 is an accomplishment and hitting a 6 is something that is not easy to do at all? In fact, I read somewhere they do, 2 6s a day or something like that here? Something like that, Phil?
As in 2 6s a day at the Oval?
Yeah, 2 or 3, that's it.
Taku to complete his first over. Labuschagne from the leg stump line pushes to mid-wicket, end of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Beaumont Tiles Huge Shale, Australia 1 for 38 with Warner 21 and Labuschagne 16.
Hi, I'm Dylan, a family lawyer with Aitken Partners. I know separation and divorce are tough because I've been there myself. I know how daunting each step is, and I'm here to help you. Aitken Partners can help with a range of other issues too, from divorce and wills and estates to business and property issues, including litigation, employment law, and creating, buying and selling businesses. We want to help you live your best life. So call us on 8600 6000. That's 8600 6000.
Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of McCafe. Our leading run scorer so far today is David Warner for DSE Trucks, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. Adam Collins, Harsha Bhogle with you on the call as Umesh Yadav sets off to start his second over. Away from us, over the wicket, Warner driving the cover, doesn't beat cover. Jadeja in there. No, Pujara in there at cover, the veteran, but enjoying his work at Sussex. 3 centuries already this year in the county championship. They came in a row. Yeah, we were talking in the previous over about where Test cricket might be moving, the direction of travel, and feeling as though it's becoming under greater duress financially in some parts of the world. We kind of need a big celebration this week. Shot in the arm. Bowling again to Warner off the back foot, punching through point, out across the practice pitches here at the Oval. All the way to the rope it goes. Warner up to 25. Good start from him. He's faced 40 balls, 1 for 42.
That's a second over in a row he's conceded a boundary. 1 of the front foot, 1 of the back. And on this ground, you punch off the back foot. It's your ground, isn't it? With these pitches, it's the biggest square in the world, I think.
Yep.
And therefore, it's not a square. It's just a very long rectangle. But then you get onto the practice pitches, so there's nothing to stop the ball. It's hard surface of the ball all the way through. It's the longest set of pitches that I've seen on any ground in the world, especially for all of you listening in Australia. We have drop-in pitches now.
There might be 2 or 3 for a whole summer. Umesh bowls and Warner sees fit to leave alone from a similar line and length. Yeah, the cliched as it is, the square goes all the way across. You get value for your shot square of the wicket at the Kia Oval.
Why is Warner leaving the ball like Smith? That's the second time I've seen him do that.
Yeah.
But he's coming into zone. This is a very important test match for David Warner because he's made public his intention of playing through the Ashes and then finishing off in the home series. And if he's got to go that far, he's got to be good enough to be picked in an Australian side that far. It's good for him that there isn't a very strong immediate contender for that position. I just wonder if it comes to that and Warner is not scoring enough runs, whether you might want to say, okay, Labuschagne will open, we'll get someone else to bat at 5, or maybe Travis Head goes up and opens, maybe something like that. But this is an important occasion for David Warner. I dare say more than any other Aussie batter from a personal point of view.
Kind of reminds me, David Warner, of it being 2 in the morning at a nightclub.
Go on.
Umesh bowls and Warner punches again off the back foot across those aforementioned practice pitches, and the result is the same. Into the rope in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Warner to 29, Australia 1 for 46, well played. But that is help yourself stuff for a player who's always loved it there. I think you get to a point of a night when you're on the dance floor and you're like, if there are 2 more bad songs in a row, I'm going home. Warner can't afford to have 2 bad test matches or he's going home. That'll be it. He'll need to have every second test, he'll need to make a decent contribution.
Needs to have a word with the DJ saying, play my kind of music. It's his kind of music actually at the moment where Umesh Yadav is pitching the ball, because Warner in his sleep is a great player of the back foot.
Umesh needs to bounce back here. Warner again over the top of the cordon. That's the Warner of old. 3 boundaries in the over, taking Australia beyond 50. The counter-attack has started in earnest. Warner into the 30s in a hurry.
And straight away, I think Mohammad Siraj is coming up to have a word with him, because it seems so long ago already that Australia were playing, missing, edging, whatever, and sort of getting 20 odd in the first hour. Now they're motoring. And that's why I said at the start of Umesh Yadav's spell that what the third seamer does is so critical. And we've seen it so often when Indian teams have come to this country. You had Srinath, Venkatesh Prasad, and then suddenly the pressure went away. And that is the reason Umesh Yadav's been picked in the side. Keep the pressure, pick up wicket. He's had very, very little bowling behind him, even with the white ball.
6 boundary for Warner. Facing up again, 3 in the over. They got the backward point out, but he places it in the same direction. 4 more. 4 fours in the over for Warner. 16 runs coming from it. He dashes up to 37 into the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Beaumont Tile Shoes Shale, Australia 1 for 54.
RJ Sanderson and Associates are accountants and taxation specialists. Individuals, companies, trusts and self-managed super funds. Take the stress out of tax returns, financial statements, bookkeeping and BASs. rjsanderson.com.au.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
Our first session's for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, to drink wise, and that might be our Macca's moment of the session. Macca's, I'm loving it. It's a new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's. 4 fours in the over. Phil Long.
Yeah, and the first of those 4s, which I'll come to in a moment.
Tacker starts his second over. Labuschagne, 2 slips behind him, gets forward to defend.
The first of those 4s took David Warner into top 30 all-time run test scores. He went past Kevin Peterson. He's not Kevin Peterson now, the top 30.
I must meet KP. KP, where are you? Warner's gone past you. And to think that here's a player who thought he'd never play red ball cricket, hadn't made the New South Wales first-class side, when he was told he'd be a great test match player. And he's been a great test match player. I mean, you look at Warner, you look at his fantastic record in white ball cricket, but Warner's has been one of Australia's great test match openers. And there's 2 of them next door, Hayden and Langer, but I think he sits in that company.
Labuschagne batting well outside his crease to mitigate any movement. There isn't any here. Leaves alone into the gloves of KS Bharat. It's a fair point. I mean, I wonder whether, if you look at Warner's record in totality, he might actually be a snifter underrated as a test opener, averaging in the high 40s. What's he up to now? 24 test tons, Longy, in that vicinity. I wonder whether, if you step back and zoom out, how we might view David Warner's career in 20 years from now. It might be affected by the fact that Langer and Hayden came before him.
25 tons.
25
we
test
did him
tons.
that one, yeah.
Tacker up to Labuschagne. There's that movement. Labuschagne leaves it alone, watched it all the way into the gloves.
Don't forget, too, that once a player retires, he starts becoming a better player with every passing day. So Warner will become a great after he retires, too. But it's getting to that stage in the game. It's still very early, but Rohit Sharma's sitting there thinking, I won the toss, I put them in. Did I do the right thing? Should I have backed my openers to play themselves in? Is it going to keep moving like this all day? Am I going to have to keep going back to Shami and Siraj? Can I coax a great spell out of Umesh Yadav? It's only 54 for 1. But I just wonder if the thoughts are starting.
Tacker passes umpire Illingworth, bowls to Labuschagne, little play and miss. Tried to dab it down to almost third man, but no contact made. Oohs and ahs behind the wicket. I mean, if you bowl on a day like this, you need probably 3 to justify having bowled first before lunch.
Definitely.
Yep.
But the moment I said that, look how well Shardul Thakur has bowled. I think Thakur has done everything that you want from a third seamer so far. He's got that outswing going. He's got the batter playing and missing. So he's done everything. And he's got the right-hander to bowl to all along. There's not been much rotation of strike.
So Tacker's getting it right from the pavilion end. Issues from the Vauxhall end, that's for sure. 2 balls left. Labuschagne facing up, hit on the pad, shout for leg before wicket. Umpire Illingworth keeps his finger down, and Tacker wants a second opinion straight up to Virat Kohli, who's coming in from the cordon. Rohit Sharma will be consulted as well. They've got 3 DRS reviews at their disposal. 5 seconds to go, makes the T sign. We're going upstairs. Our third umpire this week is Richard Kettleborough. For IMAR Insurance, the tradies mate, call 13-IMAR. Now, we'll just try and get this right. Bear with me for a moment on the faders. We'll probably, in a moment, hear Richard Kettleborough. Just give me a sec, see what I can do here. Playing with the buttons. Our first attempt at this through the week. Got caught on the crease. That's why they were up so enthusiastically. We'll get a replay. Talk us through it here, Harsha, before they formally go through the technology.
What has the ball done? It's straightened. Now, everything so far has left the batter. It's straightened. The question is height. Was it doing a little too much? You can see just a wee bit of the leg stump. There's no inside edge. It's missed by a fair margin. It's not out, remember. If it's only clipping the outside of the leg stump, that's not good enough.
So it'll be hitting in line with middle and leg. Above the knee roll, height will be a consideration. Not out on the field. Here we go to ball tracking. 2 reds to start. We knew that. And it will be umpire's call. So they retain the review. Labuschagne survives. It is hitting the top corner of the leg stump. So had it been given on the field and Labuschagne reviewed it, he'd be packing him. But instead, he stays on 16. Still 1 ball left in a probing over.
Just to remind a lot of people that the reason that there is an umpire's call is because we are not yet 100% certain that ball tracking is actually accurately identifying the ball to be where the projection suggests it should be. We're getting better and better. We're getting better. Earlier, if you remember, it was half the ball hitting half the stump.
Sakur close to the stumps to finish. Sun's out. Now Labuschagne pushing a bit on. Wants a single sent back. Maiden complete. On the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, Beaumont Tile's huge shale. Australia 1 for 54. Warner 37. Labuschagne 16.
On the field or organising behind the scenes, you can rely on your Victor School and Sports Club supplies. Victor are proud partners of Australia's most well-known teams, including the Storm, the Demons, North Melbourne, Hawthorn, Melbourne United and Melbourne Victory. With everything from sports rubs and sprays through to first aid and trainer's gear, Victor help keep your team performing where it matters most. Sign up your club today to access fantastic benefits. Check victorsports.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket at Kia Oval for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. World Test Championship final. Sun is really out now, turning into a lovely day. Still a bit cool. Grass still very much live on the surface. And Umesh Yadav, with 19 on his back, needs to fire up. 16 taken from his previous over. That's what Harsha Bhogle for 1 more over as well. Warner, 2 slips. In behind it, defending out to extra cover.
Who's that Chris Gale lookalike behind us?
Well, I took a photo of him the other day. I'm not sure if you saw it. We played a game of cricket, not far from here actually, in Dulwich. The Oval Dream Boys Australian 11 against the Oval Dream Boys England 11. Ashes warm-up. And Bharat contributed to a 58-run 10th wicket stand. He made 3 of them, I think. And then he took 4 for 35 and nearly dragged us over the line. Not quite, but the photos of him, he does look like Chris Gale, doesn't he?
4 for 35. Was he umpiring himself and giving them LBWs?
I was like Max Walker. Wrong foot. Umesh bowls and Warner carves out to deep backward point where there is now a sweeper in front of the Bedser stand. Gets a single, 1 for 55. He's up to 38.
Let's see if Umesh Yadav's happier bowling to the right-hander because now there's been a single. So let's see if he's happier. Just watching on that replay again, he's consistently, Labuschagne has been standing a step or 2 outside the stumps. And that's a pretty normal practice when the ball is swinging around. You try and cut the swing. The counter is, of course, that you play as late as you want, so you stay in your crease, to each his own. But I think Shardul Thakur has bowled magnificently in that little spell so far. India looking at 56, 55 for one, saying, Australia look at 55 for one and say, okay, add a wicket or 2 to that. How does that look? And that doesn't look very good either. So just different perspectives.
It's been hard work here on day 1 at the Oval for a couple of years. Phil talked about the South Africa Test here last year, but also in domestic cricket. Up to the crease here, Umesh bowls to Labuschagne, his shoulders, arms. I did the Surrey-Kent game here 2 or 3 weeks ago, and at one point Kent were about 120 for 8 on the first day. Heaps of movement. I think Middlesex were knocked over for 200 on day 1 on the pitch next to this one. That was the week before. So it's been the type of venue where runs have become easier to get deeper into the match.
Did you have to go to a museum to spot a spinner?
You do.
I'm told 1 wicket out of 100-odd wickets this year in the 3 games.
They're not picking them. They're not picking spinners here at the Oval this year. That might have informed India's decision-making process this morning. Shorter of a length, rears up, hits Labuschagne on the shoulder of the blade, down to 3rd slip, much better. Labuschagne enjoying a smile. The second time he's been hit up around his glove. We'll get a second look for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Did it get to his glove?
It's funny, isn't it, when you're not playing at your best, and that's got him on the fingers again. When Warner's batting, the bounce seems okay. And when Labuschagne's batting, the bounce seems exaggerated. Maybe it's just that extra stride he's taking outside.
So a good response from Umesh in this over so far. 2 balls left in it. Gets to the crease, bowls here, Labuschagne in behind it, says no, strides up like Steve Smith, throws the bat in the air, all exaggerated, fully committed to the cause. This will be our last ball on together. We'll pick up our conversation later today. I want to talk to you about the Oval over the years. I want to talk to you about 1971, Chandrasekhara bowling out England. This is all ahead of us this afternoon.
How much time do we have? I spent my childhood marking out run-ups like B.S. Chandrasekhar and then taking those 2 steps early on, breaking into a stride, and then imagining my wrist was going all over, bowling leg breaks and googlies.
There's a preview for the afternoon session. Umesh to finish well wide of the off stump, taken in the gloves of Bharat. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Nikesh, Rughani, Bharat, Sundaresan jumping in, taking us through to lunch. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe Australia. 1 for 55, Warner 38, Labuschagne 16.
From the outside, there's a lot to investing. You've got to be fast on your feet, finger on the pulse, keep up or fall behind. Where do you even start? The Syfe app. Syfe is slowing down the game to help you take the guesswork out of great investing. With Syfe, you can choose from over 12,000 US and ASX stocks or simply invest in smart baskets pre-built by wealth professionals. Elevate your investing with Syfe. Download the Syfe app or visit syfe.com.au. Seek your own advice to see if this product is right for you.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. Australia then 1 for 55, 17 overs bowled so far this morning. Over rate not quite as India would like it to be, with an hour and a half of play. A slightly earlier start local time than is usual in the English summer, 10:30 a.m. local time. Shardul Thakur to continue then into David Warner, who takes a little shimmy down the track, and Thakur digs one in short. It's taken head height by KS Bharat, so Warner on the charge now, 38 from just 47 deliveries that he's faced. Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long alongside me for the next half an hour or so.
You just mentioned over 8 there. Do you remember that first session of the series out in India? 32 overs before lunch. That's what we dream of.
Yeah, no, we knew that was never going to happen again. I still dream about that session.
Thakur in once more, goes a bit fuller, and Warner's on the back foot, just guiding it down towards deep third for a single.
When we finished on time, day's play, we were out, the sun was out in Nagpur. I mean, even though we had other
what
issues
a place
with
Nagpur
accommodation.
is. What a place. We had some good times there. Bonus couple of days off.
Indeed.
To explore the sights.
Yeah.
A few nice bars that we frequented, thanks to
breweries, yeah.
Breweries,
true,
yeah. Celebrated Michael Kasparovich's birthday, didn't we, in one of those breweries?
We had a live band singing for him. If you're listening to this, Casper, sure you remember.
People queuing up for photos with him. Labuschagne back on strike then. In comes Thakur, and this is punched off the back foot beautifully past point. That's going to race away for 4 as well. Slightly away from his body there, Labuschagne, but no real pace offered by Thakur and enough width to get it away to the boundary.
This was always going to be an issue for India. When you have the likes of Umesh Yadav and Shardul Thakur, they can get you wickets, but they can go for runs as well. And you could just see as soon as that ball beat the infield, Rohit Sharma kicking the ground, just a shrug of the shoulders, threw his head back. It's a pretty ordinary delivery, a lot of width. Manas Labuschagne's batting well out of his crease. Not a lot of pace to work with for Shardul Thakur either.
Thakur in once more, and he's wrapped on the pads this time. Labuschagne, big shout for OBW. He's pleading is Shardul Thakur. He had one in his previous over, which was... they went upstairs for the review after it was given not out. It was an umpire's call, clipping the top of leg stump. Are they going to go upstairs once again? What an interesting signal that is. Rohit Sharma making the T sign with his back to the umpire, both hands behind his back. Didn't even bother to face Richard Illingworth on that occasion, but they have gone upstairs. They're going to take another look at this. 1 for 60 Australia. First thoughts, Bharat?
Again, looks like it might have done a bit too much. I keep saying he's standing so far outside his crease. There has been a decent amount of bounce on this pitch. Maybe sliding down again. Rohit Sharma was very convinced. Having said that, it's hit him much lower down the pad than the last time India went up for a DRS in the previous over. Again, it's
just above the knee roll, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it has a long way to travel, though. Front foot
Right, let's have a look now. Pitching outside of, impact in line, and wickets missing down the leg side and a little bit high as well, just past that leg stump. So one review loss there for India. Did retain the previous one, of course, with the umpire's call. That may have swayed their decision in going back upstairs once more.
Yeah, once bitten, twice shy. I still have no idea what that means, but I've heard that expression being used a lot in my lifetime. But yeah, it's going to be difficult to get an LBW with Manas batting so far out, unless it's dead straight.
Shardul is in once more. This is on off stump, and it's punched straight to point along the ground. No run, 1 for 60 still. Australia then. And remember, you can text us in on 0433 98 11 16. That is for our Australian listeners. Our New Zealand listeners can tweet us at SEN_cricket. And Tom on the text says, hey lads, love the commentary. Would love it if you could give the boys a shout out. Massive long weekend in Sorrento for Jake's birthday. Thanks, lads. Thank you very much for getting in touch, Tom.
Happy birthday, Jake.
That is a massive Jake. Long weekend. It's Wednesday.
Thakur into Labuschagne again. Very full this time. It's driven, but well fielded by Thakur in his follow through on the bounce. So end of another over. Australia 1 for 60.
Dreaming of a winter getaway? Switch your home to Red on a Qantas Red Saver plan by 29th of June for a guaranteed share of 5 million Qantas points. It's Red Energy's biggest points giveaway yet. Plus, you'll earn up to 15,000 bonus Qantas points when you sign up your electricity and gas to Red. Call 131 806 or visit Red Energy for details. T's and C's apply. Energy fact sheets available at redenergy.com.au/EFS.
Back with us here live from the Oval as Umesh Yadav prepares to start a new over. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. I know how you Aussies, Bharat, your adopted country, you love your coffee, don't you?
The coffee has been very disappointing, I must say. I'm sorry, I've been here just 5 days.
In the whole of London?
In the whole of London.
Umesh into Warner, and it's left alone outside off stump.
Maybe I'm not staying in the right part of London to get my hands on good coffee. Though I did go into a tea house yesterday and I asked them, is it a crime to ask for a cup of coffee in a tea house? And she looked at me very sternly and said, yes, we don't do coffee.
Quite right. So, you didn't do the Lord's Test, England-Ireland. You weren't here for that. There's a particular coffee brand which takes over the media centre there as Umesh comes in once more, and this time Warner defends back down the track for no run. They've got a shop in West London, so whenever I've done a lot of work for a corporation, another corporation, broadcasting corporation in Great Britain.
British-based.
I think I've given it away there. Quite near their headquarters.
Right.
And the stuff that's in coffee that sort of gives you the boost with a K instead of a C.
Yeah.
That particular brand. So
we're
not going to be naming here.
All right, yeah.
Very, very good.
Oh.
Excellent coffees. Umesh in once more. This one rises from just short of a length. Warner negotiates it well into the offside. No run. So yeah, they take over the sort of the coffee area at Lord's every time there's an international match on. And I'll tell you what, that hits the spot, Bharat. So you do a Lord's Test in the Ashes.
For sure.
And you'll be checking that out.
And also look forward to more subtle ambush marketing from you, Nikesh Rughani.
Indeed.
Oh, but I think Australians, when they come to England, moan about the coffee the way we used to moan about the beer.
In comes Umesh again, and this one almost chops Warner in half, really. He was setting up to cut that one. A little bit of movement into the left-hander there, so probably just too close to play that shot. In the end, whizzes past his bat through to KS Bharat for no run. Yeah, the beers. I mean, come on, Bharat, you've got to agree with that, haven't you? I know you're not much of a beer drinker. You're a wine man, aren't you? Red wine man.
Indeed. Living in the Adelaide Hills as well now, so surrounded by vineyards.
It was an interesting experience ordering wine in Nagpur, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
Even in Delhi, to be fair, when I took a sniff of your glass as Umesh comes in, and again Warner leaves this one alone just outside off. Very vinegary. I mean, it was almost like just pure vinegar. That one in Delhi, which I took a sniff off. In Nagpur, there was a point in the evening where they served you your third or fourth glass on an evening. And, you know, it was a nice evening. The vibe was good in that rooftop bar that we were in. Had a couple of ice cubes in it, in red wine.
Look, all I'll say about the wine I had in Nagpur in Delhi was it was red in color.
It was.
And it was a liquid, sort of.
And it had some sort of alcohol in it, didn't it? Umesh, final ball of the over. Again, just rises from short of a length. Warner defends into the leg side. And there is no run. Warner survives. He's still on 39 from 54. Labuschagne 20 at the other end. And Australia 1 for 60.
Look, it's the orange Signet team for me. They look powerful. I love what the Signet Boost Power Bank brings to the table. The captain of the side. Reliable, consistent, goes all day and is a crowd favourite. Then every side dreams of having a versatile player like this one, the Signet 12-volt car jump starter. Ultimate team player, never sees a lot of game time, but when required, comes off the bench and gets everyone up and about. On game day, power every moment with Signet. Available at major retailers and Signet.com.
Shardul Thakur continuing here. 2 minus Labuschagne's on the front foot. Gets a thick outside edge along the ground towards backward point, and there is no run.
Question for Bharat. India, 34 tests in a row. When they won the toss, they elected to bat. Should they have made it 35?
I mean, at this very moment, you might say Rohit Sharma is looking up at the skies and wondering if he did make the right call. But like I was alluding to in the previous over, it was always a risk with Shardul and Umesh Yadav. They have let the pressure off a little. It's been good in the last 2 or 3 overs, though.
Shardul runs in once more, delivers this time a thick inside edge from Labuschagne out towards backward square leg. Should get a couple of runs comfortably as it's fielded by Shami coming around from deep fine leg. 1 for 62.
You could make a comparison between the Gabba and the Oval, can't you, Longy and Nikesh, where often you go to Brisbane in the morning, you see what's on offer on the pitch. You could be cloudy at times on day one, and you take that gamble of bowling first. And then as soon as the first hour rolls out, the sun breaks out, and then you start regretting it, unless you have 3 wickets to show for it, which India don't this morning.
Shardul then delivers just short of a length this time, defended by Labuschagne to mid-off.
And they often say about English wickets, don't they? Don't look up, look down.
Yeah. Look around. And I think maybe also the fact that you look at Australia's bowling attack, and I'm not saying India took the defensive option here, but maybe that also played into his mind. Except Cheteshwar Pujara, all the other Indian batters are coming straight off the IPL, don't forget.
Shardul goes full this time. It's driven, but fielded there at mid-on. No run once more. They've come off the back of the IPL, and it's I mean, look, India did create some opportunities in that first hour, hour and a half, and it could have quite easily been 2 or 3. There was a close LBW shout from Shardul Thakur just a couple of overs ago. Umpire's call, so had that been given out on field, that would have been another wicket there for the Indians, and, you know, a couple just rising sharp off a length, few beating the outside edge and things like that. So there have been opportunities created, but the Aussies have played well ultimately, and they've made their luck in a way. They've deserved their luck.
I mean, I was joking about this in our earlier stint together, but this is a sign that traditional test batting still works in English conditions. Right? They've earned the right to get these loose runs. Umesh Yadav, that over where he went for 4 boundaries, it was loose bowling, and David Warner picked him off because he survived that tough spell in the first 50 or so minutes.
Yeah, and the run rate now, 62 from 19.4 overs. We're above 3 and over. You know, traditionally, that's test match run scoring, isn't it?
Yeah. And what was at the end of the 10th over, I'm sure they were well below 3 and 0, weren't they, Longy?
Yeah, 22 for 1 at the end of 10.
So, and that's just classic test batting, right?
And in pre-Bazball era, this would have been, you know, pretty good going in the first session. Plenty of cloud cover, obviously, to start the match as well.
Interesting that KS Bharat has gone up to the stumps to Shardul Thakur. I think it is to stop Manas Labuschagne from staying outside his crease. Maybe try to trap him LBW. Twice India have missed out on that.
To the stumps as Shardul runs in, delivers, and Labuschagne's forward and defending. Playing with a lot more assurance now. Manas Labuschagne had a tricky spell after he was hit on the fingers earlier on from a sharp rising delivery from Mohammad Siraj. Was leaving the ball a little bit early on, but not with the same extravagance or confidence that he usually does, and now just even with those forward defensive shots, just more authority about them. 18 dot balls to Shardul Thakur from Marnus Labuschagne so far in this innings, and he pulls away as Thakur runs in to bowl the final ball of the over. Again, some movement somewhere in the vicinity behind the bowler's arm. I'm not quite sure where it was. I think it was maybe on the top tier of that stand, the old pavilion on the far side of the ground, and Labuschagne just picking up on things that most normal people wouldn't.
And funnily enough, generally it's the fielding team that get bothered by the batter getting distracted by things that they can't see, but it's David Warner who's getting more bothered by Marnus Labuschagne pulling away that time.
Yeah, get on with it. We're in a good flow here. Final ball of the over then coming up. Thakur into Labuschagne. It's defended into the leg side, and there is no run. So another over down. First session here in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, Drinkwise. Australia 1 for 62.
Kia EV6 GT. A sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. The Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Umesh Yadav into David Warner. It's Fawley's forward defending, and Yadav fields that one in his follow-through. Nikesh Rughani alongside Bharat Sundaresan and Phil Long as we edge ever closer to lunch. Still 13 and a bit minutes remaining until that first interval.
And Marnus Labuschagne has moved to his third chewing gum of this innings. I always worry when he just chucks away the one that he has been chewing. Mohammad Shami, funnily enough, is walking in the same direction where that gum was used, chewed up gum was just thrown.
Umesh in once more, and this is tucked off the hip of Warner down towards fine leg for a single. SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And Bharat, what's been the Macca's delivery of the day so far? Best ball bowled so far?
I think you have to go with the setup and the wicket delivery from Mohammad Siraj to Usman Khawaja. Used this crease beautifully, did Mohammad Siraj, and set Usman Khawaja up. Kept attacking his stumps and then just got one to just slide away from Khawaja, making him play. Maybe in hindsight, Usman Khawaja could have left alone, but it was a setup that mattered. So, yeah, that would be my pick.
Umesh runs in again, delivers into Labuschagne, who defends into the leg side. And there is no run. And as it edges closer to the lunch interval here, we're all getting a bit peckish. I know Bharat and I were trying to fill ourselves up on croissants earlier on. But if you are listening over in Australia, remember, you can order a Macca's. You can order via the McDelivery on the My Macca's app. So do stay with us. Get your late night takeaway sorted, your burger or whatever you fancy.
Munchy time.
Absolutely. Umesh delivers outside off this time. That's well left alone by Labuschagne, who's still batting quite a bit outside his crease there.
Definitely a mission to get hold of one of those croissants this morning, wasn't it?
Oh, it certainly was. Yesterday I was accused of stealing chicken in the lunch area.
Not a chicken.
Not a chicken. Just so I asked for the quinoa, got 4 kilos of it on my plate, which I didn't ask for. And then I said, oh, what about the chicken? And very reluctantly I was given the chicken and said, you're only allowed to eat one of the two.
Umesh steams in once more, and this is defended again by Labuschagne back down the pitch.
It doesn't take me too long to get into trouble generally on tour, so I'm a marked man.
Yes, I think so. Although, I mean, look, in India it wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
We were very well looked after, certainly the 2 tests that I was there, Nagpur and Delhi.
Oh, sensationally so, yeah.
Mr. Sodhi, wasn't it, in Delhi?
Oh, legend. The post-day's play review sessions that he would have with his staff.
Umesh goes onto the pads this time of Labuschagne, who flicks fine for 4. There was a fine leg fielder in place, but he was way too square for that. That was very fine inside edge, deliberately played there by Labuschagne to finish off another over. So Australia 1 for 67. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
Are you ready to start something? Do what you love? With 38 free TAFE courses and over 130 nationally recognised qualifications, including automotive, electrical, light and heavy vehicle mechanics, come to Kangan Institute, the Australian Large Training Provider of the Year 2022. No ATAR needed. It's time to unleash you at Kangan Institute. Call 13 TAFE to apply now or visit kangan.edu.au. Eligibility criteria applies. Some or all of this training is delivered with Victorian and Commonwealth Government funding. RTO 3077.
With us here at the Oval, this first session of the first day of the World Test Championship final in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Shardul Thakur then to continue. He's going to come round the wicket here to the left-handed David Warner. So remember, Paul Sebastiani is going to take you through the lunch break. And you can get in touch. 1300 736 736 to have your say on this first session. Shardul into Warner, who defends into the offside, and there is no run.
Good start to the summer for David Warner, though. You'd think, yeah, and a couple of iffy moments for him. The ball from Siraj just almost had him edging behind the wickets. But overall, he's middled a lot of deliveries. He's played late. He spent a lot of time in the nets ever since he arrived here from the IPL.
Thakur in once more. Very full this time, too full and driven past extra cover and all the way to the boundary for 4. Lovely follow through there from Warner. Didn't try and overhit it as well, just timed it. It was in the slot. Genuine half volley just outside off and put away.
Classic David Warner. How many times have we seen him do that? A little bit of width, right and full, just front foot out. Powered it through the covers. This is very loose bowling from Shardul Thakur and Umesh Yadav. They've really let India down. They've let their fast bowling partners down the way they bowled largely in the last 8 or so overs. Yeah, there have been a couple of LBW calls, too many boundary deliveries, and David Warner and Manus Labuschagne made the most of it.
2 4s before drinks. There's been 9 since.
Sums it up, doesn't it, Longy?
I think so.
Shardul will persist coming round the wicket here. And he is, and this one's left alone just outside off by David Warner. Wonder what is on the menu for lunch today, Bharat?
Yeah, it wasn't being set up while I was down there.
Well, I hope we're getting
I hope no chicken.
Otherwise we'll be on the McDonald's app as well.
Oh, surely.
Delivery.
Jadeja seems to be warming up. Maybe we'll get an over or 2 from him. I'm sure already social media would be questioning the decision to drop R. Ashwin or leave him out.
It's a recurring theme, Bharat.
It is,
India
right?
have been here every year since 2019, bar 2020. And apart from one of those years, they've played test matches in England. And it's just a recurring theme. Ashwin doesn't play. Ashwin doesn't play. In 2018, he played a little bit more. Didn't play the entire series. But Jadeja is the go-to man as Thakur comes in. He's short this time down the leg side, and is there a feather on that? Bharat takes it low down to his right. What a catch that is. Warner is on his way. Umpire Illingworth raises his finger. And this is the thing we always say about Shardul Thakur, isn't it? He did it on this ground against England a couple of years ago. Looks so innocuous for long spells. And then just when you least expect it, with not the best delivery as well, it has to be said. It was short. It was a bit of a long hop. And he makes the crucial breakthrough. Warner just getting a bit of glove on that. And what a catch that is from KS Bharat. That is the reason he's in the side ahead of somebody like an Ishan Kishan.
I think that could well be the best moment of KS Bharat's very nascent test career. Sensational catch down the leg side. He had a long way to travel. It was low to his right. Clasped it a little bit above the ground. And then just went for a victory lap. You summed it up, Nikesh. Shardul Thakur, the consummate wicket taker, isn't he? He finds ways. I don't think he means to take wickets at times, but ends up taking wickets. It's sort of a nothing ball down the leg side. David Warner would be really disappointed. Not so much with himself. Maybe could have left it alone, but followed the ball. He's got a feather off his glove. And KS Bharat, the moment of the test match so far.
And India is celebrating that wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
David Warner, 43 from 60 balls, and in the end, 8 fours.
Steve Smith arrives to the crease to a few boos from the large Indian contingent here. SEN Test Cricket, of course, in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie, and this first session in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. It was on this ground, actually, Bharat, wasn't it? If you remember, in the 2019 World Cup when India beat Australia in that group match, Virat Kohli, the Indian captain at that stage, was trying to calm down and basically put his finger to his lips when the Indian fans were booing Steve Smith, saying, no, you should be clapping somebody like him. He's a legend of the game. All to do with Sandpaper Gate, of course, and Smith coming back into the side. Thakur into Smith then, first delivery, left alone outside the off stump, and Smith immediately with that extravagance, taking a couple of shimmies down the track as well.
Steve Smith averaging just the small matter of 97.75 at the Oval.
He's never batted here in June, though, in a test match.
That is true. Nobody has. I mean, except David Warner, Usman Khawaja and Manas Labuschagne so far.
Of course. Well, he has now. He's faced one delivery and he's not out.
And one delivery again, just shimmying out of this pitch, like he said, and KS Bharat is up to the stumps.
He is, helmet on. Bharat standing up then. Thakur comes in. Final delivery of the over is just tucked around the corner by Smith for a single. He gets himself off the mark. 22 overs gone then on day one here. Australia 2 for 72. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
Sustained performance in footy is more than just one great game. It's about playing consistently game after game, season after season. Host Plus has delivered strong performance over the long term with top returns over 20 years. A top performing super fund over the long term, that's a plus. Issued by Host Plus Pty Limited. Super Ratings SR50 Balance Index January 2023. General advice only. Consider the relevant Host Plus PDSMT&D at hostplus.com.au. Past performance is not a reliable indicator of future performance. Search Compare Host Plus today.
SEN Test Cricket back live at the Oval in association with Tyre Power. End of the financial year sale as well, so do check out Tyre Power, and also in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Steve Smith then marking his guard here as he prepares to face up to Umesh Yadav. Could possibly be the final over before the lunch interval. I think Steve Smith making doubly sure of that, just taking his time, facing up to the first delivery. Umesh running in, delivers, and this is outside off stump, well left alone by Smith, who leaves alone and then shadow bats a forward defensive as well. Just another option he may have taken to that delivery.
Yeah, big over coming up. In the context of this match, Steve Smith would have wanted to have a quiet lunch, not spend these 7 or 8 minutes that he's had to now out in the middle. India have a little opening. Australia were running away with the game. Shardul Thakur has given them some respite. Umesh Yadav needs to be on target. They put a leg slip in. It's been a tactic, a very wide leg slip as well at that.
Leg gully almost, isn't it?
Yeah.
As Yadav comes in, and Smith off the inside edge. He leaves one alone, and well, in fact, it's come off his arm. So he wasn't playing his shot at that. He was looking to leave that one alone, and if you're looking to leave it, and well, I suppose he wasn't taking evasive action as such. In fact, it's off the hip in the end and down towards fine leg, so it doesn't take the leg by.
This is a strategy that Ravi Shastri and Bharat Arun had used a lot when India travelled to Australia last time around, to stop Steve Smith scoring freely.
Umesh is a bit fuller this time and defended by Smith into the leg side, and there is no run.
Because if you see the field, there's 2 slips or 3 slips and 2 men in the offside. Jadeja at point and Rohit Sharma in the covers with conscious attempt to stymie him, and the leg side field in. Square leg, mid-on, fine leg, and that leg gully we spoke about.
Umesh charges in once more past the umpire, delivers, and Smith defends back down the pitch, and there is no run. We've got a text in here saying, hi boys, question for Bharat. With India producing so many good fast bowlers now, why do they continue to dish up those dry dust bowl pitches back at home? That's from Scott in Quakers Hill in Sydney.
Thanks for the question, Scott. Basically, the fast bowlers are for when they travel away from home. It's like the traveler's check we used to use back in the day. It's a foreign currency card, basically. That's what the fast bowlers are for Indian cricket these days.
Umesh goes onto the pads of Smith, who tucks this one down towards long leg. It's a little bit away from the fielder this. There was a thought of 2 initially, but keeps it down to the single.
But it is a good question, though. You're right. I think it started a few years ago where they just decided that on home soil, we're going to play to our advantage, which is we have such world-class spinners in Ashwin and Jadeja. And interestingly enough, though, in domestic cricket, there was a push around 10 years ago to have more green tops, to produce more fast bowlers, which they have been successful with, for sure. But when it comes to Test cricket, yeah, that's been the way they've gone. But has helped India, though, when they played away from home, and Manas is distracted again by something. Umesh Yadav not very happy. Steve Smith, unlike David Warner.
Must have been a bird flying above the stand.
Oh, it's the security guard.
Oh, in fact, that was pretty close to the sight screen. So we'll allow that. There's a couple of doors either side, which are painted in white, and one of the security guards, thinking it's the lunch interval, probably, just pops his head out. Right, final ball before lunch is full. It's driven only as far as short extra cover. It's well negotiated by Manas Labuschagne. So that will be that. Very poor over rate, it has to be said. Just the 23 overs possible in that first session. Australia 2 for 73. And Bharat, you've got to say, just briefly, Australia will be very happy with this after being inserted.
Extremely happy. I mean, the ball wasn't doing a lot, but it was testing to bat out there in the first 45 to 50 minutes. They lost Usman Khawaja early without scoring. And there were a few nervy moments for both Manas Labuschagne and David Warner, but they survived that opening burst from both Shami and Siraj. And then they fed on some of the loose stuff that came their way from Umesh Yadav and Shardul Thakur. And for a team that won the toss and immediately decided to feel like Rohit Sharma's India did, they would think that maybe they missed a trick or two with that new ball. Maybe they could have bowled better, at least more consistently, which they did not. They would take that bonus wicket of David Warner for sure, so that it doesn't mean that Australia have it is completely Australia's session.
Yep, wicket each then for Mohammad Siraj and Shardul Thakur. David Warner is so far the leading run scorer in association with DSE Trucks, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. He made 43 from the 60 balls he faced so far. Manas Labuschagne and Steve Smith will resume after lunch. This is SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Paul Sebastiani is going to take you through the lunch break. You can contact him on 1300 736 736 to have your say. Australia then 2 for 73 after that first session. We'll be back with you live from the Kia Oval for the start of the second session.
3 slips. Siraj to Khawaja, edged and gone! Straight into the gloves of KS Bharat. Khawaja's gone for a duck. First blood for India. It's 1 for 2. Keep the same field. 3 slips of gully over the wicket. Delivers, and Warner goes back to cut and gets it over the cordon on the bounce. Runs there. Warner's first boundary, our first boundary of the Test match. 1 for 13. Up to 9 from 17 balls. A high score of 85 here at the Oval, Warner, which was in 2015, the final test of that series. His 4th test on this ground. That was the last time Australia won back in 2015. Then sort of 6 wickets. Before that, it was 2001. Before that, it was 1972. Then it's released.
Umesh Yadav's bowled well in his last test match.
Delivers here. His second ball to Warner. Drives him out through the covers with style. His back pad was kissing the turf as contact was made. 4 runs added for David Warner, who advances to 21. Australia 1 for 34. That didn't look like it had a lot of pace in it. Shot in the arm. Rolling again to Warner off the back foot, punching through point. Out across the practice pitches here at the Oval. All the way to the rope it goes. Warner up to 25. Good start from him. He's faced 40 balls. 1 for 42.
That's a second up go on.
Umesh bowls and Warner punches again off the back foot across those aforementioned practice pitches, and the result is the same. Into the rope in front of the Archbishop Tennyson School. Warner the 29. Australia 1 for 46. Well played, but that is help yourself stuff for a player who's always loved it there. I think you get to SEN Test Cricket for Maccas, the World Test Championship final live from the Kia Oval. Adam Collins with you, Bharat Sundaresan, Phil Long with me as we wait for the players to return in the second session of this World Test Championship final to begin. Australia 2 for 73 at the first break after just 23 overs. That contrast to our first test at Nagpur earlier this year where 32 were sent down. Marnus Labuschagne is still there on 26 with Stephen Smith on 2. They've put on 2. The wickets to fall, as you heard in the highlights there. Usman Khawaja caught behind from the bowling of Siraj in the 4th over of the test. Out for a duck from 10 deliveries. It was 1 for 2. Then David Warner was out about 10 minutes before lunch. Also caught behind, but down the leg side from the bowling of Shardul Thakur. He made 43 from 60 deliveries, batted nicely. At that point, the score was 2 for 72. It's now 2 for 73. Lovely afternoon. Bharat Sundaresan.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Phil. And good afternoon to everyone listening to us around the world. And it is a beautiful afternoon. The sun's out. A lot of the Indian fielders have now switched to short sleeve jumpers. It looks like Mohammad Siraj is the one who will start proceedings for us from the end where he's bowled really well from the Mickey Stewart Pavilion end.
That's right. Yes, it was the pavilion. Now it's the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. A giant in these parts of Surrey. Both the player, coach, administrator, he's done it all. The dad of Alex Stewart, of course.
Yes.
There was thick cloud cover when we arrived here earlier this morning and throughout the first session. It would have been close to putting lights on at one stage, but now barely a cloud to be seen. Lovely day here in South London, and India they're going to need to take wickets through the course of this middle session because they have elected to bowl first. The onus is on them.
I wonder if Usman Khawaja misses batting in the middle order just for today, because you're right, it was so grim when play started. No surprises that Rohit Sharma opted to bowl first. Pat Cummins did say he would have gone the same way if he had won the toss. But it's good to see traditional test batting come good, Adam. And David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne batted so well to survive that new ball spell, and then they got going in the latter half of that session.
Well, there was quite a lot of that down in the lunchroom, wasn't there? Gee, wasn't that an unusual feeling? Test cricket where it wasn't a gentle session by any stretch. It was tough going for the Australians, but yeah, 2 for 73 feels positively sedate compared to what we've been used to over here in the last 12 months.
And as we look at now, excuse me, the weather is set fair for the rest of the day, I think.
Yeah, glorious. Smith on strike. First ball of the middle session. Bouncer way over his head. KS Bharat, who had a good session, does well taking it to his left. It's still signalled a wide, so 2 for 74. A genuine loosener there for Siraj, who has 1 for 17. Make that 1 for 18 after the wide is signalled. Yeah, well, you consider how long India have been bowling for until the first innings rather at Ahmedabad. It had been 10 test matches since they needed the second new ball in any innings. I mean, they were just wrapping up games comfortably. Smith facing Siraj, leaving alone outside the off stump. So a different kind of challenge if Australia can get them into session 4, session 5, etc.
Especially in these conditions, and especially with the kind of bowling attack they have here. Ravindra Jadeja, you'd imagine, would have to bowl a lot of overs. You just plug up one end, even though they are playing 4 fast bowlers. The likes of Umesh Yadav and Shardul Thakur aren't your stock bowlers. They're not the likes who can bowl a long spell and keep things tight.
3 slips a gully, 6-3 field. Siraj bowls. Smith gets well out in front of it, defending out towards point no run. So before lunch, Smith advanced to his first delivery. That was from Shardul Thakur from this end, and it prompted a change with KS Bharat coming up to the stumps, but you won't be able to do that with Siraj, who's got an extra yard on Thakur, the all-rounder. Seeing here is bowled the quickest ball of the match so far. That's up on our screen. The tyre power, end of financial year sale. That's 144 kilometres an hour, or just under 90 mile an hour in the old money. Smith thumping the bat into the turf in that familiar fashion. Siraj to him here. Smith down the leg side, gets enough of it. Down towards deep fine leg it goes. Stop with the foot. Old school. Mohammad Siraj down there at long leg beneath us. You don't see fast bowlers sticking the boot out too often these days, and he receives a round of applause from the Indian fans out there in the JM Fin stand.
Well, you expect that from Mohammad Shami. Not saying he had a heavy lunch, but chances are he did. He's gone really fit in the last 5 or 6 years. But still, he wasn't going to bend down, and he's having a laugh to himself on the boundary. I think everybody enjoyed that.
Siraj up, bowls here. Smith leaves alone. They did take a couple, so he's up to 4. 2 for 76 is the score.
Yeah, this is real old school test cricket, isn't it? With fielding like that. Incredible.
Bharat's just going to nip out for a second and find Ravi Shastri, who's lost, which is okay. We are in a slightly unusual position here outside. We're a little bit away from the normal broadcast boxes here at the Kia Oval.
If you're in the Oval and you see Ravi Shastri, point him our way.
Well, we were trying to get his attention when we came back on air when he was returning from a TV spot on the ground. Siraj up to the crease. Smith plays with soft hands. Out to point, no run. They confirm that point after there's a little bit of a bobble. So yes, 23 overs in the first session. So Australia still up near enough to 4 and over, not quite. But the test matches we've been watching in England over the last 12 months, the run rate's been up at 6 and 7 in the first session, Phil.
Yeah, it scores around 150, 170, and not unheard of at the moment.
Here's Ravi. Siraj bowls to complete the over. It's defended down the pitch. 3 runs coming from it. 2 for 76. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe, and for the first time in the match and the World Test Championship final, I welcome the great Ravi Shastri. Hello, Ravi.
Hello, Adam. Hello, Phil.
How are you?
All good. Absorbing that first session of play. I mean, real good test match cricket that.
It's good, isn't it? It does have a certain texture to it, doesn't it? Watching a test where teams aren't trying to necessarily win it in the first session, just trying to lay a foundation.
Yeah, there's no other country in the world where players become weather experts. They get up in the morning, they draw the curtain, and it's overcast, and they say, should we bat, should we bowl? After lunch, it's beautiful like this. But how well did Warner and Labuschagne bat there?
I think Labuschagne, especially given the interrogation he got from Siraj with the short ball, a couple of whacks on the gloves.
Absolutely.
All part of the fun, but it does get better to bat here, that's for sure. Shami away from us, starts his 7th over, first of the session, and he's through him! What a ball that is! Through the gate, knocked over. Marnus Labuschagne has been castled for 26. And Shami, after the break, has made a massive breakthrough.
And the length is different. He's pitched it up. It's a beauty. Absolute beauty. It's nipped back off the seam, gone through the gate, taken the off stump. And just the start, India would have wanted straight up after lunch. There's still something there in the pitch. Get the right bowlers, hit the right areas, that is pitch it up. 6 inches further up in that first session of play.
What a response from the Indian fans here at the Kia Oval. Celebrating another wicket for Tobin Brothers' funeral, celebrating lives. There have been 3 now already inside the first 25 overs of the test match. India took the punt to bowl first, and they needed one early in the middle stanza, and they've got it. Marnus Labuschagne ever so slowly making his way back up the stairs in the Bedser stand to be replaced by Travis Head at number 5.
A real big wicket, that big wicket, because he was batting so well. And normally, as a fielding side, when you come out, you just say the batsman has to start all over again. So that first 10 minutes or so is crucial. You got to test him, and he tested him with a delivery full up, where the bat went away from the body, and the ball sneaked through once it came back off the seam.
So we saw Travis Head, Ravi, make 90 on the final day of the series at Ahmedabad, albeit on a road. A more important unbeaten 49 in indoor. So he has some degree of confidence against India coming into this. The number 6 batter in the world, according to the ICC. But that was all opening. Different job batting 5 in England.
Different job, totally, and especially on a pitch like this, where there's something there for the bowlers. You know, I think at this moment of play, as a batter, you don't think you're in. You've got to concentrate ball after ball. Forget the last ball that you play and refocus again, because the ball's still nipping around, and this pitch will quicken up, you know, as the day progresses.
So Travis Head, who was here 4 years ago, played in 4 of the 5 Ashes test matches, just 1/2 century. Shami around the wicket to him, head first, ball leaves alone in the corridor outside the off stump. Fuller again from Shami. If there was one criticism of Shami in his previous tours of England in 2018 and 2021, is that he bowled, quote, a pretty length. Well, that's a pretty length, knocking out off stump, first ball of the stretch. But your impression, having coached him, of the length he's bowled in England over the years?
Yes, he's improved over the last couple of years. That's why he tasted some success on the last tour, but still has to be consistent with that length. You're right about the pretty length. It looks good from the outside, but it looks better when you see the timber being hit.
Bowls again to Head, who's forward, defending out to cover. So they start with 3 slips, a gully for Head, conventional 6-3 field at our Vauxhall end. Head Played 9 test matches against India, average of 36, and in that 2019 Ashes series, averaged just 27, 51 at Edgbaston, but dropped for the Oval Test. So he's yet to actually play here in a test match. Missed out in the first test at Nagpur, wasn't selected inexplicably back in March, but made it count when he was in the side. Effectively replacing Warner as the opener. Shami to him here, wide of the crease, head turning through the onside, doesn't beat the man at mid-wicket, no single.
It's a kind of pitch where one wicket could lead to another. It's not easy for a new man coming out there. From India's point of view, they've done well to dismiss Warner just before lunch, Labuschagne after lunch, and if there was just a pitch map that was shown where he's gone clearly a foot closer to the batsman, and he's been rewarded straight away after the break.
Labuschagne didn't look back, seeing another replay here for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale through the gate, and he just kept walking. 2 left in the successful over. Shami bowls, head beaten outside the off stump. That just died into the gloves of Bharat. Might have brought his fingers down the seam. Nicely bowled again, giving him something to think about in that channel.
Yes, and this is an opportunity. You know, sometimes you get that door opening a bit. This is where India have to open that door furthermore, and for that they'll have to be consistent. You'll need 2 bowlers bowling well in tandem for the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so, because you can get a couple of wickets here.
So the sun beating down now. Shami on the approach, bowls here, head off the back foot, steering through the cordon. Nicely played. Off the mark with a boundary. The only runs from the over, but a wicket as well. 25 gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge shale. Australia 3 for 80. Smith 4, head 4.
Manage your people easy with MyHR. Get contracts, leave, onboarding and performance sorted. Centralise workforce data in the cloud and go paperless with employee self-service. Integrate with apps like Xero, Cloud Payroll and Job Adder. Run any process from hiring to firing with an HR expert backing you. And get on-call advice whenever you need it. All-inclusive, no lock-in contracts. Go to myhr.works for more.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Got Ravi Shastri with me, Phil Long as well. Ravi, a ground here in South London that you remember well as a player, of course, a coach too. And a chance for India to do something special over the next 5 days.
I remember both the grounds across the Thames, because we got 100 at Lord's, 100 at the Oval, and we, as a coach, we won in both places.
Beautiful. Siraj to the crease, bowls to Smith on 4. He pushes out to cut. It was a big 100 here for you, wasn't it?
Yeah, 187.
Yep. And the 2 wins here in 2021.
Oh, that set it up, because those 60 points were crucial.
Yes.
You know, for us qualifying in the end to be here back at the Oval.
In both cases, you had to come from behind. A significant first innings deficit here, and at Lord's you only had 2 sessions to bowl England out on the final day. I mean, what that does for the confidence of a side.
Yeah, tremendous. But, you know, we had that man, boom, 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 Bumrah.
Had this guy too, Siraj at Lord's, bowled so well that week. Bowling here to Smith on the back foot, defending the mid-wicket, no run. On that final day, Siraj, what a competitor. Loves to scrap.
Man, he's come a long way since then. You know, he's lively, he's matured. He understands his bowling a lot better. He knows he belongs to this stage and can get the best batsman out. And this should be a good contest with Smith as well.
So Steve Smith. So much success against India over the years. Facing here, pushing out to mid-on, no run. But more to the point, Smith at the Oval. Fabulous record here. Before this innings, 391 runs at 98.
Wow.
In 3 test matches, 2 centuries. His first test ton was here. Hit Jonathan Trott for a 6 into the pavilion back in 2013 to reach 3 figures in test cricket for the first time. And 2015 made a century here to finish the series after doing what you did. Made one across the river at Lord's and finished the series with a ton here in South London too. Taking his leg stump guard, thumping the bat into the turf. Siraj bowls, Smith turns off his hip, wide of the man at leg gully, down towards long leg. Has to be happy with 1. He's faced 17 balls for his 5. It's 3 for 81.
Yes, and he'll know that this first half an hour is important, because the Indians will come hard at him. You know, what you want to see more from India is challenging the drive. Every now and then, get it right up there. Just outside the off stump, challenge the drive. They've tasted success with the wicket of Labuschagne. Doesn't matter if it's Smith, try it.
So Siraj staying over the wicket for Travis Head. His first ball to the left-hander. Pushes him out, drives him out square. Towards point it goes and crashes into the rope in front of the Peter May stand. Lovely shot from Travis Head. 2 boundaries for his 8. 3 for 85. Didn't overhit it, just timed it.
Beautifully. And he's strong in that area. So someone strong square of the wicket on either side. This is the perfect ground to bat because it has so many practice pitches. It has practice pitches almost all the way to the boundary. Square of the wicket on either side. So you get it into the gap. It's 4 runs for the taking. That went quickly.
It does suit Travis Head, doesn't it? We saw in India, one of his best shots is the drive 3-point or the carve 3-point. So can he get going here? Nice afternoon. 2 boundaries so far. Goes back and rides the bounce out towards cover here to complete the over. Siraj has bowled 8 of them. 1 for 24. Australia 3 for 85 with Smith on 5, Head on 8, and that's all on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale.
When it comes to your car, you only get out what you put in. So put in Shell V-Power 98 Premium Fuel and get unbeatable protection. Get greater efficiency. Get even better performance. Get a change of scenery. Get out of town. Get ready. Get set. Go with confidence. And fuel the feeling with Shell V-Power. Claims compared to lower octane fuels or previous Shell V-Power fuel formulations. Visit shell.com.au for details.
Shami to Smith, new over bowls here, bouncer. And it swings after passing the batter as well. Bharat had to dive in front of first slip. He's kept well so far. Adam Collins and Ravi Shastri have been joined, well, by your old mate, Ravi, mine as well, Peter Lalor, the chief cricket correspondent of the Australian newspaper. Pete, how you going?
Good, Adam. What a beautiful day here in London.
How
Hello,
good to
Ravi.
see you, Lalor, as I affectionately call you.
Lovely to see you on neutral territory.
Yeah, boy.
Pitch speeding up a little bit with the sun out, do you think?
Yeah,
Game
quicken
sped up a bit.
It will quicken up.
Shami, our Vauxhall end. Bowls to Smith, shimmies down the track, gets something on it, goes for 4. Leg bias or bat? We'll find out in a moment. Off the blade, says umpire Gaffney. So Smith, his first boundary. He moves to 9, 3 for 89.
Yeah, if he's bowling that line, he needs a leg slip. Leg slip or just between leg slip and a leg gully. Because Smith does walk across the stumps and uses the angle. But this is a good session to bat. If you get through this first 20 minutes or so, then runs will come, as you can already see, with Head coming out to the crease.
Keen to get your recollections from 2 years ago, Ravi, when you were in charge, when India, I think it's fair to say, slipped up in the final. They were the favoured team against New Zealand, and as you point out, perfect from you, former captain, there is a leg slip now for Smith. That's where Smith was caught in the final test match here in 2019 round the corner.
Makes sense.
From this end as well. Shami bowls to Smith on 9, goes that way, tries to play the hook shot, an appeal from Shami, and also coming from square of the wicket. So the appeal was mostly from point and the bowler. Bharat didn't go up. Rohit with a decision to make. He's used the DRS twice already. I think they'll be satisfied with the decision, but they could hear something that we couldn't through our effects, Mike. It stays at 3 for 89.
It was Virat Kohli very excited. Pujara told him, calm down. Keeper said, calm down. I didn't hear anything. I mean, these top batsmen, they have something going against each other, don't they?
I'll tell you what.
He wants to see the back of Smith. When he comes out to bat, Smith will want to see the back of Kohli straight away.
If they did hear a noise, it could only be one thing, that's glove.
That's true.
So if it was based on, we'll see the snicko here, and yeah, there's no edge. There's no spike, I should say. So would have been a wasted review. Good call, Rohit Sharma. And good call, umpire Chris Gaffney. His 74th test match this week. Shami closer to the stump. Smith behind it, defending. Collected in the bowlers follow through.
I was trying to translate an interview with Virat Kohli that he'd done ahead of this series, which he did in Hindi, but fortunately there were a few subtitles to it. He nominated Smith as the danger man, you know, the experienced man, the man that he wants to get, the big game player. Calls him the best batsman of his generation.
Wow, that's an ultimate compliment,
isn't it? From your opponent, from such a good batter yourself.
Yeah, because he's fielded so much when Steve Smith has been batting.
Smith, the number 2 batter in the world, facing Shami here. In behind it again, no run. Smith, who used to have that extraordinary batting average against India, didn't he? It was up in the 80s at one stage. It's tapered off somewhat in the last couple of series. A century at Sydney in early 2021, but nothing to speak of in India recently. Phil Long's got something on that.
Yeah, that's right. Didn't pass 50 in that series in India. It was the first time that had happened.
Still, it's great to watch because he moves so much in the crease, yet his head is so still, just on point of delivery.
Averaged 29 against India earlier this year in that series. Last ball here, Shami to Smith, gets big on him. He's back and across and defending. Hit on the stickers of the bat. End of the over, 27 gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Their huge sails on now. 3 for 89, Smith's on 9, heads on 8.
Here at Astoria GWM Haval, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say they're simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Haval Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000, up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Haval, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
The majority of fans here at the Kia Oval are supporting India, that's for sure. Every time their fielders are greeted at fine leg or deep third, they're given a round of applause beneath us here. New over begins. Siraj bowls over the wicket. Head has a flash, plays and misses.
Well, he'll give you a chance. He'll give you a chance all the time. And what India have done now, they realize that his strength is square of the wicket, especially on the offside. They've got a sweeper, so they don't want to give the boundary, and they'll probe away outside the off stump because he'll give you a chance. He takes his chances as well.
They'd be very happy with their position at the moment, India, because I reckon they got the toss and the pitch wrong. And I have a feeling they might have got their team wrong too, but they've picked up 3 wickets. They're looking pretty good. When they sent Australia in, there were heavy skies, the pitch was green. You thought, oh dear, this is going to do a lot. And it didn't do much at all, did it?
There's still enough there for the bowlers.
Siraj up, bowls here, head outside part of the bat, spits out towards deep backward point where there is a sweeper. He gets 1, joins Smith on 9. It's 3 for 91. In reference to the toss, Ravi, 2 years ago at Southampton, India batted first and it didn't quite go to plan. It was a tight game, an excellent test match affected by rain, but we heard a lot from Rohit Sharma saying they didn't want to, use his words, repeat the same mistakes of 2 years ago. I think we read into that the toss and playing the extra spinner, but keen for your impressions.
Yeah, I would imagine so, because going on into the test series, we carried that forward.
Yep.
We did exactly that. We played the 4 seamers and a spinner, and we tasted success, because when it's overcast,
Siraj has got the leg gully for Smith, goes across his stumps, thigh pad down into the onside, no run.
Because if you had 2 spinners here today and you were fielding first, if Australia were going to field, but if Australia had batted, then you're starting to think, how much of spin do you want to use today? Would you want another fast bowler? Though having said that, looking at the composition of this side, without Bumrah there, then for me the straight choice would have been between Umesh Yadav and Ravichandran Ashwin. And you got to see who's the man who will give you more wickets. As simple as that. Shardul was always playing for me. In these conditions, he swings it. He can give you control.
Shardul feels like the horse for the course, as it were. Siraj bowls wider of the crease. Smith goes back, defends. For a moment, they think about a single, but there's not one there. They go back to where they started it. Yeah, it felt like Umesh is your classic first change. Shardul Thakur could have played that role and kept Ashwin, who has enjoyed such success against Australia and did play nicely in the World Cup, World Test Championship final 2 years ago.
Yeah, just seeing the colour of the surface under the grass, it's brown. I just get the feeling it might be dry down there.
We've seen pitches here. They're not using many spinners, but they do get a lot better to bat on days 2 and 3. Season so far, that's been the lived experience. Siraj bowls Smith back. That's better. Middles it. Out towards cover. Picks up speed across the pitches. They'll get 2. They'll want 3. And they'll get 3 comfortably. Moves Smith into double figures. He's 12. 3 for 96 Australia. That is in the 28th over. 1 ball to come in it.
You moved away from the 2 spinners after that Test Championship, and then you went into the series against England. But to me, in a big match like this, a Test Championship final, I want Ashwin out there. One of the one of the real competitive people.
He is, but it's again the conditions. It's again what you're looking for. You're looking to strike the right balance. Like I mentioned, if Bumrah was there, this was the right side. The real challenge for India today in picking this side would be Umesh Yadav or Ashwin. And I would have always given preference to how do I get my 20 wickets? Who's the guy who's going to get more wickets for me?
Siraj to finish the over on his leg stump head. Likes it there through mid-wicket. That's the shorter boundary this week. He'll get 4 for it. Beautifully played. So Travis Head overtakes Smith. He's 13. The vice-captain's 12. Australia at the end of the over. 3 for 97 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Hugh Shale on now.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel.
You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And our middle session is for Drink Wise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise. We're here live at the Kia Oval World Test Championship Final. We've already seen a wicket in this middle session. Marnus Labuschagne knocked over by Mohammad Shami, the first ball that he bowled of the session. Took his off stump, bowled for 26. Pete Lawler.
He just missed it, didn't he, Adam? It was an extraordinary dismissal.
Yeah, a bit of movement, full, straight, good enough. Bowls here. Smith leaves alone. That moves. Bharat's done well keeping so far. Taken in front of first slip. Bharat Sundaresan joins us too. Hello, Baz.
True, yeah. Hello, good afternoon, Adam, and good afternoon, Peter.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. Yeah, I was perplexed by the Labuschagne dismissal.
Yeah.
How did you read it?
Yeah, the front foot didn't move, and I think it was a tad fuller than what Shami has bowled to him as well. And Shami's lengths have been very impressive. We did hear Ravi Shastri speak about it.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. He pitched it up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't see enough of that early, did we?
Yeah. There is that criticism of Shami. It's kind of followed him around his career, especially in England. Bowls here to Smith across his stumps towards mid-wicket, no single. And we sort of went around on this a little bit, but the pretty length. I remember in the 21 World Test Championship final, it kept coming up on commentary that Shami beats the bat a lot, but from such a length that players can almost go inside the line, the right-handers, that is.
And we haven't seen him beat the bat today.
Yeah. No.
And I think that's a good sign in a strange way. And he's hit the pads a few times. We saw that with David Warner very early on in the piece. And now he has a wicket to show for it.
You're definitely rewarded here at the Oval, making them play, bringing the slips in to the game as well. Bowls here. Oh, that's the in-swinger. And Smith shoulders arms. It's a good leave on the basis that it's missed his off-stump, but it's done plenty. So there's been a big out-swinger and a big in-swinger so far in the over. And neither of them are his stock delivery. The wobble seam has been so far.
And I'm not sure if you guys have noticed with Steve Smith, but back and across movement is definitely back. If you remember, he'd put it away, put it aside for the express paceman of South Africa for the home summer, but I saw him working at it diligently as always in Beckenham during their training camp, and see it's very visibly back.
It's quite significant, that shift from Smith, who's facing Shami here on leg stump. Clips the pad on the way through. For a sec, Shami was going up in the appeal. Not to be. Leg by signal. Yes, it is. 3 for 99. He made quite a point of explaining to us as the written press that he changed his approach last year before the Sri Lanka series about not moving quite so much. But you're right. This is back to sort of 2015 Steve Smith in England.
Very much so. And I think there were a couple of points. I'm sure we'll discuss this in detail in the next hour as well. He was caught behind of Josh Hazlewood when they had their centre wicket practice on Saturday, their last big training session over there. And that prompted him to start working on this even more.
Shami to head. Bowls here on the off stump. For a moment wanted to leave it, ended up leaving it. He sort of got his bat down just in the nick of time to deep backward point. The sweeper's there. Head and Shami share a little laugh as they get back to where they started. 3 for 100. The score for Australia now. I think, wait, that's 3 for 99, sorry, with Head 14.
Not quite the ball to leave. No.
Yes. I mean, there are a lot of things Travis Head does as a batter which can be puzzling for some, including himself, and I think he started chuckling before even the bowler started doing that.
It's literally a case of the ball hitting the bat.
Yeah, it is.
So he's 14 from 11 so far, Head. Shami to Smith to finish. 4 catches behind the wicket. Smith advances before defending. He's done that a couple of times so far in his innings. 29 overs gone, 3 for 99. There'll be a change in commentary after the break. Nikesh Rughani replacing me, and that's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Smith 12, Head 14.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With us here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Mohamed Siraj to continue then. Looked pretty good in this spell so far. And he comes, and this is flicked away by a head just in front of mid-wicket. And that is dispatched for 4, shall we say. Into the pads. It was a little bit full. And just a flick of the wrist. Great timing, and that brings up the 100 for Australia as well. 3 for 103.
Classic Travis Head. Was there for the picking, there for the taking. I've always felt that he gives the right amount of respect to the delivery. If it's a boundary ball, he puts it away for 4. And at times, if it's a wicket delivery, he gets out to it. Right, Pete Lalor?
Well, that's the definition of a wicket delivery, isn't it? Played a lovely on drive, two overs back. Balance it's something you like to see in a batter, particularly early in their innings. It shows that their balance is right, their feet are moving.
Siraj delivers a little bit shorter this time. He tucks it off the hip, does head down towards fine leg. Shami will do the fielding. Single taken. Still bowling good pace here, Mohamed Shami.
He is, and you know the armpit area with Travis Head, in a cricketing sense, has been targeted quite a bit in Shield cricket, and even South Africa did that a lot. So I'm surprised that India haven't started off with a leg slip. Just before we get into the cricket, Pete Lalor, just as Nikesh was coming in, imagine a Mexican wave at an English test ground hosting a test match between India and Australia. This is like the most multinational thing you can ever see.
The United Nations of cricket.
Shami then, Siraj rather, into Smith, who wraps him on the midriff there. This one that jags back in off just short of a length. And Smith is crouching down, looking in a little bit of pain there. Let's take another look at the tyre plough replay, and looks pretty painful.
Yeah, I think it's one of those ones that comes on slowly. Yeah. You think, oh, that didn't hurt too bad. Just did it. And then, oh, hang on.
It's such a soft spot as well, right? I mean, it is the hard spot and just a little over the...
Very well described there.
That was brilliant, Bharat.
That's exactly
if you know, you know, right? If you know, you know.
This is the man that stands between India and this game, isn't it?
At the moment, absolutely.
Stephen Smith averages the best part of 60 in England. Incredible record, incredible time here last time. I guess that was only against England.
Siraj runs in again and goes short, and again he's hit in the midriff, this time looking to pull one away. Wasn't probably quite short enough for that shot. Just hurried him up a little bit. Not quite as painful on that occasion.
It's that uneven bounce we've seen. I mean, it was quite short, to be honest, but it did stay low. And Steve Smith immediately indicating it to nobody but himself. If you are listening to this in Australia, he wasn't speaking to the bowler, he was speaking to himself. That's what Steve Smith does.
There's been some bad behaviour from some of these deliveries in terms of bounce.
Siraj in once more. This time Smith leaves alone just outside the off stump.
So a lot of balls early, keep low, and then the odd one just take off. It's a little more consistent now.
Yeah. Labuschagne wrapped on the gloves early on, didn't we?
And there was that fiery ball that went past David Warner's shoulder.
That's right.
Off a length.
Off a length.
Yeah.
We saw others off a length almost submarine through. KS Bharat.
It's been pretty good behind the stump so far. That one really good catch down the leg side, quite low down as Siraj comes in a bit fuller this time. Smith defends to mid-on. No run once more. Australia then at the end of that over, 3 for 104.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
We are back live from the Kia Oval here on SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Shami into head, who punches off the back foot. It's well fielded in the covers there. Shardul Thakur putting in the dive. Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan alongside, and two coffee connoisseurs. Pete, you were moaning as well about not being able to find a good coffee in the UK, apart from the ones obviously that you make yourself.
I've struggled with it, Pete. It's pretty 5 days in, I'm yet to find a good coffee.
Come round to my room.
Yeah.
Brought some over from Marrickville.
Shami then continues round the wicket here. Comes in, delivers full on the pads of Travis Head, and that's gimme. That's just been flicked backward of square for 4. You don't want to bowl there to this man. He's on to 23 from just 15 deliveries. He's played a couple of those so far this afternoon. Australia now 3 for 108.
And this is why Australia love having Travis Head in the side. He's a game breaker. He's timing the ball really well. And if you bowl a full ball on his legs, that is the treatment that you'll get.
He's the Bazball factor in the Australian batting lineup, isn't he? I think he goes at a strike rate of almost over 80, averaging 52 in the last 2 years.
He's going at 153 at the moment as Shami comes in, delivers outside off this time, and that's been cut away, backward of point, and that's raced away for 4 as well. Travis Head has come out here and has counter-punched India after the wicket of Marnus Labuschagne, and in the process has gone past 10,000 first-class runs as well.
Some truths to South Australia. Get great wine, lovely weather, and if you bowl a little short to Travis Head, he'll cut you for 4. Things that only South Australia can be proud of, Pete Lalor.
Batters always liked it square of the wicket traditionally in South Australia, but I think they like it even more here at the Oval with all those wickets running from one side of the ground to the other, essentially.
Shami, how will he respond? He goes full this time, and Head looks to drive, but doesn't time that towards mid-off. No run.
Interesting that shot that went for 4. David Warner was speaking about it to the press a few days back about Travis Head's ability to play that square cut from so close to off stump, and how it's a shot that as a left-hander you need to develop when bowlers are bowling round the wicket to you. And that was a great example of that.
It's the best exponent of that cut shot I've seen since Philip Hughes.
Shami goes full once more, and this time it's just defended out towards extra cover for no run. This second session here on SEN Test Cricket, brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if drinking, drink wise. Australia now 3 for 112 on the Beaumont Tiles scorecard. Beaumont Tiles, huge sales on right now. Check them out. Beautiful afternoon it's turned into here in South London as well. Not a cloud in the sky now after a very overcast and pretty nippy morning, up to around 20 degrees Celsius. Shami delivers again, just drifting down the leg side. This time Head gently flicks it down towards long leg, helps himself to a single. Another over down. Australia 3 for 113.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
another change in bowling by the looks of it. Shardul Thakur back into the attack. 5 overs for him so far, 1 for 16. That wicket of David Warner, of course, caught down the leg side. Brilliant catch by KS Bharat. Seems to always do that, Bharat. Just looks so innocuous and then picks up that crucial wicket just when India need it. I remember him getting Joe Root here a couple of years ago.
Indeed.
In that test match which India won. Thakur then into Head here. He beats the outside edge immediately. Head just looking to poke at that one, and the ball going across him with the angle.
Just sticking on Travis Head, Pete. Big tour for him as well. So many question marks about his game against spin going into that India tour. I think he proved himself, especially towards the back end of that series, the innings he played as an opener in Indore. Again, very similarly, talks of him against the moving ball. Big 6 tests coming up for him.
Thakur in once more to Head, and this is edge, thick outside edge, and bounces just short of that gully fielder. Head gets himself a single down towards third man.
Very lucky to get away with that one. That has floated up and just fallen short of the gully fielder, was it?
Yeah, almost a leading edge. Yeah, they turned his bat a bit too soon. Ajinkya Rahane all wide away from him.
Just these half opportunities being created by India all day, really. Australia have scored freely for periods of time. They'll be relatively pleased with the position they find themselves in. 3 for 115, but India could quite easily have had a couple more in that wickets column. Smith it is back on strike. In comes Thakur, and Smith takes a little shimmy down the track and looks to poke at one outside off, and that one swung quite a bit and beat Smith's outside edge straight through to KS Bharat, who takes a good low one down near his ankles.
And that is his strength. The
Prodigious swing there.
Yeah, the outswinger has always been Shardul Thakur's strength. Right from the time he broke into first-class cricket around a decade or so ago. And that's his stock delivery. It's the one that does at times shape back in, gets batters into trouble.
Thakur, and again, and this time comfortably left alone by Smith, just a little bit wider of that off stump.
Going back to Travis Head, Pete, like, you'd think that if he has a good summer here, once and for all cemented himself in that middle order, home and away.
Home and away, yes, because I think he's obviously cemented himself in at home, and I think he sort of made some. I thought he made great strides in India.
He did.
Yeah, it showed that he could adapt to different conditions. Didn't have a good tour here last time, did he? 2019.
Thakur delivers a little bit shorter this time, and Bharat takes that one up at head height as Smith leaves alone.
He's a very talented batsman, and I think he's a batsman that you would back to work to eventually work it out. Yeah. He's only played 4 tests, and he hasn't had a lot of exposure here. And when they finally, they didn't take that long to find faith in him in India, but I wish they'd found it a little earlier.
Home and away, is that Australia's second most popular serial?
It's all about Travis Head's batting, if you've never watched it before.
Thakur in once more, and this time Smith awkwardly just knocks this one down into the leg side. Doesn't get a run. It's fielded there by the square leg fielder. And that's an interesting over there from Shardul Thakur, asking a few awkward questions. In fact, there's one more delivery left. Everyone was in position for the start of a new over, but there was the no ball at the start of the over, of course, so one more still to go. Slip fielders back in position. KS Bharat back as well.
Do they still make home and away? Is that a thing still?
I think it is, yeah. Very much so. I think they had the big finale, didn't they, recently?
I had a great breakthrough with home and away last time I was here, but I'll tell you next over.
Thakur is in, and this is punched off the back foot by Smith, just in front of point. Gets himself down the other end for a single, and that will be the end of the over. Australia then, 3 for 116 here on SEN Test Cricket, brought to you in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe.
Get your skates on, because the world's fastest sport is back at O'Brien Ice House. That's right, the Australian Ice Hockey League is back in 2023, featuring Australia's best ice hockey players. Don't miss a second of the action out on the ice as O'Brien Ice House holds the biggest hits and the closest games of Australia's ice hockey. It's all happening at O'Brien Ice House, the home of Australian ice hockey. For more details, skate over to o'brienicehouse.com.au.
The Kia Oval is... It's been a change of ends here for Mohamed Siraj. Coming in from the JM Finn stand end. A new stand which we are located in. Our commentary box actually is a converted hospitality box for this test match, and we've got some quite happy corporate guests alongside us to our left. Post the lunch interval as Siraj makes his way in here to Smith, who defends in front of his nose, back down the track.
They're out of central casting, that lot. The boater hats and the glasses of breezing and the crisp white shirts.
The wine glasses, the beer glasses.
The crisp white wine in the wine
crisp
glasses.
White wine.
A few wobbly legs when they were just making their way back to their seats inside the box.
The elderly gentleman with the blazer, the bow tie, the boater hat, and the opera glasses, not your proper sports.
Indeed, yeah.
Belongs at Lord's down the road. Here comes Siraj full this time to Smith, who flicks to mid-wicket, but there is no run.
I didn't get out in the crowd this morning. What's the makeup of the crowd?
99.98% Indian and 2 Aussies.
2 Aussies.
Yeah, 2 Aussies.
That's Michelle and...
Graham's in the box.
We'll know both of them. There's a chap in a Geelong jumper, apparently, somebody told me.
Jeff Levin.
Well, if you are listening back in Australia, you can text us 0433 98 11 16. Here comes Siraj to Smith, again defended back down the track for no run. Do text us, let us know where you are in Australia and what your name is. We'll give you a shout out. Bharat.
Home and away. And you, Pete Lawler, you talking about the last tour?
Last tour, I never understood England's infatuation with sort of banal Australian suburban life. But one day, a gloomy day in Birmingham, Gideon and I found ourselves in a little pub. And and Home and Away was up on the TV, up in the corner of the TV. Now I never look at the TV in a pub, except when the cricket or footy's on.
Siraj goes into the pads of Smith, who flicks straight to the fielder there at mid-wicket. No run.
After about half an hour, we both looked at each other, could not take our eyes off the television. You were sitting in Birmingham in the misery of an English summer, and you look at those Australians bouncing around on Bondi Beach or wherever. You go, oh, I get it. It's the fantasy, isn't it? It's the fantasy of Australian life.
Exactly. Love stories don't get made in causeys in this part of the world, or this part of the world for sure, yeah. Everybody seems to be in love on the beaches of Australia, especially on Home and Away.
Siraj then delivers outside off this time. It's left alone by Smith. Saying this doesn't happen in Skegness or Eastbourne, down in Cornwall.
Ironically, we're talking about it on a day when it's beautiful blue sky, the sun's out, and a crisp white wine wouldn't go down too badly.
Not at all.
How far's the nearest beach? And is there any sand on it?
There's lots of sand. Probably an hour's drive towards Essex or somewhere like that. Comes Siraj, final ball of this over. He's left alone once more by Smith. So maiden for Siraj. With this change of ends, Australia still 3 for 116.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Shardul Thakur into Travis Head on the pads. It's flicked away out towards the fielder, situated at deep square leg for a single. Pete Lawler has left us Must be off to find a glass of wine from somewhere and get directions to the nearest beach.
Or to the pub to watch Home and Away. That's the most promotion.
It is
that
still
show
going,
has
though,
done.
isn't it? It is still going. We should give a shout out to Neighbours then, just for the interest of balance.
Indeed.
Did that not end and then it's coming back or something like that? I know there was a stage show in the UK. They were on tour. Neighbours live on tour, on stage. Rumours they are coming back on screen as well. Shardul is in and Smith under-edges this. And it goes through to KS Bharat. He was looking to guide that initially in the gap between gully and backward point. Off the bottom edge of the bat into the ground and well fielded by Bharat.
It's like the ball didn't come on to him. He got into position, high backlift to play that cut shot. It felt like the ball just didn't come on. It's an impressive spell so far from Shardul Thakur to Steve Smith. He's got him thinking. Got him back inside the crease now.
Thakur runs in, delivers again, and this one is left alone and falls just short of Bharat again. Just that variable bounce showing once more. We are just into the first afternoon of this second session, sponsored by Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, drink wise. And already signs of the ball keeping pretty low. A decent length here. Not the greatest pace, of course, when Thakur is bowling, but still, you wouldn't expect that on day one here in England. Thakur tries once more, and this time Smith defends a ball on middle and off into extra cover for no run.
Yeah, Steve Smith just won off the last 23 balls he's faced.
And I think Shardul Thakur has had a lot to do with it. He's faced a lot of him in this spell. It's in his third over of this spell, Longy? The second over?
Second over of this spell.
Beat him a couple of times outside off stump with that classical outswinger. He's been tight on the stumps. Good stuff.
He comes again, and this time wraps Smith on the pads. That's really full. There was a shout for leg before, but Thakur kind of pulled out halfway through the appeal almost. It looked to be just angled too far down that leg side. I think the bowler knew it pretty much straight away. Not much enthusiasm from behind the stumps as well.
But it's excellent bowling from Shardul Thakur. He's got Steve Smith thinking now. Just bowl those outswingers, attack that area on fifth or sixth stump. Suddenly slides this full delivery swinging back into its pads. Maybe even got a little bit of bat, but definitely going down leg. Good thinking.
Here is the final ball of this Thakur over. It's again fullish and well defended by Smith. Thakur does the fielding in his follow-through. So SEN Test Cricket here for McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. End of another over. Australia 3 for 117.
The old favourite, My Way, takes an early lead in the Celebrating Live Stakes, followed by High Tea, who's travelling well. Red Tulips is blooming beautifully, followed in behind them by Wind Beneath My Wings. Coming late is the Harleyhurst. Yes, it's the Harleyhurst who's running on. They hit the line. The judges call for the photo in the Celebrating Live Stakes.
Thanks, Brian. When you reach the final finishing line, how would you like to be celebrated? Find out more at turbanbrothers.com.au. Turban Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
With us in this second session here live from the Oval in association with Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking, drink wise. Mohammad Siraj, 1 for 37 so far from his 11 overs on day one. We'll continue here, and he comes to Travis Head, who just flicks away to the leg side. Siraj gets a left hand on it in his follow-through, no run.
Yeah, second time Travis Head has got a leading edge when he's trying to turn the face of the bat a bit too early. Saw one jump at him from Siraj. He's bowling from the other end and just evade gully. This time a much fuller delivery. And maybe again a sign of this being a bit of this pitch being a little too paced. Seen some balls keep low, so the bounce has been uneven.
Siraj over the wicket here to Head, who guides that one out towards deep point. Full face of the bat, takes a single. Head 31 from 24, so although he's been beaten a couple of times, those leading edges, as you mentioned, 6 boundaries for him, still striking at a strike rate of 130.
He's a boundary hitter, isn't he? That's been his strength throughout his career, right from junior cricket. Speak to anyone who played cricket with him. He's always considered someone who could break the game, completely take the game away from the opposition. England will remember him doing that for sure in the last away Ashes for them. Hundreds in Brisbane and Hobart. And he's done that through 2 consecutive home seasons and showed glimpses of doing that in India as well. He hits a lot of boundaries.
Siraj then charges in again and goes full outside off this time to Smith, who defends into the offside for no run, but again, just quite tentatively, just unsure of the bounce, really.
Yeah, you can just hear Rohit Sharma through the stump mic asking Mohammad Siraj to not get too bothered by what Steve Smith is doing at his end. Just stick to what he is doing. Are usko jo karna hai karne de, tu tere isme dhyan de. Exactly what he said.
Translate to exactly what you said. All right.
I did it the other way around. I thought it would be funnier.
And that impression, that Rohit impression, still spot on. Laid-back style, very different to his predecessor Virat Kohli, of course. And here comes Siraj again. This time goes a little bit too straight, and Smith flicks away, backward of square, out towards that deep square leg region. Bit of work to do for Shami down there. Running around from long leg, allows Smith through for a comfortable couple. Well, we just did see that replay screen in association with Tyre Power's end of financial year sale of that previous delivery, and Smith well back in his crease here to Mohammad Siraj.
I'm sure the England bowlers are watching this as well and analysing Steve Smith and all the Aussie batters. Just the back and across movement that we spoke about seems to have returned to his game, or he's brought it back. Wondering what line of attack they would operate with when we get to the Ashes.
Siraj goes too far outside off this time, and Smith not interested. Shoulders arms to that one. 1 for 40, Mohammad Siraj. Again, you know, by modern day standards, and when we talk about what England are doing in Test cricket, he's going at 3.38 at the moment, which is not a lot by the sounds of it, but in normal Test cricket, which is what most of the rest of the world plays.
Everybody else
pretty much. That's a little bit expensive from Mohammad Siraj. Just the 4 boundaries off him, but they found it not too difficult just to continue scoring off him. Here he is completing this over. Smith knocks it into the leg side, shouts no run. It's fielded by Pujara just in front of square. 35 overs gone in the day. Australia 3 for 120.
They're back. Spicy Chicken McNuggets with a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. Get them before they're gone. Again. Order Spicy Chicken McNuggets at Macca's today. Available for a limited time.
Need new club apparel? SEN and Tribal Sport aim to make your club stand out from the competition before the siren even sounds. Win $1,000 for your club thanks to tribalsport.com.au. For your chance to win, head to sen.com.au/win.
Shardul Thakur then will continue from the far end, from the pavilion end. No surprise there. In the middle of a very, very good spell indeed. Troubled Steve Smith, but he's going to be in here to Travis Head, who gets a thick outside edge, and that's well fielded there at gully. Ajinkya Rahane putting in the dive there, and stopping Head, getting a single down towards deep third.
Ajinkya Rahane was 35 yesterday, I noticed.
Birthday wishes from all around India, I see. Yeah. Going to come back to the side.
Sachin must have tweeted, right? Sachin Tendulkar.
I think he must have been
usually
amongst
wishes
the first.
everyone happy birthday.
Yeah, I think there was I did see a picture of the two of them from some point.
Thakur comes in, delivers again. This is wide, and Head misses out with an attempted cut. That goes through to KS Bharat again, just keeping a little bit low, skidding through that one.
And we've seen a lot of low bounce when the bowling's been from the Mickey Stewart pavilion end. A lot of balls have kept low. And this is a challenge for Travis Head. He's used the pace of the other Indian fast bowlers quite well so far in this innings. It's not been that easy against Shardul Thakur, who's the slowest of the 4.
Thakur Delivers again, slightly shorter this time, and she's punched off the back foot out towards cover, no run. Pujara once again with the fielding in that region. This second session of the day brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, then drink wise. Mickey Stewart Pavilion, and that's an interesting one, isn't it? Because Alex Stewart, one of England's all-time legends, really, played over 100 test matches, former captain, of course, legend here at Surrey. He's got a gate outside the ground. His dad has got an entire pavilion. Tucker, and once more, and this is a little bit of extra bounce this time. It's just knocked away out towards point off the back foot by head for a single. How would you feel about that? You'd rather have a gate or a pavilion?
Well, I'm already perturbed that every time I say something and I get quoted, it's Sundaresan who gets quoted, which was my father's name. Who, apart from being long gone, also loved his cricket, but I would like to believe that, I give better quotes than he ever would.
Very humble man.
So, yeah, I kind of have some sympathy with Alec. Sir Alec? Not yet. Sir Alec in Surrey for sure.
He is in Surrey. He is in these parts. King of the manor.
Oh, Manas Labuschagne has the radio set on. Maybe he's listening to us. Hey, Manas.
Mexican wave. It's a bit of a limp Mexican wave effort at the moment as Tucker comes into bowl. And is that what put Steve Smith off? No, it's the spider cam.
It's his old friend, the spider cam. He was bothered by it.
I'll tell you what. Those guys who operate the spider cam, they've been in and out of our box.
Yes.
They're not on their shift.
Yeah.
There's 2 or 3 guys working it. We need to have a word.
Stuart Broad hates the robot that does all the groundwork. Steve Smith hates the spider cam.
Look at it. It's just retreated all the way as high as it can go out towards fine leg now. Tucker does deliver this time. It's full. It's flicked away out towards the mid-wicket boundary, and that's going to crash into the sponge for another 4 runs. 2 full on that occasion from Shardul Thakur, and Smith doesn't miss out. 3 for 125.
Yeah, Steve Smith was quite disappointed with himself at the end of the last over. Shardul Thakur delivered a similar ball on his pads, but he missed out on that occasion. But this time, you could see this. You can always make out with Steve Smith if he's feeling good about what he's just done off that ball. And just the way he walked down the pitch, pointing in the direction where he had just hit the boundary, he was happy with himself. Perfect execution, he would have told himself.
And slowly getting that swagger back as he faces more deliveries in this innings. He's 19 from 56. Thakur in, final ball of the over, is left alone outside off. And this is SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Players are going to take another drinks break here with Australia, 3 for 125.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Macca's OG McSpicy. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, mouth-wateringly spicy coating. It's the McSpicy that started it all. Order at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Hey, truck owner drivers, drive your career forward with DSC Transport. This is your chance to drive for a great firm who respects you, your truck, and has delivered for Australia for nearly 30 years. Visit dsctransport.com.au.
Part of the fun, but it does get better than that here, that's for sure. Shami away from us. Starts his 7th over. First of the session.
Oh, and he's through him! What a ball that is! Through the gate, knocked over.
Marnus Labuschagne has been castled for 26. And Shami, after the break, has made a massive breakthrough.
And the length is different. He's pitched it up. It's a beauty. Absolute beauty. It's nipped back off the seam, gone through the...
SEN Test Cricket Vermackers. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. It's the World Test Championship final. We're halfway through day one in terms of the clock, at least, not the overs. Only 36 bowled Australia. 3 for 125. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Adam Collins taking up commentary. Drinks are still on the field. I've got Louis Cameron with me. The last 10 overs went very nicely for Australia, where they've added 40 runs without losing a wicket. This pair have now put on 49. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Phil Long. It's been exhilarating the last little bit. I mean, since Travis Head's come in, he's just played a million shots a minute. I mean, the way he doesn't hit the ball in the air a whole lot, but he just hits the ball very quickly along the ground.
It kind of reminds me that he's enjoyed batting in conditions not too dissimilar to this in recent years. I'm thinking Brisbane, first Ashes test of 2021-22. Hobart, which was a dead set green top. He made 100 on both of those occasions. Even Adelaide against the West Indies, which would have been late last year. That was a slightly flatter surface, but a better bowling attack would have got more out of it. Where against the pink ball, which exaggerates the movement, he seems to be at his best in situations like this, up to 32 from 28 already.
And remember, he didn't get the chance to bat at the Oval during the last Ashes series in 2019. He got dropped for Mitch Marsh, who came back in to add a bit of extra bowling. So it's certainly working out well for him today.
It was a funny part of his career. He made one test ton at Canberra to that point, and the jury was a little bit out on him, and only made the 1 half century in 4 tests, albeit a very important half century at Edgbaston with Steve Smith in that first test match when everything was seemingly going wrong with Australia's top order. But going beautifully today. They're put on 49. Start of the new hour. Travis Head goes back and punches Siraj out to cover no runs. Siraj starting his 13th over. He's got 1 for 40. The sessions for Drinkwise. Remember, if you're drinking to Drinkwise, Phil Long's with us as well. What do you got for us?
Well, there's just the comparison between the two batsmen. As you mentioned, Travis Head 32 from 28. Steve Smith 19 from 57. At one point he'd scored 1 off 23 deliveries.
Yeah. His strike rate was quite down in India as well, Smith. He had the slowest strike rate of any of the Australian recognised batsmen. It was in the 30s from memory. Facing up again, his head over the wicket. Siraj on his hip, tucking it out towards mid-wicket where there is no run. So the field, 2 back on the leg side in front of the Peter May and Locke Laker stands. Deep square and fine leg. Deep backward point, which we almost always see for Travis Head these days. A conventional position saving the boundary. An extra cover, a mid-on and a mid-off, who I just missed there talking to the bowler.
And while we mentioned Steve Smith, currently averaging over 100 in Test match cricket at the Oval.
He's not far away, and I'll get you to search this one for me in a sec, Longy. Siraj over the wicket to Head, too close to cut into the turf out towards cover. Bradman's the leading run scorer at the Oval for non-English batters. He made double tons here in 1930, 1934, of course, famously at second ball duck here in 1948. But yes, the 232, I think it was, in 1930 and 244 in 1934. I wonder how far away Smith is from overtaking Bradman on that measure as you furiously start punching the keys. Siraj from our Vauxhall end, the northern end here at the Kia Oval. Bowls to Head, short ball, hits him in the tummy. Just went back and tried to ride the bounce. It bounced more than he thought, Louis.
He's trying to give himself room to play that cut shot through the offside, and it just looked like it nipped back a little bit into his body. This pitch, while since the sun's come out, it's been good for batting, but it's just the odd ball that does a little bit.
Yeah, up around the chest there. Looks like he might be wearing a chest guard as well, just from the indentation. It's got him.
And I'm just looking at how he almost, his bat, his left hand came off the bat, and he kind of caught the ball with his bottom hand.
Right. Siraj bowls to Head. Takes on the short ball. Is there an edge? There is not. Siraj heard a noise. I heard a noise too, to be fair, through the effects mic. No interest from the cordon. So he tried to play something of a do you call it, a tennis serve out through wide long on to a ball that was outside the off stump in that unconventional Travis Head style, but nothing on it, and the DRS timer ticks down to 0. All of our DRS reviews and otherwise for IMAR Insurance, the tradies, mate. Call 13-IMAR. Phil Long, you got that for me?
Yeah, so Steve Smith on 410 runs at the Oval at the minute. Of course, potentially got 3 more innings after today at the Oval.
True.
Don Bradman, yeah, top of that list, 553. So it's a bit away, but it's within reach for this summer.
So Bradman played 4 test matches here. Was 38, which was where he had one of his records broken. Siraj bowls and Head defends out to cover, no run. That completes the Siraj maiden. 3 for 125 it remains on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Smith's on 19, Head's on 32.
Happy birthday, Essendon BMW. They've just turned 5, and to celebrate, they've got exceptional opportunities across the BMW range. Head down and celebrate with them today and see why their team service is second to none. Explore their new and demonstrator range, including their selection of electric vehicles. Your ultimate driving machine awaits at Essendon BMW, celebrating 5 exceptional years. Book an appointment today at Essendon BMW, 1 Centro Circuit, Essendon Fields, or essendonbmw.com.au. LNCT 11803.
Here, starting the new over is Thakur. Pavilion end on leg stump. Smith helps it down to long leg for a single. Reaches 20 from his 58th delivery. 3 for 126. Longy again.
Yeah, we mentioned Bradman 553. You mentioned 4 tests, but only 4 innings.
Yes.
553 runs from 4 innings, Louis Cameron. You take that.
Sort of was a bit unlucky in 48 where they knocked over England for 52 inside a session. Only got to bat the one time.
Trouble, you bat for a good team. You often only bat once in a test.
And in 38, by contrast, England made 903. So, yeah, only one chance for Australia there in a high-scoring draw. Bowling again, Thakur over the top of the cordon goes Travis Head. An extravagant uppercut. That's the way he's played today so far. His 7th boundary up to 36. Australia 3 for 130. Hands on heads in the Indian cordon. I don't reckon he controlled that. It'll make for an interesting replay. Waiting for it for Tyre Power's end-of-year financial sale. End of financial year sale, I should say. No ball signal, so a moot point. 5 runs from the ball. So comfortably overstepping. Richard Kettleborough on the tools upstairs this week.
And I'd almost say that Thakur's been India's best bowler today, but his last 7 balls or so, I'd just say haven't been quite where they'd want him to be.
I don't know what the Indian cordon are on about there. As Thakur bowls again and Head off the leg stump, tucks out the deep backward square for 1. He's 37 from 36. 3 for 133. Watching that again, that was a full-blooded uppercut. He knew exactly where it was going, Travis Head. I mean, he was, even if it was slightly off the edge, he was intentionally playing up with the ball.
Yeah, and it was wide. It was a pop, let's be honest.
Yes.
I mean, if he'd gotten out to that, I just don't see how he could have gotten out to it. And Thakur's just been off his mark the last over too, and I dare say they might look at replacing him for the next over.
9th over, 1 for 32. No leg slip anymore. Thakur bowls to Smith, who leaves alone way outside the off stump. So they had the leg slip in position almost straight away for Smith. Ravi Shastri was calling for it after lunch. That's where the Smith caught in the leg side trap thing started here in 2019. His most recent test innings here in the second dig when it was Broad heading caught round the corner, didn't he, by Chris Wokes. Another front foot no ball, 2 in the over. It's unusual in modern test cricket. So 3 for 134 it will be when the television scoreboard catches up. Still 2 slips in a gully. Thakur bowls and Smith slaps it down to mid-off. Not where he wanted it to go. He was trying to place it past point. No run.
And Thakur's just completely lost it here. He's bowled 2 no balls this over. He bowled 1, I think, in the over before. He's bowling on the legs. He's bowling wide of the off stump. It's difficult when you've got an attacking batter in Travis Head and a right-hander down the other end. But he's gone from being the guy who had the most control over this Duke's ball to someone who looks like he shouldn't be in the attack at the moment.
Just needs a blow, I think. Thakur started so well. Got the wicket of Warner down the leg side just before lunch. Halfway through the over, a couple of no balls to Smith. Shimmying out of his crease, shout for leg before Richard Illingworth says no. It's mostly the bowler interested. They won't consider a review. Text in here from Andrew in Strathdowney, Louis. Just in a motel room in Harndorf for the State Junior Cross Country Championships, drinking Cooper's Sparkling in the shower, listening to Travis Head carve it up on the radio. Glorious. Keep up the great work and do remember to drink wise. On message, Andrew.
He's in a hotel room and he's showering and he's drinking Coopers.
And listening to the cricket.
How's he also texting at the same time?
Yeah, that's a good technical point. I mean, is there anything better than having a beer in the shower? After a day's cricket, that is. Bowling again, Thakur. Smith square driving. Out across the practice pitches. We'll say that a bit this week. Gathers pace, 4 runs. Smith advances to 24, 3 for 137. Beautiful shot.
And far too full and far too wide from Thakur. We're just seeing the replay here, and it's just an easy shot for Smith. He just leans into it and he places it through the covers and it races away across those practice wickets. But India need to regain some control of this test, because they bowled beautifully either side of lunch. They got those 2 quick wickets, and now these two are just doing it really easily.
Partnership up to 61 this pair now. Thakur to complete an expensive over. Smith clipping past square leg, 4 more. All about the placement and timing from the vice-captain. Smith back-to-back boundaries up to 28. End of the over. Australia 3 for 141 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Is your current phone or internet service struggling to meet the demands of your business? Then it's time to talk to Commander. Providing business customers with communication solutions for over 30 years, you could say they're made for business. Commander offers fast, reliable, competitively priced business solutions that include phone, mobile, and high-speed internet. Take command of your business communications with Commander. Visit commander.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final live at Kia Oval for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. And watching the replay back there for Tyre Power, their end of financial year sale. That was a splendid shot from Stephen Smith. How many from the over, Longy?
Yeah, 16 off that over. Strange enough, it's the second over today. We just had 16 taken off it. Yeah, second over the day.
We've had some time through the day, Louis, to talk to each other on comms, you know, shoot the breeze as you like to do in doing this job. Well, that ends now because Ravindra Jadeja's into the attack with his 75-second overs. So blink and you'll miss it. Looking for another wicket for India. We've had 1 so far in the session. That was Marnus Labuschagne bowled for 26. The session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you're having a drink, to drink wise. Jadeja takes his wickets at 24 against Australia. Phenomenal record. He was brilliant in the series in India. 22 wickets at just under 19, including 7 for 42 at Delhi. Match figures there of 10 for 110, if you don't mind.
And it's interesting, I just saw Mohammad Siraj make his way off the ground just before, so I thought he might be the man that they might look to bring in for Thakur at the other the pavilion side of the ground, but they might have to go to one of their other quicks, Shami or Umesh Yadav.
So leg slip, he'll go left arm round to head. Slip as well, Jadeja's first ball, head off the back foot. Makes it a short ball by dancing into his crease, using the depth of it, but no single. Looks like that might be Akshar Patel, the sub cover. It is. I'm not sure who's off the field.
The Siraj.
Siraj is off.
Yeah.
Quite right, yes. Jadeja bowls, and on the back foot again, head. Out to deep backward point on the cut shot in front of the Bedser stand. Just 1. Head up to 38 from as many balls. 142. Make that 3 for 143. Got to get the score around the right way or get in trouble. That is an occupational hazard.
The correct way.
Bouncing from country to country, and there's only one country that does it the Australian way, which is fine.
Why do English people do the wicket when they're describing the bowlers' figures? They say he took 5 for 42 or 5 for... So why do they flip it the other way around when they do the overall score?
I can tell you why that on Australian scoreboards it's represented the way that we represent it. It was due to the first board that was erected that way in Sydney in the... it was in the 19th century. Off the pad here, kicked away. Or so it looked to be from our vantage point. Was offering a shot though, bat hidden behind the front pad, so they get through for a leg bite. 3 for 143. Watch this back here for Beaumont Tiles. Trying to just kiss the thigh
keeper's pad. The keeper's pad, I reckon that's what it is.
So again here, Jadeja to head, who drives. There was a story written about it about 20 years ago about how the first scoreboard of its kind in Australia had wickets then runs, and it just became the practice. There was nothing more to it than that. It's dumb luck, really. Pushing into the onside here is Travis Head. If you want to add to that, you can text us 043398 1116. You can fill in the gaps on that story. 3 for 144. Head 39. 1 ball left in the 39. Yeah, every other country does wickets first, or wicket second rather. And you're right, that you do flip it around when you're describing bowling figures or a collapse even. Jadeja bowls. Smith using his feet before defending. Jadeja thinks about pinging it back at Smith, who dances around in his crease. Over complete. 3 for 144. It's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Hugh Sale on now. Smith 28, Head 39.
Looking for the best way to efficiently heat your home? Then step into your comfort zone with a Brivus gas ducted heating system. Brivus gas ducted whole home heating is the ultimate solution when it comes to performance and up to 6-star energy efficiency, delivering a rapid flow of natural heat throughout your home that won't dry out your eyes and skin, making it the perfect choice when winter bites. Check out the full range of Brivus heating systems today and get comfortable. Visit brivus.com.au.
1 wicket in the session. That was Marnus Labuschagne bowled for 26. That was the delivery of the day so far for Maccas. Order via McDelivery on the My Maccas app. Maccas, here's to 30 years of McCafe. Our broadcast partner here at the Kia Oval. World Test Championship final. New over. Taku gets another one. To Head, first ball on the back foot, punching the cover, no run. So really backing in his fourth seamer here after he had 16 taken from the previous over, Louis.
Yeah, and as I was saying, I thought he's been just about their best bowler all day. I think he's moved the ball really well. He's swung it away from the right-handers. He's bowled that beautiful wobble seam that's just kept its line to the right-handers as well. But that last over, it just kind of felt like that was time for a rest for him.
Funny you mentioned the wobble seam. I was doing a bad job of explaining what it is before the lunch break, but you've written about it recently. Attacker to the crease, bowls to Head, beats him on the outside edge. That may well have been a wobble seam delivery. Certainly hit the seam and moved away. The bowler's appealing, nobody else is. So it stays at 3 for 144. So I was describing a piece I read on Wisden about it, and Bharat updated me and said, no, Louis written one too. So the wobble seam, in terms of the technical thing, what they're trying to do that's different to an off cutter and a leg cutter, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I mean, as you get taught as a kid, it basically, they tell you to stand the seam up to try and get it bolt upright. What Stuart Broad in particular, but also Jimmy Anderson and a few others have realised is you don't actually need to stand the seam bolt upright to get the movement. You can kind of have it coming out wobbling a bit or scrambled, and you can actually get the same amount of seam movement without the swing by doing it that way.
Takur's got 2 slips over the wicket, bowls to Head, who's cutting hard out the deep backward point. Only for 1. Sweeper there, moves into the 40s. 3 for 146. Jadeja does the fielding.
And it's become extremely popular all around the world. And, I mean, everyone talks about how the England bowlers use it, particularly Stuart Broad, how he used it against David Warner during the 2019 Ashes. But actually, the Australians use it just as much as any other team in the world. In fact, it's Pat Cummins' stock ball, basically. So his middle finger is the same length as his index finger. So he thinks that actually might be the reason why he can't get the seam bolt upright anyway. So when he was coming back from injury, they kind of told him, oh, mate, you need to bowl this beautiful outswinger. He couldn't do it.
2 slips the gully. Takur over the wicket. Smith pushing into the onside. Finds a gap at mid-wicket for 1. Moves to 29. 3 for 146. So, yes, explain why Cummins has a smaller middle finger.
Yeah, if the listeners don't know, when he was a child, his sister slammed the door shut into his finger, and it kind of lopped off the end of his middle finger.
Oh dear.
So that finger it's always been the same length. And so when he was coming back from injury in his early 20s, all the fast bowling coaches said, mate, you need to bowl this outswinger. It wasn't until he got to Test cricket that he realised that wobble seam ball that he naturally bowls is actually an advantage.
Takur delivers to Head over the wicket off his hip, gets 1 to square leg. Easy runs here at the moment for Australia. They've been going at 4.3 and over in the last 10. 3 for 147. Head up to 41. So you sometimes hear from old fast bowlers, Louis, and I suppose you technically qualify as one of those now. You don't play grade cricket anymore, former Victorian seamer, all the rest of it. Oh, wobble seam. Oh, that's not real. When I played, we just bowled off cutters and leg cutters. I mean, but there is something different going on to that, isn't there?
It is, because you are bowling with the exact same action as what you would with an outswinger. It's just the seam comes out. So there's no cues for a batter to get it. So batters now, you bowl an outswinger, well, they can see that. You look at Steve Smith. when a bowler, Mohamed Shami bowled him a big in-swinger to him before, he could see that out of the hand straight away. Right. So just being able to swing the ball isn't that much of an advantage in modern cricket.
You'll see a lot of it from Ollie Robinson through the summer as well. Last ball here, short mid-wicket in, but Smith can go back and ease it into the offside. End of the 40th over, 3 for 147. That's on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Hugh Sale on now. Smith 29, Head 41.
Here's another top tyre tip from Tyre Power. If your tyre pressure isn't right or your wheels aren't aligned, it can affect your car's fuel efficiency. For more ways Tyre Power can help you save, visit tyrepower.com.au or call 13 21 91 for your local independent owner.
The Cheese and Bacon McSpicy is back. Juicy chicken covered in a crispy, spicy coating, plus cheese and sizzling bacon. Order the Cheese and Bacon McSpicy at Macca's today. Available after 10:30 a.m. for a limited time.
Our coverage is thanks to the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Louis Cameron, Phil Long with you up at the Vauxhall end of the Kia Oval. In front of us is Jadeja starting his second over. Head back, pushing the cover. Akshar, the sub, does the fielding. No run. And the leading run scorer today is David Warner, who's out just before lunch for 43 for DSE Trucks, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. Jadeja bowls, Head using his feet, turning into the onside. Doesn't quite beat mid-wicket, no run.
I'd miss these Jadeja overs. Dot, 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 dot. Now we're done.
I think I've got PTSD from India, remembering those Jadeja overs where Adam describes it, and then I think I might be able to get a word in, and Adam starts talking again.
It's just too hard when Jadeja... Steve O'Keefe was the other, wasn't he? Made an art form of getting through his overs in 65 to 80 seconds, somewhere in that window.
And they might need to get through a few overs just quietly. Like the over rate has been awful.
They won't care about that. I remember from the last World Test Championship final, Louis, as Jadeja delivers and Head gets forward and defends back to the bowler, that on one day, it was the 5th day, Test went into the 6th, they were 12 overs short, India and New Zealand, on their overs, and oh well, we'll just fine them 10% of their match fee, which of course they don't really pay. Jadeja bowls and Head on the front pad, nearly spoons at the short leg. Work to do in there, but a couple of noises. Not quite.
He just got stuck on the crease there, Travis Head. Just planted that front foot. The ball was just a little bit shorter than he thought. He tried to come down the wicket. Did he get a little inside edge on it?
Jadeja to Head. More conventionally back and across towards cover it goes. We'll look again. Yeah, there was an inside edge onto the pad, thus the commotion. Our replays for Tyre Power's end of financial year sale. Jadeja round the wicket, left arm spin, Head on the front foot, placing it out to point, retains the strike. He moves to 42. End of 41 overs, 3 for 148. And Smith 29 with him, and the partnership is up to 72.
Ian Healy here. 80% of Australians suffer back pain. Are you one of them? It's tempting to do nothing, but this can cause weakness down the road. The best place to start with back pain is exercise, and the best place to exercise is Keezer. Keezer's physios and Swiss-designed strength training equipment help you build strength in a supervised environment. I've been to Keezer's Brisbane location, but there's clinics right across Australia. Book your initial physiotherapy assessment at keezer.com.au.
Test Championship cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe. We mentioned loss of time with over rates in the previous over. There is a 6-day available. We saw that in 2021 because 2 days were lost entirely to rain, but we've been kind of struggling to get a straight answer from the ICC on when the 6-day might be used. New over, Thakur, change of angle, round the wicket to Head, forcing it off the front foot, out through cover. There's a sweeper, gets a single. He's now the joint highest scorer today, 43 from 51, 3 for 149. I was under the impression that a whole day needed to be lost to use day 6. Phil's nodding along, but we were speaking to the ICC yesterday, Louis, and who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, and you would guess that there might be some sensitivity around the Australian team. I imagine probably don't really want this to go into a 6-day. As much as this fixture is very important, to have a 3-day turnaround. It's already going to be a 4-day turnaround between the end of this test and the first Ashes test, but have a 3-day turnaround just seems like a bit too short, doesn't it?
Well, one ICC official we spoke to said any time lost can be made up on day 6. Thakur bowls, Smith from the middle stump, clips the square leg, no run. So in other words, if it started raining at 5 o'clock this afternoon, they lose an hour and a bit, whatever it is, that could be made up across the extra 4 days. But if we lost, say, 4 hours across 4 days, those 4 hours could be used on day 6. but that wasn't the case in 2021. And it doesn't read that way in the communique we received last week. I don't think anyone knows effusively what's actually the use of this 6th day.
Just more of a vibe thing.
I think it is vibes. I think the match referee, Richie Richardson, he's got good vibes, got good energy. He'll make a judgment.
Dennis Denuto,
exactly.
But of course, he's got to make that judgment at a point in the game where
Phil,
we
you
know...
have no idea what we're talking about.
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. We'll explain it later. That's okay.
We need to make a judgment in the game where we know where the game's going. We can't really make it on the 5th afternoon, can we? Or there's another hour.
Second catching mid-wicket in Pataka. Over the wicket to Smith, and he places it to the square of the 2, no run.
Well, it's potentially a different way of looking at a game, right? They're basically saying that what's 5 times 90 is 450. They're basically saying it's a 450 over test rather than a 5-day test. Is that kind of how they're looking at it?
I'd be really surprised if it gets interpreted that way. Because one, we're going to have overs burnt on over 8 every day. So why would it be that we burn those overs and don't burn overs to rain? There seems a procedural fairness component to that. They would have said explicitly 450 overs means that if they wanted that to be how we were reporting on it. Taku bowls and Smith again finds the man at the square. Short mid-wicket off his hip on the bounce. Well played, well fielded.
Yeah, if we only get 80 overs today because of slow play, then that's 80 overs. You know, we don't deserve another 370 after that, do we?
Quite.
What do you mean we? We deserve them.
I don't think it's remarkable that this test match has started, and I'm not overplaying it. There is enormous confusion amongst those covering this game, writing on the game, and the written communique makes it no clearer. Tacker bowls and Smith leaves alone outside the off stump, shape away from the right-hander as well. Still a bit of movement with the Duke's ball into the 42nd over.
The thing it really comes back to in amongst all of this is teams, and yeah, we can have a go at the ICC, sure. Teams should be bowling their overs faster. I know I sound like an old fast bowler at this point, but this is learned behaviour. I mean, in first-class cricket, teams mostly bowl their 90 overs in a day. I mean, I know in the Sheffield Shield, and sometimes I think it was 96 overs in a day.
It's 96 here, and they get through them or they'd lose points. In the World Test Championship, there is a penalty, but yes, conversation for later perhaps as we're jumping off. Last ball of the over, spat down the leg side, taken by KS Bharat quite nicely. Nikesh Rughani in to replace me. You stay here for a moment, Louis. 3 for 149 is the score, with Smith on 29 and Head on 43.
At the Greensboro Hotel, something's always happening. Because their bistro is open 7 days a week, lunch and dinner. And if we're looking ahead, June is past a month. Then, Christmas in July returns to the Greensboro Hotel. Or taste the Palmers from $16 in the Palmer Bar while watching the game. Plus, their drive-through bottle shop's amazing craft beers and wine. And if you need it, there's heaps of function spaces. Something's always happening at the Greensboro Hotel, 75 Main Street, Greensboro.
SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Jadeja to continue here into Travis Head, coming round the wicket. And Head gets an under edge on that and just past the leg stump, in fact. KS Bharat unable to hold on to that one, just clipping the bails with his gloves. Let's see what happened here. In fact, there was no edge. It was straight through to Bharat and that's the outside edge, in fact. Jadeja delivers again, and this is a leading edge which drops just short of Rohit Sharma, the skipper there in the covers. Things starting to happen here, Louis.
Yeah, and Jadeja's just starting to work Travis Head over at the moment. He's had a chance at short leg.
Jadeja fires another one in, this time into the pads of Head, who flicks around the corner to short fine.
Yeah, little chance of short leg the over before. He's beaten him on the outside edge, and then that leading edge nearly carried to cover. So the conditions aren't tilted in his favour like they were the last time he bowled to Travis Head in Indore and Ahmedabad, and I'm trying to think of the second in Delhi as well. But he can still be a handful. He's such a classy bowler, Jadeja.
Jadeja again on that off stump line, just well defended this time by Head, back down the pitch. Hear all the encouragement from behind the stumps there from KS Bharat, and the fielders close in. You can sense a potential opening here, this time a little bit shorter, defended off the back foot by Head. Head who started like a steam train in this innings, still going at a good lick, 43 from 56, but Trying to be a bit more watchful in the last few overs. This time gets a full one outside off and makes the most of it. Drives powerfully through extra cover for 4. Good finish to the over there for Australia. And for Travis Head, he moves on to 47. And Australia now 3 for 153.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
With us on SEN Test Cricket Live here from the Oval in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Harsha Bhogle replacing Louis Cameron alongside me as Shardul Thakur comes in. He's onto the pads of Smith there, who flicks away out towards deep square leg. There is protection on the boundary though, so just the single taken. Afternoon, Harsha.
Very good afternoon to you. And the sun is out, and there's no better time in England than when the sun is out. For us Indians, nothing like the sun on our backs.
Absolutely, and lovely blue skies, of course, very different to what it was early on in the day when India decided to have a bowl first. And Australia, they've batted well. India have created those half chances, haven't they, today? They've had their opportunities. On another day, Australia could be 5 or 6 down. As it is, the sun is shining and conditions looking just a little bit easier this afternoon as Thakur goes short and head ducks underneath this one. It's through to Bharat, no run.
And in the couple of overs that Ashwin's bowled, we've seen a bat pad fall short of short leg. We've seen a leading edge fall short of cover over the 3 overs or so that he's bowled. I mean, once you've picked your side, there's no point talking about what might have been. But somewhere in the captain's mind, he'll be thinking, did I do right? Where's the sunshine come from? Is this track going to continue playing like this all along?
Well, the camera does keep panning to a man with 474 test wickets with his bib on in the dugout.
There's a reason for that, I'll tell you.
Thakur in and again short, this time worked off the hip by Head down towards deep backward square leg, and good fielding out there on the boundary from Mohammad Siraj, keeps it down to just the single.
The reason you were seeing that was I was up in that television box and we were all talking about Ravi Chandran Ashwin all this time.
I'm sure you were.
So the cameras found him. But this is a very interesting phase of this game again, because Travis had started scoring very freely, and then suddenly he seems to have hit a bit of a roadblock. He's navigating his way around that. Steve Smith is just doing what he loves best. Steve Smith is batting.
Getting stuck in and looking more comfortable as Thakur comes into Smith, just tucked away into the gap there at mid-wicket. Gets himself another single. There's 2 men stationed actually, one just forward of short leg, one in a short mid-wicket position to Smith, just trying to block that shot away, but managing to find the gap on that occasion.
It's the old tactic India had employed with Steve Smith when they were in Australia. Take away the offside from his game. Just keep bowling leg middle, leg middle, leg middle. Take away the offside. Only bowl one side to him. They got a bit of success early on. Success is relative when you're talking about a player like Smith.
Travis Head back on strike. Here comes Thakur, and this is just punched off the back foot beautifully. Lovely bit of timing there through the covers, and that races away for 4, as it usually does here at the Oval when you play square and there's those practice strips all the way across the pitch. But even with that, what a piece of timing that from Travis Head, and what a lovely way to bring up a half-century for Travis Head. 52 from just 60 balls. Started off like a steam train, had to slow down and be a bit more watchful in the last few overs. But again, wonderful innings from him. 9 boundaries in that 52, Harsha.
And he timed it so beautifully because he's beaten the quickest fielder in the world. Well, in the eyes of some, but quickest fielder on this ground at the moment. He's beaten him into the boundary with just a tap, really. It's been a wonderful innings, this.
Will Thakur go a little bit fuller now? He does, and this beats the outside edge of Head. He just looks to pull away from the shot, looks to have a poke at it initially outside the off stump, and it's safely through to KS Bharat. So end of another over. Australia 3 for 160.
Surely I'm all right to drive. Yeah. Only had, what, a few? Not enough to put me over.
Evening, driver. One long breath, please.
If you've been drinking, don't drive. Chances are you will be caught. A message from the TAC. Drive safely for everyone.
Ravindra Jadeja to continue then from this Vauxhall end. A couple of field changes being made. A square leg being brought up in off the boundary to more conventional position to try and save the single, maybe take a catch. In comes Jadeja to Smith. He's forward in defence. A good long stride. Smith 31 from 75 balls. Looking more and more comfortable, as I said before. This time punching off the back foot, but missing it completely. It's through to Bharat. He doesn't take it cleanly once again, but Jadeja is still persisting with this, looking to fire it in his usual style. That one just skidding on, bit of extra turn and bounce on that one as well.
And just as well, it didn't have the outside edge. Bharat didn't take it at all.
This time Jadeja goes a little bit fuller, and Smith is forward in defence once more. This is one thing which will help India's over rate, which hasn't been great today.
No, it's in fact they went into at the end of the first hour they were 12 and over.
Jadeja in again. This is punched off the back foot, but straight to the fielder there at cover. No run.
At the end of the first hour after drinks, I think they were 12 and over. How many have they bowled now? Where's the overs? 46?
Yeah, 46. Yeah, and they bowled 23 before lunch.
Jadeja goes into the pads this time of Smith, who flicks just in front of square leg, gets himself another single. Well, there were 23 overs in the first session, so 7 short of
Smith
should have been.
Is playing the kind of innings that what do you call it here in England? Booking yourself in for bed and breakfast.
And an evening meal.
Indeed, and an evening meal. Set for the long haul. 79 deliveries he's faced so far, but it's head back on strike. Gets a full one. It's knocked back to Jadeja on the bounce in his follow-through. Takes it well, diving down towards his left, and that over goes by in a blink of an eye. Australia now 3 for 161.
Need a forklift? Don't just get a forklift, get a Toyota forklift. Toyota is the world's #1 forklift brand, with a great range of pallet jacks, walkie stackers and reach forklifts, right up to their leading Toyota counterbalance forklifts. Legendary reliability and safety with cleaner, greener electric options. Toyota can tailor the right forklift solution for you. It's all part of the Toyota forklift advantage. For more, visit toyotamaterialhandling.com.au.
Get a Toyota forklift.
Changing bowling here at the Oval with Umesh Yadav coming into bowl from the Mickey Stewart pavilion end, the far end of the ground, as we look on.
Needs to be a redemption spell.
Yadav then coming in here to Steve Smith. Just leaves one alone outside the off stump. He's well, the 6 overs so far, Umesh Yadav, none for 27. Both Umesh and Shardul Thakur, you'll remember, Harsha, a couple of years ago here against England. Had a great test match, took some crucial wickets.
Yeah, Umesh took 3 and 3, I think, in that last test match against England. And the word that we had was that he's bowling really well in the nets. So it could just be that he had a slightly iffy first spell. That's one of the great things about test match cricket. We've always got time to come back and make an impact.
Umesh charges in once more, again just too wide of the off stump to interest Steve Smith, who will watch those through to the keeper all day long. A couple of looseners to start this new spell.
And he's in no rush, Steve Smith. You see several times in the process of the innings, Steve Smith starts to take control of the game. He's not tried to do that. He's very active playing the support. He's very happy playing the supporting cast. And just being in there, I think he's decided, I'm going to bat India out of this game. I'm just not going to get out.
Smith then. This is guard once more, again leaves one. This one a little bit closer to that off stump, but just short of a length, so comfortable once more. What did you make of the spell that Shardul Thakur bowled to Steve Smith as well? Gave him a bit of a working over, didn't he, at some stage, those first 2 or 3 overs of that new spell from the pavilion end?
I actually think he's bowled very well, because his natural ball's the outswinger. He's bowled that ball well. He's got the ball to straighten. He's bowled the odd bouncer. And because he's so unpredictable in what he does, sometimes you're always on guard when Shardul Thakur is bowling to you. I think he's bowled really well.
Umesh goes a little bit straighter this time, and Smith defends into the leg side for no run. Well, we're talking, Phil Long is alongside us still, and we were talking about India not choosing to bowl after winning the toss in their last 34 test matches in which they've won the toss.
So, yeah.
Should they, Harsha, in your opinion, have made it 35?
Hindsight's 20/20, isn't it?
It is. The forecast, though, always was for the sun to come out from the afternoon, and we've got a good 2 or 3 days forecast ahead as well. So Umesh charges in once more. Smith takes a shimmy down the track, and he's hit on the hip with a short of a length delivery. Ball trickles away out towards gully, no run.
What was interesting was Pat Cummins said he would have fielded 2. And we did a little poll amongst the television commentary team and everyone else, and I think the overwhelming consensus was bowl first. But sometimes if you can negotiate tricky passages of play, that's what makes Test cricket so alluring. Concede hours to the opposition, don't get out, but concede, tell them you're doing well, then you can take the rest of the match to yourself.
Umesh, good delivery there, just outside the off stump, left alone this time by Smith. So a maiden to start a new spell there for Umesh Yadav. Australia 3 for 161 still.
We don't just want you shaking the...
On the 5th of March 2023, we witnessed one of the greatest sporting Cinderella stories, not just in Australia, but the world. The winning debut of the Dolphins.
Winners in game number 1.
It was the guys from Freshwater Strategy who helped the Dolphins get into the NRL. Now they can help you build your own glory in business. Commercial and regulatory advice, investment opportunities, bid management, sports research and more. Find your competitive advantage with Freshwater Strategy, transforming uncertainty into opportunity. Freshwaterstrategy.com.
Bharat Sundaresan in alongside Harsha Bhogle and myself, Nikesh Rughani. We've got Hyderabad, Mumbai and Leicester, the Indian province of Leicester, represented here on the commentary panel. Jadeja continues into head, who defends.
On one of my earliest visits to England, I drove through Leicester. And I promise you, I did not see one sign in English. It was all in Gujarati.
Jadeja in again, fires one in, and Head gets a leading edge through the point region for a single.
I thought I was in Surat.
Yep, Surat,
Everything was,
Ahmedabad.
I thought everything was in Gujarati. By the way, that is the 18th cup of coffee that Bharat has had.
And he's not been impressed with any of them.
Nah.
He's been complaining about the coffee in England.
I just smelled that coffee. I'm a bit of a coffee snob. I smelled that coffee and I put it back straight away.
Yeah, there you go. Jadeja fires one in, and Smith defends this time into the leg side. So is that a general consensus that the coffee in England is just no good?
No, it's just his choice.
That's the only coffee you get downstairs, Harsha.
Carry your own.
Jadeja is in, and Smith is leaning back.
You're an
Watching this,
Aussie.
straight in the covers, no run.
Yeah, you're an Aussie.
I know, I did leave my AeroPress behind. Louis Cameron had he gifted me one before the India tour. I don't know whether it was a gift or not. I never paid him back. So
Smith's down the track this time to Jadeja, just flicking away out towards mid-wicket. Settle for a single. Yeah, look, he doesn't want to go out and pay for a coffee. That's what it is.
no, I'm ready to pay for a coffee, but you just don't get coffee at all. Like, the coffee that I've had, at least chucked 3 cups of coffee the last few days.
So that's interesting.
Jadeja into Head this time, defending off the back foot, no run.
We'll come back to it.
Yep, end of another over. Jadeja just flying through them at the moment. Australia now 3 for 163.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
McCafe is turning 30 this year. That's 3 decades of McCafe making the perfect coffee to go with your early mornings, sideline cheers, road trip stops, and long swigs squeezed into short breaks. So here's to 30 years of McCafe. Coffee fit for an Aussie.
The Oval, this second session brought to you by Drinkwise. Remember, if you are drinking, then Drinkwise. Also here for this Test match, the World Test Championship Final, in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Umesh Yadav continues, and Steve Smith defends into the leg side. There was no run.
How appropriate. What a great timing. So, Bharat, you've chucked 3 cups of coffee.
Yes, sir.
And you've got to the same place for a 4th. I'd love to sell you cars.
I live in hope, Harsha.
These are free cups of coffee. You're talking about selling cars, right? Different story there.
See, I mean, you speak about Ghatkopar and, you know, where I come from.
Umesh is in. This one's left alone by Smith.
This is such attritional cricket from Smith. As I said a little while back, sometimes Smith suddenly attacks, starts to grab the game. Today, he's not interested in that. He's just saying, this is my place. I don't think time is going to be a factor in this game. We're going to get a result in 5 days. So I will just ensure that Australia are way ahead at the end of the first innings.
We saw a similar situation a couple of years ago in Southampton after the first day, where Umesh Yadav is in. This is full. Smith's looking to drive only as far as mid-off. India, rain-affected day. They were 146 for 3 after day one. Again, sort of made it through a very difficult passage of play. It was overcast, but the only difference there was it remained so for the next 4 days or so, didn't it? And New Zealand were able to get India out pretty cheaply in the end. But Australia not looking to make any mistakes here, looking to bat big, having batted first. Umesh charges in, delivers into Smith, who defends into the offside. A bit of extra bounce on that occasion, negotiated well.
But to your point about Steve Smith, Harsha, this is why they love having Travis Head in the side. He allows you to play that sort of attritional cricket. Because there was a time a year or so ago when, especially at home, when Manas Labuschagne was scoring so many runs that Steve Smith would walk out to bat at a time where he had to catch up with the tempo. And I remember interviewing him before the Sri Lanka tour and asking him about it, if that is the reason his averages started to drop, and he actually agreed with me.
Smith looks to push forward to this one, but he's pushed onto the back foot this time, just defending away to mid-off.
But this is what he loves to do. This is what he thrives on, where he sets the tempo and he plays according to the tempo, which you're unable to do if you're walking in and the score is, what, 2 for 240, flat pitch, and you have Manas and David Warner having made big scores. But in this situation kind of suits him.
Does everyone call him Manas? Because they're secretly sad they have to call him Labuschagne.
I certainly do.
Smith takes a shimmy down the track this time. Again, a short of a length delivery, just defended into the leg side. End of another over. Australia 103 for 163.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You've got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Jadeja to continue then. Got just 9 minutes or so left until the tea interval. A couple of field changes being made. The deep fine leg being pushed to a deep backwards square leg. In fact, deep point. I think it's Travis Head on strike for the start of this over. Harsha Bhogle and Bharat Sundaresan alongside myself, Nikesh Rughani.
Yep. One with a bad cup of coffee, the other just watching uninterrupted, unadulterated. You know, it's interesting you brought up the Travis Head issue. I was very curious to see what Ricky Ponting said in the build-up to this game. And he said he'd pick Ishan Kishan as the keeper, but he said he'd also play Surya Kumar Yadav. And I wonder if that's the Aussie way. Just have a free, one of your batters, just this free stroking down a good wicket could take the game away from you. And it's not that Sky only plays white ball cricket.
Jadeja fires one into Head, who misses one past the inside edge this time. And Bharat takes it cleanly, whips the bails off. Head back in his crease safely, though.
How much did that turn? It turned a lot.
It did, yeah. Something about this pitch.
Yeah, cue camera on Ashwin.
Jadeja again fires one in, this time punched off the back foot out towards deep cover for a single.
And there's also a sameness to the Australian batting lineup in terms of, you leave David Warner out, Usman Khawaja, Manas Labuschagne and Steve Smith bat at a similar tempo. I mean, they bat time. They do score quickly in periods. So it's good to have a Travis Head, and Cam Green can go both ways. And so far, what we've seen in Test cricket with Cam Green is, unless obviously they're batting for a declaration, he also takes a while to get his rhythm going. And that's where Travis Head just he provides that extra tempo or some extra gear that they don't have.
Jadeja into Smith this time, pushed on the back foot, defended to short extra cover, no run. I suppose he's the most sort of English-style batter in this Australian lineup at the moment, isn't it?
Harsha.
I didn't use the B word, though. Jadeja in, Smith on the front.
He was doing it way before
no
Brendan McCullum became England coach. He's been doing that since he was 12 and playing league cricket or grassroots cricket in Adelaide.
The last time I saw Cameron Green, he started in the 5th gear.
Yeah, that's true.
That was different from the game, but
Jadeja into Smith, defended into the offside, no run.
he came into bat at number 3 and you thought, oh, hang on, does he have a defense? I would know, because he's just hitting every single ball and a big part to play in the revival of the Mumbai Indians in the IPL. So I'm keen to see how he adjusts.
Smith down the track this time, drives, but straight to mid-off. And there is no run. Throw comes in and almost clatters Smith, who has to sway out of the way. No damage done in the end. 1 from that over. Australia 3 for 164 now. And this run rate as well in this innings, over 3.5 runs an over. In any other era of Test cricket on a first day, given the cloudy conditions first up and the difficulty that the Australian top order faced with some good Indian bowling, that's going at a pretty good lick in any normal circumstances in normal Test cricket.
Here we go again.
and to think that early on they were going at 2 and over,
Yeah,
one
two
and a half,
and over, yeah.
1.5,
Yeah.
2 and over. So yeah,
Traditional Test cricket is thriving, surviving.
yeah, you can. Test cricket can be played over 5 days, can't it?
Exactly, yeah.
Apparently.
You can bat for more than 80 overs, you know. It's
Are you,
allowed.
are you sledging, Nikesh?
Yeah. And all of England.
In comes Umesh for a start of a new over, and this is punched off the back foot by head to mid-off, no run.
Just going back to Travis said, I'm sitting with 2 clean-shaven men here. As the connoisseur of facial hair, I'm sure his Test average with the moustache on is 4 times or 5 times that of when he's been clean-shaven. And I've spoken to him about this. So when he was left out of the Nagpur Test, I bumped into him when they were still training in Nagpur. They stayed back, and he started growing the moustache.
Umesh charging in, and this is cut away powerfully out towards deep point. There was a fielder stationed there just 10 yards to the right of where that ball went, but it flew away and crashes into the boundary sponge. Another lovely shot. As you said, Bharat, you don't want to give this man width.
A moustache or no moustache, you give Travis Head a little bit of width, he'll cut you for 4. That's just what he does.
So are you saying Zach Crawley should grow a moustache before the Ashes?
I think so. No.
Yeah.
So with Travis Head, he said, yeah. Oh, I said, do you remember what happened the last time you grew a moustache? It was before the Gabba Test against England, and you made 100, and you kind of cemented yourself back into the Australian side. And he said, look, I would love to keep the moustache, but I'm getting married in a couple of months, and my partner said not allowed. So he did get married, clean shaven. Now he's grown the moustache back. Look what he's doing with the bat.
And the partner?
Umesh into head, this time guided away out towards backward point, single taken.
Is the partner still the partner?
Partner's the
Made peace with
wife.
the moustache?
Yeah. No, he did shave it off before the wedding. They got married, I think, recently. And she's allowed him to maybe. Okay. And there was a time during the India tour I would talk about this on radio, implore Jess to let Trav keep the moustache on. And I don't know, maybe
you'd normally imagine that a man's moustache is the topic between him and his wife, and that Bharat would have very little to do with it. It's not the worst in the world, though. The worst in the world. I suddenly saw Heinrich Nokia, and I said, what on earth is that?
Umesh into Smith this time, edged and dropped just short of second slip. Shubman Gill thought he was in the game there just for a split second, and just didn't carry on that occasion. Soft hands from Smith.
It is a much better spell, this one from Umesh Yadav. We were talking about how Test cricket allows you to come back in if you bowled a bad spell. His first 6 overs, 27. And now he's, into his 3rd over. He's only conceded another 5. And batters have played and missed once or twice. Now an edge. He's got 3 slips standing outside Steve Smith's bat.
You want to see a moustache? I'll show you a moustache after this over. As Yadav charges in once more and delivers to Smith, again squared up, but this time defending back down the track, and there is no run.
We are an audio medium,
I might do it now. November last year.
Okay, but we are an audio medium, so people have no clue what you're showing us.
1 month of growth. I want you to describe it in cricketing terms.
Okay, here's a good-looking man, nose upwards.
Well done, Harsha.
There's the handlebar I went for. The Mitch Johnson kind of.
Yeah, it looked a little more terrifying
kind of,
on Mitch, though.
Of course it did. And my sort of 60-mile-an-hour seamers wouldn't have the same amount of fear running through a batter's veins. Umesh in once again. This is tucked off the hip by Smith, but straight to the fielder. Square leg, and there is no run. So 5 runs off the over. 1 boundary as well. 3 for 169. Australia SEN Test Cricket in association with Drinkwise this session. Remember, if you are drinking, then drink wise. And remember, you can send us a text as well if you're in Australia. You can catch us on 0433 98 11 16. Get in touch, let us know who you are, where you're from, and we'll give you a shout out for that as well.
Sticking to facial hair, the fact that Ashwin isn't playing for India also means that we have a full bearded Indian 11. Shubman Gill has a stubble, so he's not clean shaven either.
So you think it's nothing to do with the conditions of that first ball first?
There you go.
Okay. Thank God.
Jadeja over the wicket now to head at the start of a new over, defended back to him for no run.
Thank God I'm in television. Otherwise. But tell me, Nikesh, the weather. We've got to talk to the English about the weather.
Jadeja fires another one in. This is full outside, off, driven straight to extra cover. No
so
run.
it stays like this over the next 3 or 4 days?
It's meant to.
A bit of rain on Saturday, I'm told.
A little bit, an hour or two in the afternoon perhaps. Sunday looks a little bit wetter, so hopefully don't get too affected by that. This one on the legs, flicked into the leg side, no run. You can never be sure though, Harsha. It's a little bit like Melbourne English weather, just unpredictable. We saw how cold it was this morning.
Yes.
You're out there in the sun now, not a cloud in the sky. This one left alone, back by head, no run.
I'm still wearing a thermal inner and a sweater.
Listen, you are used to much hotter climes than this in Mumbai at this time of year especially. Jadeja goes shorter this time. It's punched off the back foot. It's well fielded there at cover. Shardul Thakur with the dive, no run.
Yeah, it's a typical first day track, isn't it? There is a wee bit of turn, but it's not the kind of turn that's going to hurt you.
No.
It's just there.
Sticky turn, yeah.
Final ball
for sure. Yeah.
Over coming up. Just the one from it so far. Jadeja has been pretty tidy. Just the 12 runs conceded off his 7 overs now, as this one is defended into the offside for no run. And Phil Long has got something for us.
I think it's going to be tea time, is what I was hinting at.
I thought you were signalling you wanted to get something in, but that will be tea as Jadeja completes that over. The clock ticks over to 11 minutes past 3 local time. So another good session there for Australia, managing to dig in and negotiate a tough passage of play, particularly just after the lunch interval with the loss of that wicket of Marnus Labuschagne. Mohammad Shami with it, but at tea, Travis Head goes in unbeaten on 60 from 75. Steve Smith, he's faced 102 deliveries, but he's still there on 33. Australia 3 for 170. Quick thought from you, Harsha, on that session and the state of play.
Well, definitely Australia's session, because remember they went in about 70 for 2, then lost a wicket first ball of the second over after lunch. Since then, this partnership has taken them, I wouldn't say to safety just yet, but they're feeling good. Which of the two dressing rooms is happier at the moment? Definitely the Australian one at 170 for 3 with Green and Carey and a longish tail to come. Yeah, if India want to get back into this game, they've got to end this day anywhere near what I'd put it into our a little discussion we had yesterday, 230 for 7. It's not looking like 230 for 7 from here.
Very quickly, sorry, Harsha mentioned Steve Smith on about all day, all night, and tomorrow maybe. 2 of the last 28 balls for Steve Smith he has booked in.
He's booked himself
not just bed and breakfast, I think he's booked for the week.
Indeed, for the long haul. Right, so Australia 3 for 170 at tea. We are going to take a short break here on SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. And with Drinkwise, remember, if you are drinking, then Drinkwise. We'll be back with you in around 20 minutes or so.
Got a special guest coming onto the broadcast for the first half an hour of this final session, with Australia resuming in a strong position after being sent in this morning under leaden skies. Well, it's sunny now in South London, and they're 3 for 170 after 51 overs. That was a session where 97 runs were collected, just losing 1 wicket. Marnus Labuschagne bowled from the 7th ball of the stanza for 26 by Shami, but from there, smooth sailing. Smith was 33 from 102 balls, so putting a shift in. By contrast, Travis Head's already up to 60 from 75 balls, striking at 80. A partnership worth 94. Exactly what Australia needed to do, Phil, after losing wickets either side of lunch. Consolidation and acceleration.
Yeah, consolidation, acceleration, and then Steve Smith, we spoke about on commentary just before tea, he's really bedding down. I think he thinks there are runs here for as long as he is out in the middle, if that makes sense.
Well, Smith didn't reach 50 at all through the course of the Border Gavaskar series earlier this year, so he'll be mindful of just ticking that box on the way through, and he loves this ground, of course. He made test centuries here in both 2013, his first, and then in 2015 when he was the vice-captain the first time around in the final test of that series, and no better conditions now. The ball will still move around. The Duke's ball stays newer for longer, more pronounced seam, but he certainly put himself in a good position.
That's right. And before tee, he was more than happy. 28 balls faced before tee for just the 2 runs, but he's not out, as you say, 33 not out.
So starting the final session, Travis Head will be on strike, who's struck the ball really well. He's hit 10 fours out of his 60. Just waiting for the first ball to be called. It'll be Umesh Yadav, who's called to action here by umpire Illingworth. We're away in the final session. He starts right arm over the wicket, hits head, but it's pitching outside the leg stump. It spills into the onside, and there will be no run. I mentioned we have a guest for the first half an hour or so of the final session. That guest needs no introduction. We'll give him one anyway. 112 test matches, 7,683 runs at 45, 19 test tons, and he was out there when the winning runs were struck for the Black Caps in the World Test Championship final a couple of years ago in Southampton. Of course, it's Ross Taylor, ICC ambassador these days. G'day, Roscoe.
Hey, thanks for having me. I should have scored a few more runs than that.
I think your job was done. What a career it was. Umesh to the crease, second ball of the session. No run, says Smith, who punches out to cover. To begin, your recollections of being part of that winning Black Cap side. You'd made so many finals and semi-finals in short form cricket, but to get to the decider a couple of years ago and winning it, what does that mean for you now looking back on your career?
I think it was definitely a career highlight. It's nice to be here today at the Oval, seeing a full house. I mean, that was the heart of COVID. It's 25% crowd, and we stayed on the ground at Southampton.
Umesh to the crease, right arm over, Pavilion end, Smith defending it. That's right, wasn't it? It felt like an odd test match because, I mean, of course, had tickets been available, they would have sold it out with the Indian fans, I'm certain, but it did feel like there were these little pockets in the crowd. I was down there for a couple of days, and the New Zealand fans were in one section, Indian fans in the other, COVID restrictions and all the rest of it.
And then day one, it's not a cloud in the sky as we speak. Day one, it rained.
Yes.
So you woke up and all your family are wondering whether to stay up, and we said just go to bed. 3
slips for Umesh, close to the stumps. Bolster Smith pushes out to mid-on. No single, just wide of the man in that direction towards the Galdari stand. Yeah, what was it, days 1 and days 3 completely washed out?
And it was, from my point of view, it was quite good. I had Goff, the umpire, in my room next door, and you pull your curtains open, it's raining, he's having a cup of tea on there, and I said, Goffy, any chance of play today? Don't worry, Ross, go back to bed. So I go back to bed. I'd send a message to the family. You can go to sleep all day.
To the crease here, Umesh Yadav, the veteran, the Smith, forcing off the front foot, but doesn't beat Siraj at cover. And when you finally got on, you were able to, well, it was set up so nicely, wasn't it, last couple of days, New Zealand needing wickets on morning 6, which sounds like a bizarre thing to say, doesn't it? But the extra day was available to the match officials, and you took it, and your bowlers went to work.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things had to go in our favour to get there, but I think Kyle Jamieson was fantastic throughout that whole campaign and in that game especially.
Umesh again, close to the stumps, leaving alone outside the off stump is Smith. End of the over, a maiden complete, so 52 gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge shale on now. It stays at 3 for 171. Smith 33, Head on 60. Our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. We're live here at the Kia Oval. You can keep your texts coming in throughout the course of the evening in Australia. What time would it be now in Australia? Just after midnight. 0433 98 11 16. And we've got you for about half an hour off the top, I'm told, by your friends at the ICC. What's your gig there? What does an ICC ambassador do?
I do a lot. No, so we came, I arrived on Thursday, when did I arrive? Arrived on Saturday, had a function with some legends on the Sunday.
Jadeja from our Vauxhall went to start the head. It's full and driven out through cover. Travis Head loves it there. That'll be his 11th boundary, taking him to 64, 3 for 175 the score. Australia, picking up from where he left off before tee.
Oh, his form over the last 12, 18 months has been nothing but phenomenal, and he's carrying it on today.
So they get you out here. I suppose you do the rounds of the corporate boxes and the broadcast boxes and shake a few hands, kiss a few babies as Jadeja bowls wider of the crease, shorter, head, turns it down towards long on where there's an easy single. 3 for 176. They punch gloves. He moves to 65.
Yes, we had a function on the Sunday with Ponting, Ravi Shastri, Wazim Akram, the two captains, and Ian Bell. I felt a bit out of place there, as in some pretty big names, and just doing a few photo shoots and carrying the mace round.
Goes round the wicket here, Jadeja, Smith forward. The applause you could hear and the punch of the gloves reflected the 100-run stand between this pair, Phil Long.
Yeah, 100 partnership, 172 balls that's taken.
Done a great job so far. Jadeja again, a bit fuller. That's better length as well. Smith looks to drive, but there's a fielder at cover. That's the captain, Rowett. No single.
You don't often see that as they're running through. Normally at the end of the ball. Maybe we're talking about Test cricket and trying to speed it up. Maybe that was it.
Yes, over rates today. Only 51 overs before tea. Smith turning into the onside. Out towards mid-on. Another single. It's been that kind of hour or so. The hour before tea, they were able to get a lot of runs down the ground. 3 for 177. Smith up to 34. Doing it on his terms at the moment. In no rush whatsoever. Jadeja to finish. He's got a slip, head, forward, driving, and finds a little gap, enough of a gap to find one wide of the man at mid-off. So a busy over. 1, 2, 3, 7 runs coming from it. 3 for 178 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Smith, 34, head, 66.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. We're here for Maccas at the Kia Oval World Test Championship Final. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Umesh Yadav, first change bowler for India. Pavilion end, bowls to head, 2 catching men, and he drives through extra cover with real style. Thumps it out to the old Lock Laker stand. That's 12 boundaries out of 70. 70 from 80 balls, 3 for 182. Roscoe, we were saying before tea with Travis Head that it feels like the tougher the conditions, and it's settled down now, but when he walked out it was challenging earlier, the better this guy plays.
I mean, there was nothing wrong with that delivery. They pitched it up and he's hit through the line and pierced the gap nicely. I mean, as a fan, and the Indian fans are probably thinking, jeepers, what's he doing? I mean, that was a good ball that Travis has made look easy.
Just 19 metres to work with, TV tells us on their graphic, bisecting the 2 fielders. Umesh again on leg stump, over correction, gets a single. Moves to 71, just looking towards umpire Illingworth, make sure he got some bat on it. He did not, so a leg by. Score ticks over to 3 for 182. So for the Indian side who you defeated 2 years ago in that final, they've been pretty keen to explain how much that hurt, acknowledging that a lot of veterans in the side. This will probably be, for at least a few of them, their last lap around.
Yeah, you look around the ground and, as you said, I think there were a few of them. This could be their last opportunity. But winning the toss went a long way to...
Umesh bowls and Smith down the leg side. There's something on it which prompts a half an appeal for Umesh Yadav, but no interest from Illingworth.
And India, the biggest nation, most high profile, they've struggled in ICC events since 2011. So obviously the One Day World Cup in a few months' time, but this is this for some of them is going to be the last time they get this opportunity, which I'm sure they'll try and make the most of.
Yeah, you're right. They've gone on a bit of a roll, haven't they, of just sort of falling short at global events. Beaten semi-finalists at Adelaide Oval in the T20 World Cup last year. Umesh has got 3 slips for Smith, who leaves alone outside the off stump. World Test Championship final, the One Day World Cup semi-final at Manchester, Ross, a game you had a big hand in back in 19 at Manchester, the 2-day, 1-day semi-final, one of the most ridiculous games of cricket I've seen. You must have very fond memories of that.
Well, I was not out overnight in a one-day game. That was strange.
I always remember about that. The coverage overnight was, get on with it, Taylor. What's going on here? And of course, we learnt as the 2 days went on, it was a pretty tough track. Umesh bowls and Smith hit on the inside edge. So up the leg before, had it not hit maybe the bottom of the bat. The first one we've seen shoot through in this session. But yes, it was, as I recall, it was a surface where 5 and over was a good result.
I think batting there with Kane, we sort of reassured ourselves we were doing it right. And when you're in the middle of that time, you still do and ah whether you are. Kevin Peterson came up to me on day 2 and was telling me, what am I doing? And I said, I think we're 240, 250 might be enough. And I reminded him of it once we won.
Well, KP offered a strong view about something, did he? Bowling again, UMS short ball. Smith takes it on, down towards fine leg. Only one. Got on top of it. Well played. He's 35 with the single. 3 for 184 Australia. At the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard, huge sale on now.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
Knocked out in the early rounds of AFL Survivor? Play AFL Survivor Second Chance and you could win $2,000 cash and a VIP AFL Finals experience thanks to Berwick Motor Group. Out tip, stay alive, win big at iCanWin.com.au. Driven by Berwick Motor Group.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final for Maccas. Used to 30 years of the McCafe. Adam Collins, Ross Taylor, World Test Championship winner a couple of years ago with you. Louis Cameron's jumped in to the expert chair as well, former Victorian seamer, cricket.com.au. Geno, Louis, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Adam. Good afternoon, Ross.
Shami on, new spell, replacing Jadeja. Delivers here, Vauxhall end, way outside the off stump, and it's swung plenty as well. So the movement is still there if they're good enough.
It's good to have a fellow Victorian. For the two games I played for Victoria in the Big Bash in 2010.
Weren't they the halcyon days of the sort of the earlier Big Bash?
Yeah, this was when it was. I think it's still the Big Bash, but wasn't. When I tell people I played for Victoria, they're like, "Who are they?"
The game that changed everything, isn't it? The New South Wales Victoria game that you played in on a Saturday night. Shami bowls, Smith leaves alone outside the off stump. That's closer to the pegs though, where it was this extraordinary game where it went to the final ball and Steve Smith takes a hanger. Remember that?
Oh, the good old days. I'd say that. I guess the Big Bash is always good from a Kiwi point of view, the time and things like that. The time zone.
I might have helped get your eye in around that time. I reckon I would have been bowling the nets as a 18 or 19-year-old and just serving up a few half volleys for the overseas pro to put out of the net.
Should be more.
I'm sure you don't remember, but I do.
Should be more of that cross-pollinisation, I reckon. Shami bowls here, and Smith isn't quite beaten, but he leaves it very late. Watches it under his eyes and into the gloves of Bharat. And by that I mean, I always kind of thought, why don't we have more overseas players, especially from New Zealand, trying to get their way into the Shield and the other domestic comps?
Yeah, well, in that campaign, I turned up and I already had a nickname. They were calling me Smithy, and I thought, why am I called Smithy? Because Clint Mackay said we'd sign that guy from New Zealand, Ross Smith, the Brownlow medalist from.
Shami bowls here, and Smith pushing into the onside, no run.
This is Smithy out here, by the way, not me.
Yeah, the other Smithy. I like that. Yeah, the
Brownlow. Here's Ross Taylor, you idiot.
So I like how they kept it simple as well. Smithy. It's like England have got the new seamer last week, Josh Tongue. Guess what his nickname is? Tonguey.
I
mean, come on. At least I was trying to get liquor going last week. I guess some derivative of Tongue. You can't just go Tonguey, can you? They're going to try. We'll see him in the Ashes, I reckon. Bowled quickly at Lords against Ireland. Shami up, bowls here, Smith defends. Did you catch any of that test between England and Ireland last week, Ross?
I was in the plane for a day and a bit of it, but no, I faced him a few times in county cricket. He's an awkward customer. He was only a youngster, and he just gets the ball to stand up a bit with the way he almost falls over it a little bit. But anyone who bowls at 90 miles an hour with a juke ball is going to be a handful.
It feels, Louis, as though he might be the bowler that complements Mark Wood when Wood can't play, because they're not going to play him for all five. That Tongue might be used there.
Yeah, and it seems like those guys who do fall over, as you say, Ross.
Shami finishes the over. We'll pick it up after the break. Smith pushing to mid-on. 55 overs gone, Australia. 3 for 184 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now. Smith 35, Head 70.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
We're here for Maccas on SEN Test Cricket. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Louis, you were talking about skinny bowlers falling away.
Yeah, well, it does seem like those guys who fall away a bit, but the ones who can keep their wrists strong on the ball, they can often be, because all your cues suggest that's going to come into you as a right-hander. But when they can shift it away from you, I imagine that's quite hard to play with.
And I'm sure if you ask the bowler, they don't even know what's happening themselves.
Hey, come on, give us some credit.
It just happens every now and then, and the batter has no chance, do they?
Change of angle for Umesh. Now round the wicket, bowling to head, wide of the crease, plays it close to his off stump and steers at the deep third where there's a single. He's 71, more than double of Smith's 35, 3 for 185.
And he'd played for Worcester with Tongue when I was playing then, so I'm sure if he does play, he'll have a little bit of an insight to how he goes about his business and how he felt he goes about his things as well.
Kind of thought we might see Travis Head out here doing a little county stint before the 6 Test matches, Lou. He was one of those who didn't come. Umesh over the wicket, bowls to Smith, defends from the crease.
I did hear that he was down in Sussex having a bit of a net while Steve Smith, who obviously was playing for them along with Cheteshwar Pujara, he might have been in the nets having a bit of a hit. He had a stint there a year or two ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago, yeah. Had a tough stint there, actually. Had probably the worst run of his career was in 2021 at Sussex, where he couldn't hit it off the square, but obviously he's had a remarkable run since then. Nathan McAndrew, the other Australian playing for Sussex, who couldn't get a game because Steve Smith was there. Here is Umesh, closer to the stumps, fuller to Smith as well, pushing the bit off, no run. So the other thing you've had with you, Ross, as Louis pointed out in our ad before, is the big old mace. Used to go to the side that was ranked #1 in the world. Then you've had it for a couple of years in safe possession in New Zealand. What's the story there?
It's actually a lot heavier than you think. We did a tour around the country once we won it, and holding it for 15 to 20 minutes is not an easy thing. But it's quite funny. We were talking the other day with Ravi, Shastri and Ricky Ponting, and they were talking about it's not very good if you do win, because you can't really drink out of it, can you? It's more of a stirrer. But no, it's a fantastic looking trophy. I think until you go up close and actually see it, probably not as nice until you see it up close.
Mesh bowls here to Smith, who's off the back foot forcing but can't beat the man at cover. Good stop there from Akshar Patel. No, sorry, Mohammad Siraj. Akshar must be off now. Yeah, we had the big spectre at the coronation here a couple of weeks ago, where a member of the ministry, the Lord President of the Council, had to carry it into Westminster Abbey, and I did think of the similarity between the shape of that and the mace that you were bashing around with from a cricket context.
Yeah, and here I am just holding it for 15-20 minutes. That lady had to hold it for hour upon hour.
Yeah, that's right. Umesh bowls here, and Smith squared up a little bit, ends up at mid-off, no concerns, but just moving away from him in the air. Phil Long's with us as well.
Yeah, very quickly. Steve Smith, just 4 runs now off the last 50 balls he's faced.
All the stats and facts with Phil Long across the course of the next 7 weeks. So he's in no hurry. Strike rate 30-something at tee. Now into the high 20s. Only struck at high 30s, low 40s in India earlier this year. It's like he's made a decision to really go back into his shell against the Indian bowling attack. Last ball here on the hip of Smith. No single either. 3 for 185. Into the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sail on now with Smith on 35 and Head on 71.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right. Save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Travis Head back on strike on 71. He's our leading run scorer for DSE Trucks, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. DSE Trucks. Round the wicket, Shammy. Away from us, Vauxhall end. Head wearing the short sleeve jumper. Short ball, takes it on. Doesn't get anything on it. He was looking out towards mid-wicket, rolled down the pitch. No concerns. Get the sense any time it's short, Head's eyes are lighting up at the moment, having that kind of day.
And you wonder whether it's the kind of tactic they might look at, Ross, is, you know, there's obviously been a lot of movement and a bit of variable bounce on a good length, but, you know, it's kind of, the sun's out, it's the kind of time where you might actually look at bumping a guy who's in pretty good nick.
Yeah, I think so. And I think just the way he's played all summer in Australia and here is playing on instinct. And as you said, when the ball is moving around, sometimes your eyes do light up when they dig it in short to take it on.
Shammy bowls to head off the back foot, carving out towards the gully. Has that gone through the hands of the man in the cordon? Either way, it's down to the rope for four. Ajinka Rughani back in the side today. We'll need a second look on our replay screen. But judging by the body language of Rohit Sharma, that might have just burst through the mitts. We'll see it again for Tyre Power end of financial year sale. Your first impression, Ross?
Yeah, I think it's just blown through his hands.
Hit it hard.
He's hit that very hard. He's a long way back there at gully too.
Haven't quite got the right angle from TV yet. My sense is, from all the body language we're seeing, is that, yeah, that's exactly what it's done. So 4 more to the Aussie tally, 3 for 189. Head just 20 or 25 away from a ton now. Shammy staying around the wicket, wider of the crease, head on the front foot. Single to deep point, 76, 3 for 191.
They would have taken some catching, to be fair.
Yes.
I mean, how hard it was hit. And then that height, it's an awkward height to catch coming through there. But Rughani's got a safe pair of hands also.
Position that's gone a bit out of fashion in recent years too, the gully. They used to be kind of specialist gully fielders, didn't they?
Especially in England. I think the way they've gone about it, they always just try and have 4 slips now, or have 3 slips and, you know, three in the covers just to block it up.
Seems like a flex from Stokes. He'll stick with 5 slips for kind of an hour to make a point. A Bazball way of doing things or something like that. 2 slips of gully here for Smith. There's the outside edge landing just in front of Kohli. At first slip. Well played by Smith, taking weight out of his bottom hand.
I think Shammy's been the pick of the bowlers. I think the way he's just pitched it up enough and asked the questions. But that's the second or third one that's bounced just short. I think John Wright used to always say, the subcontinent teams do hang back in the slip cord, and the keeper does go back a lot further back. They like catching it, but little nicks like that, maybe just have to come up a couple of metres.
It's quite interesting. I never heard it put in quite those terms before about subcontinental slip cordons. So Shammy bowling here to Smith. Slips up needed here. Turns him down to fine leg in front of the Bedser stand. Smith 36, 3 for 191. So his view was that just culturally they were more used to taking the ball down low.
They're taking the ball low, but then when you're in India, you have to come up. Right. But when you come to the bouncier conditions, you love just being able to catch the ball above hip height and almost take your slip cord and further back. And so John Wright, obviously coaching India for a long period of time, was big on them coming up a couple of yards more so than they used to, and he used to do that to us after every over.
Busy over from Shammy, finishing to head on leg stump, another single. Lots of ones out there after tea. He's up to 77. 3 for 192. The left-hander keeps a strike. That's on the Beaumont Tire scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Hi, I'm Bharat Sundaresan. The Henley sale event is on now, but must end soon. You'll enjoy savings on every home where luxuries are standard. Henley, backed by a $7 billion parent company. Build on something solid. Visit henley.com.au today.
The Renault Koleos Intense is now ready to drive away at Barry Burke Renault. Enjoy the massage function, panoramic sunroof, heated and cooling seats, plus auto tailgate from only $48,490 drive away. Think Renault, think Barry Burke Renault.
LMCT 7522.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's the 30 years of the McCafe World Test Championship Final. Got Ross Taylor with us for one more over. Has there been some WhatsApps flying around amongst your old teammates with the World Test Final around again about what you achieved a couple of years ago?
I caught up with Vittori yesterday, so obviously being part of the Australian setup, and he looked very relaxed. But
and he starts the over to head, short ball, takes it on, bottom edge, not far away from the off stump. That was way above his helmet.
Yeah, I think that would have been a wide. I think if he didn't get hold of that. But no, I think I did a show back home with Tim Southey, so technically we're still world champions up until probably day 4 or 5 of this, and we'll milk it for all it is.
Yes, New Zealand did quite fade away, didn't they, in this form of the game in the last 2 years?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know whether there was a bit of, obviously a few retirements.
2 out for the short ball. Umesh here to head. Plays it in front of square off his pad. 2's the call. They'll get there comfortably. Head 77, 3 for 194.
But yeah, I think a few retirements and maybe there was a bit of a hangover after achieving that. We had a game back home, our first Test match at home, and we hadn't lost a series, and we were tipped up by Bangladesh. Yeah. So, it was a complacency. It's probably a bit of a combination of everything. But we are going through a bit of a transition phase at the moment, and obviously sweating on the injury of Kane Williamson as well.
Yeah, it feels like he's missed more Test matches than he's played in recent times, Williamson, with a couple of different injuries there.
I think, and then he comes in and gets 200, and then another 200, and then gets injured again. That's how it sort of feels. But obviously a key component to our team, and we need him back ASAP.
Yeah, that brilliant chase against Sri Lanka earlier this year. Head out to deep square, gets a single into the 80s, 3 for 195. Do you miss it, or when you were done, you were kind of pretty relaxed about things?
Yeah, I wasn't. You never really know how you're going to react, but no, I'm pretty content with my decision. I don't miss warm-ups. I think I like coming here this morning, seeing the teams warm up. I must admit, it brought back those nerves that you get before every first-class game, or you don't know what you're going to do on that first day. It's, nerves are good. It means you care.
Up again over the wicket to Smith. 3 catching men, leaving alone outside the off stump. Outside of the work you're doing with the ICC, have you got another formal title inside cricket somewhere at the moment?
Yeah, I've just about to be batting and assistant coach for the Seattle Orcas in the MLC. So it's my first stint into coaching, and something that I'm looking forward to. And America, obviously a big market. We're part owned by the Microsoft CEO. So, it's exciting. And I don't know, I love America. I love American sports. So I'm looking forward to going and tasting a bit of that while we're over there as well.
Sounds like great fun. Smith on the back foot, carving away past point, just behind square. Only his 5th boundary, but it does take him up to 40 from his 129th delivery. 3 for 199. That was too easy.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't too far away from Shami, but I suppose when you've been bowling as many overs as he has so far, can just sort of just lets it go past him. But no, I think there's a crucial stage here. I think from India's point of view, I think they need to try and get a breakthrough. It's going to be tough work if they're only 3 down leading into that second new ball.
Ross, we'll say goodbye now. We're going to a break after this ball. Great having you with us, and best of luck in America. Last ball here to Smith, leaving a lane outside the off stump. Ross Taylor, ICC ambassador, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Into the over. 3 for 199 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Cheers. Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final by hitting a 6 with their massive bathroom wear catalogue sale. How's this? Vanities, basins, baths, loos, and even tapware are all slashed by up to 25% off. Plus, yes, plus, get up to 25% off all tiles. That's another 6 for Beaumont's. Head into one of over 110 stores around the country and save up to 25% on bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
SEN at Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Pete Lalor is in with us now, replacing Ross Taylor. Shami bowls to Head, who cuts as he does so routinely, but that's straight into the turf. They still get through for 1, though. Field set deep. He's up to 81 from 90 balls, and the 200 it up as well, Pete Lalor. 3 for 200. This partnership is going beautifully. They put on 124.
Yeah, they're batting absolutely beautifully. Such complementary batsmen, aren't they? The yin and the yang. Zig and the zag. You'd remember those, wouldn't you? Head and Smith. Smith's in absolutely no rush to get the job done, does it? It's almost like, I just want to bat 5 days of this Test match, and he's always like that. Head, however.
6-3 field. Shami over the wicket to Smith, who leaves alone. A ball that swings plenty, but after it's past the batter. Been a bit of a feature today, Louis, hasn't it, with Shami, that his swing is coming after into the gloves of the keeper.
He's an interesting bowler. The Aussies talk about Shami as being the guy that they see the seam come out and just bolt upright out of his hand straight away. Sometimes that means it can kind of swing out of the hand straight away from the hand, but it's been more kind of after it's bounced, and it's a nightmare for a wicketkeeper.
Seems to get more pronounced swing too with the older ball, doesn't he, than the newer ball?
Yeah.
Shami in. 3 catching men on leg stump, though, down the fine leg again. Smith 41, 3 for 201. We spoke a little bit before the test around the idea of Ishan Kishan playing, being a superior batter to KS Bharat, but I think what gets lost in that is it's actually quite difficult to keep the seamers in England due to this late movement with the Duke's ball.
It is, yeah. I mean, all the keepers talk about it, about how they have to keep ugly in a way. I was speaking to Jimmy Pearson, who's coming over here before Lord's Test, when Josh Inglis goes home for the birth of his first child, and he was kind of talking about you got to stand closer to the stumps than you would back in Queensland when you keep it together.
Round the wicket, short ball, head goes up over the top of the cordon. Of course he does. He loves that shot so much. Over about third slip. Travis Head's found the rope on 14 occasions. He's 85. Australia up to 3 for 205, and these two doing as they please since tea. The last 10 overs have been worth 41 runs.
It's just been a couple of good balls, and then just the pressure gets released against Travis Head. He's not slogging. I mean, he's not going after them and trying to hit good balls for 6, but it's just every now and then these guys just erring. I reckon they'd be pretty disappointed with how they bowled, especially after lunch.
He's left only 15 deliveries of his 91 in seaming conditions. That's on our screen for tyre power. End of financial year sale. Shami again to Head. Short again. Head does it again. Back-to-back uppercuts. That might have gone all the way. It has. What a way to move into the 90s. He's raced through the 80s quicker than Ian Botham. 3 for 211. Travis Head's only been out there for 92 balls. What's that? 14 fours and a 6. Don't bowl there to the South Australian left-hander.
The English bowlers will be watching this and taking notes, won't they? They've got their nemesis there, Steve Smith, the man they can never get out. Now they've got this Travis Head, who they probably hadn't factored too much into their thinking before this.
Yeah, he's a tricky guy to bowl to as well, Pete. Like they've got two guys out on the hook, but he's not playing the hook. He's putting it over third man. I'd say the line for Shami is the more important thing. He's come over the wicket now, hopefully to try and getting hitting to the leg side.
Will he go 3 short balls in a row? Shami does, and Head steers it. Good batting. Gets one, retains the strike to deep point. Changing commentary after the break. Australia 3 for 212. Head up to 92. Smith on 41 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Hugh Shalol now Nikesh Rughani replacing me and taking Head to a ton.
Blunston is bringing you the new standard in steel safety. Our Rotoflex steel boots are built for whatever you throw at them. Packed with next-gen features, they combine stability and safety with flexibility and comfort. They're our toughest, most advanced boots yet. So no matter what you do or where you do it, there's a Rotoflex boot for you. Rotoflex by Blunston. Put our innovation to work. To find out more, head to blunston.com.au/Rotoflex.
With us on SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia dominant at the moment, 3 for 212. Lawler and Louis Cameron still alongside me. Travis Head takes strike here for the start of another Umesh Yadav over. Yadav hasn't quite found his rhythm today. None for 45 into his 14th over now. He goes into the pads of Head, who just flicks away leg side out towards deep square leg for a single, and some Australians in the crowd, Peter.
There are a few. There aren't many. Bharat says it's 99.98 Indian, and there's 2 Australians there, but I think there's a couple more than that. Great atmosphere, isn't there? And I'll tell you another thing about the atmosphere that I've noted. It's not polluted by ground announcers and music. It's very good. Space just to watch the cricket and listen to the cricket and just not have that assault on your ears that we seem to have all the time in Australian cricket now.
Yeah,
do you get that?
Cricket, franchise cricket, obviously. In India as well, as Umesh comes into Smith. Bit of extra bounce this time, well negotiated, no run.
It's the bane of all sports lovers. It even happens at the Aussie rules. At the Aussie rules, you total focus, total concentration while the game's being played, and then at quarter time and half time you turn to your mates, your friends, your family, and you chat about the game. Similarly with cricket, but you can't do it now. I'm starting to sound a bit old, which is appropriate because I am.
Starting.
Good on you. Yeah.
What kind of music could they play to keep you happy, Pete?
Oh, Sleaford Mods.
Don't get him started.
Yeah,
in comes Umesh to Smith again, left alone this time, outside off. We had this conversation, didn't we?
Yeah, we did.
Nagpur.
In Nagpur, and in fact, Sleaford Mods have just finished a tour of Australia. Well, they might have 1 or 2 shows to go. Played the Forum in Melbourne. Disappointingly, played the Opera House in Sydney.
Disappointingly, right?
Well,
doesn't quite fit.
They're pretty snotty. Not quite. Sit down and take your opera glasses kind of band.
What's the Scandinavian band, the heavy metal one that you like?
Viagra Boys.
Viagra Boys.
Yeah, they're great.
Nikesh goes full this time, and that's beautifully driven just to the onside of the stumps there from Steve Smith. Poses with his follow-through, just walks down the track, puncher gloves with Travis Head. That was 4 from the moment it hit the bat. Smith into his stride. He moves on to 45. Australia 3 for 217.
Such a difficult man to bowl to. And that's a beautifully balanced shot.
Sachin Tendulkar-esque with that on drive. Just going too full again. He pulls a few good deliveries every now and again, and then there's always a boundary ball in there. Goes into the pads this time of Smith, who defends to mid-on, no run.
Well, that's the problem too, I think, of the bowlers probably not having the miles in their legs, not having played much Test cricket in the last few months. They really have, you know, they're tiring now. It's probably a reasonably warm day out there. It wouldn't be that warm for an Indian. But just to highlight the difference in the way these two batters have gone about it. Smith's going at a strike rate of 28. Travis Head at 86.
And look at the boundary count too.
Yeah.
12 to 4, 12 to Travis Head, 4 to Steve Smith.
Umesh is into the pads once again of Smith. This time he flicks just wide of mid-on, and that races away for 4 as well. Smith on to 49 now. 137 balls he's faced, yes. But finally getting into his groove. We were talking about him being set up for a big one, and he's getting himself going here. End of the over. And Australia now up to 3 for 221.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Ravi Shastri replacing Louis Cameron on commentary. Afternoon, Ravi, how are you?
Afternoon, all, and what a start for Australia straight away after tea. You can see the body language of the Indians dropping.
Bowlers just flagging a little bit, aren't they?
Yes.
Given those, what I was just saying before you came on, there's 4 balls every over now.
Absolutely, and it's travelling Travis at his best.
Yeah, Travis Head facing up 93 from 94. In comes Shami round the wicket. Thick outside edge just past second slip. Down towards deep third, who is stationed quite fine down there. And Travis Head gets a single. Phil Long is with us as well.
36 off the previous 4 overs. Before that ball there, Travis Head has scored 35 off the last 20 balls he's faced.
And how many overs left in the day, Phil?
We're just bowling the 60th now, so there will be 30 now.
30, so yeah. Australia will be thinking 4 and over from here. So this could be a massive last session of play. If this partnership carries on, this could be a 130, 140 run session.
Shami back over the wicket here into Smith, who defends, but only as far as mid-on for no run. Well, they are going at over 3.5 anyway, Ravi, their entire rate today. And given that they started at sort of 2 and over in that first hour or so, weathered that early storm with the cloud cover that was there, they've done extremely well. And I think a lot of credit goes to Travis Head for taking the pressure off somebody like a Steve Smith by the rate of scoring.
No question about that. It's the clarity of his thought that's made him what he is in the last 18 months or so. He's clear in his mind. He wants to attack, wants to dominate. 60 in that session of play himself.
Shami steams in again, and again on that straight sort of middle stump line, defended into the onside for no run.
It's such a luxury for a cricket team to have a batter who can go at the pace of a Travis Head in the middle order. I always recall Adam Gilchrist was the exemplar of that, wasn't he? You know, the other team would look like they were in the game when Adam Gilchrist walked out to bat. 40 minutes later, the game was taken away from you. Not that I'm saying the game's been taken away from India yet, but you have that with India had that with Rishabh Pant, of course.
Yeah, and he's the only one. I mean, Head is the only one who's striking a little ahead of Rishabh Pant in this cycle.
Shami into Smith on that off stump line this time, again defended for no run.
Head is striking at 81, 82. Rishabh is he's second on 80. So just tells you what a difference a man in that position can do to your batting set. That's why these two teams are playing. In many ways, these are the guys who set up the games for you and winning matches.
And what a bonus to have a guy who's going at 82 strike rate and an average of 52 in that cycle.
Absolutely, absolutely.
He's really come into his own last couple of years, Travis Head.
Shami into Smith once more. He's batting way outside his crease, but defends this one back down the track for no run.
Just love the way he uses his wrists, Travis Head. You know, he just seems to be punching the ball, but the work that's done with the wrist to get the bat speed and help with the placement is great to see.
I recall Tim Payne coming back from a Sheffield Shield game 2-3 seasons ago and having a chat to him, and he said, look out, Travis Head is going to be is a serious test match batsman.
Shami outside the off stump this time, and Smith leaves alone, covering that off stump. End of another over. Australia 3 for 222.
When it comes to cricket, like Imar, the tradies mate, who doesn't have awesome memories of watching over after over with their mates or playing backyard cricket? Chippies, builders, sparkies, cleaners, landscapers, painters and more. Imar tradies love cricket. That's why Imar is the third umpire partner this year on SEN Cricket, reviewing the umpiring calls and helping you review your insurance. Call 13-IMAR today, the tradies mate for over 35 years Australia-wide.
That's Imar. With us here at the Oval on SEN Test Cricket in association with Macca's. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Remember, you can also send us a text if you are in Australia. You can catch us on 0433 98 11 16. Let us know who you are, where you're from, and what you make of the day's play so far. Australia in a great position here, 3 for 222. World Test Championship final, of course. We're in the sunshine in London, Ravi, as well. Well, welcome sight after this morning.
Oh, absolutely. Who would have thought that we would have a cloudless afternoon, blue skies, sun bathed in sunshine, fabulous. And when you are batting of that quality, where they're prepared to take the attack to the opposition, take the game forward, proper day of Test match cricket.
And I don't think there's any other country in the world where the overhead conditions matter so much, but it can change the game, in a matter of half an hour, can't it?
There's no other country in the world that has made more cricketers weather experts.
Siraj into the attack, starts with a short one and ends up with Travis Head on his backside, trying to sway out of the way of that. And listen to the crowd, they're loving it.
That's the line, If you go bowling short at Travis Head, get into that ribcage area, get in middle and leg stump. No point bowling outside the off stump, he'll pepper you. That's the line. You've got a field set for that.
We've talked about the lack of short deliveries so far in this Indian innings. They tried a few early on, but this is the one man in the attack who has got that capability with the extra pace as well.
Now dropping the second slip back into a catching position on the rope.
Yep, very fine deep third, almost a fly slip really on the boundary there. As Siraj comes in once more, another short one. This time it's pulled away in front of square by Head. There is protection out there at deep mid-wicket. Bit of work to do.
This is
going to sweep us. So 2 taken.
This will be fun now because it's a clear signal. I'm going to try some short stuff at you in this 15-minute period. And knowing Travis Head, he's not going to take a backward step. He's going to try and attack it as well. He's 4 short of 100.
It was an intelligent shot then, wasn't it? Playing in front of square, in front of the wicket when they put the fielders back on the rope for that shot that he profited from recently over the top of the slips.
Just 4 away now from a century here. Travis Head, 96 not out. In comes Siraj, and this is another short delivery which he misses and taken behind the stumps. Siraj with a little stare as well, just to let him know he's there.
Travis Head's a kind of bloke, doesn't get nervous in the 90s. I think he'll go for it with a 6. He may as well.
That's if you can see what he's trying. I think he's hit on the helmet. So
they're going to have a concussion check here. Physio's coming on. Just that was the reason why the ball just trickled away to Virat Kohli. And just looking at the replay there in association with Tyre Power, end of the financial year sale for them, looked like it could have been a little bit of a nasty one.
Yeah, just a bit of a clip on the ear there, wasn't it? Didn't really hit him flush. He looks fine.
Yeah, but the protocols suggest he needs to be checked out. Will he need to change his helmet as a result? Umpires getting involved as well. And a mooted Mexican wave trying to limply make its way around the JM Fin stand.
It might not be such a bad thing for Travis Head at this stage. Just got the feeling he was a little edgy. He was in a hurry. He's looking for that 100 quickly. So this will break the tempo a bit. Siraj was getting into some good rhythm.
Callow commentators were calling for him to bring it up with a 6, but deep breath.
Deep breath.
It's Test cricket.
Yep.
Quite easily do it with a 4 here. He's striking at 97.95 so far. Just 98 deliveries for his 96. 14 fours and a 6 so far. Smith at the other end, just 1 away from a milestone himself. 49 not out of 142. Strike rate of 34.5. So more traditional Test cricket from Steve Smith. He's been allowed to do so really without adding any pressure to the Australian batting, given what Travis Head is doing at the other end. And the check is over. And Head looks fine.
5 fielders back on the boundary rope for the lofted shot here.
Siraj to continue. It's short. It's not that short. It's off the hip this time of Head, who gets himself a single round the corner on the leg side.
He's scattered this field, hasn't he? He's got India scrambling to where am I going to put my fielders, Rohit Sharma?
So Smith then back on strike. 49 not out. 30 Test centuries for Steve Smith. 37 other scores of 50 plus as well. Will he make that 38 here?
He averages over 100 on this ground. He just likes batting here at the Oval. Over 100.
I think he could have stopped at just likes batting. But
Siraj then into Smith, more conventional field, 2 slips and a gully, and this is defended into the leg side, and there is no run. You like batting on this ground as well, Ravi? 1990, good memories of that?
Yes, it's a beautiful ground to bat. It wasn't doing as much as it did today in that first session of play. It wasn't as overcast, but yet there was enough for the bowlers in the first 2 hours. But if you get through that period, then this is a beautiful time to bat. This is the time where you milk it, get your runs, and can get big runs.
And you say this is a good place to bat as well? Why is that? Is it a good viewing place?
It's a good viewing boundary ground.
Siraj is in, a bit fuller this time to Smith, who does get the single into the leg side. Just drops it in the region of mid-on. Gets through for his 50, his 38th score of 50 plus, to add to his 30 centuries in Test cricket as well. A gentle raise of the bat towards his dressing room, and some of the Australian fans taking their shirts off and waving them around in the crowd as well. 50 from 144. It's the end of another over with Australia 3 for 226.
It's time for some bedroom post-analysis. Was your performance impeded by erectile dysfunction, or did premature problems bring an early end to the evening? Whatever the stats, let AMI improve your bedroom game. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer-lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080 and have a proper consultation with an Australian registered doctor. Score big in the bedroom game. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080.
Mohamed Shami then to continue. Smith has retained the strike, unbeaten on 50. Shami over the wicket, delivers just outside off. It's left alone by Smith on this occasion. And Ravi, interesting point as well that we made earlier. This is the first Test match ever played in June at the Oval. First Test match in June. And Ravi, the previous earliest Test match of any summer played at the Oval was 1982. And of course you were involved in that series against England as well. Any particular memories of that?
Yes.
Young man you were back then.
I did some serious damage there. You know, I bowled a ball that was fractionally short and beefy. Who was at his very best. He got a double 100 in that innings.
Shami is in, and Smith is beaten past the outside edge this time.
And what he did with that square cut, he took our main player out of the game, Sunny Gavaskar. Yes. He broke his ankle.
Couldn't bat,
couldn't play, which meant I had to open the innings. And luckily I got 70, so that was okay.
Yeah. One of your better days. You've got to take those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely.
Beefy did you a favour in a way.
A bit awkward breaking Sonny's ankle. I felt pretty bad when I knocked over his glass of wine a couple of months ago. Thought I'd never live that down, but I didn't break his ankle.
Shami into Smith once more. This time it's guided down towards deep third. Should get a couple for this. And he does. Australia 3 for 228. What happened there? I hope he didn't spill it all over him.
No. Nobody was damaged except for the wine. It's time to go home when you're knocking over Sonny's glass of wine.
Yes, indeed. Well, you've got to replace it first. Of course, very important. You were talking about wine earlier, and then you kind of just left us quite hastily on commentary this afternoon, just after lunch, as Shami is in outside off, is left alone. You managed to find a bottle or two, Peter? Somewhere?
I've only been here a couple of days.
He's floating around Ireland, I believe.
Ireland,
I brought across that's what the little birdie says.
I brought across a very nice red from Crete. Just one bottle.
Okay.
Yeah. Saving it up. Come around sometime.
You bet.
The YMCA out the back of the ground.
Oh, you bet.
Bring your own glass
booze,
if you're fussy, because we've only got paper cups.
Shami then into Smith. He's on 52 now and flicks away just out towards square leg. Should just be the single. Should bring our head back onto strike. One delivery remaining in the over. Head on strike, unbeaten on 97.
And what's evident here is the fitness of the Indian fast bowlers being tested. They've been playing IPL cricket for the last 2.5 months. They're realizing very quickly it's one thing bowling 4 overs. And it's another thing standing for 6 hours on the ground and expected to bowl your 15-20 overs in the day. And it's showing up in this session of play. You can see the lack of consistency. There are a lot more 4 balls on offer. And Australia cashing in.
You may well see a bit more of Jadeja before the day is out as well. Shami round the wicket here to head, who pulls. Checked pull shot out towards deep mid-wicket. Just the single on this occasion. He moves on to 98. He'll retain strike for the start of the next over, with Australia 3 for 230.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Back here live at the Oval, SEN Test Cricket Association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Mohamed Siraj will continue. And, Travis Head is on strike, so the field is spread. 3 men back on the pull/hook shot on the leg side, a couple behind square, and in comes Siraj. Does go short, and he looks for the uppercut this time. Does Head, and that one is taken at head height by KS Bharat.
He's not holding back, is he?
No. Well, they're inviting him to play the expansive shots, aren't they?
Yep. They've got to get their line right still. I think still middle leg. Take that chance. They've got 3 men on the onside in the boundary. If he has to hit it, he has to hit it in that direction.
Ravi, how much of Jadeja do you think we'll see before the day's out?
I think a lot, because they're behind in the over rate as well. You will have at least an hour of Jadeja.
Is that it's deep square? They're trying to get his attention. They can't. Look. They bring him in a little bit.
And another man coming in there. So they've got 3 on the boundary, 1 just in front of square. There's a mid-on, little wide. So clear message to Siraj, short. But if you're bowling short, it has to be middle and leg.
Pushing the man at deep square right back onto the boundary for the catch.
Siraj steams in again, and that's a good short delivery. And he doesn't know much about that. Travis Head tries to defend it into the offside. It manages to trickle away down towards fine leg in the end. Gets a single, moves on to 99. Siraj can't quite believe his luck. Didn't know much about that one, Travis said.
Yes, and India would realize that they missed a trick here. You know, they waited for 30 runs or so before they started bowling a little bit of the short stuff. But you know, in the past he's been troubled by that, especially in Australia. And he was 30 batting by the time they decided to bowl short in the middle and leg line.
Well, it's a bit late when a bloke's in his 90s.
Absolutely.
into 99, but it's Steve Smith back on strike here. 3 slips in place for Smith. Extra cover mid-off, backward point as well. And, Siraj does stay on that off-stump line. Smith defends out towards mid-on, and there is no run. It's a session run rate 4.88 at the moment.
That's excellent cricket, isn't it? Very entertaining. They've worn the Indian bowlers down, as Ravi has said. Plenty of 4 balls on offer.
We used to seeing this in England, Peter.
Eh?
We're used to seeing this in England now. 4.88.
That's standard, is it?
Isn't it?
Yeah. Move on.
We'll see, fellas. We'll see.
Of course, SEN will bring you full coverage of the Ashes this summer as well. Another short delivery, this time to Smith, who ducks comfortably underneath that one. Good take by KS Bharat behind the stumps, heading away towards the leg side.
But how well has Smith played in this partnership? The war of attrition, the master. He's really wearing this Indian attack down, taking his time. It's been a while since he's got a 50 against India. And now he knows if he focuses, concentrates, there's a big one for the taking.
Jokes aside, he will be looking to do exactly the same when the Ashes come around. As Siraj bowls another short one. And Smith again ducks underneath that one quite comfortably. He won't be drawn into any of this Bazball nonsense.
No. Steve Smith plays the way Steve Smith plays. And he's going to need a step ladder to reach those short deliveries at the moment. I'd be tempted to call them a wide. They're pretty hard to hit.
One thing the Australian bowlers would have seen here, this pitch has quickened up a bit. They're taller, fast bowlers. They'll get bounce.
Yeah.
There'll be a few indentations in this pitch, so the bounce will be up and down as the game progresses. And more importantly, it has swung. Good conventional swing all the way through.
Siraj goes fuller this time to Smith, who defends into the covers for no run.
He did look soft early. It will have certainly dried out as this day's continue, because it's a beautiful sunny day, one of the better days for cricket in England. And that's the danger, isn't it, when those soft indentations get a hard edge, and it depends on which side of the crater it hits. Skids through or it flies.
And especially when you have tall, fast bowlers who hit the deck at pace. You know, when you're talking 145 plus, Cummins, Stark and Boland. Scott Boland could be ideal on this surface.
Final ball of Siraj is over, is full into the pads of Smith, who flicks but only as far as mid-on, and there is no run. End of another one with Australia 3 for 232.
With 400 metres left to go in the Say It Now Stakes. What a race it is. I wish I did. Was going to say it. I should have. Ahead of I Never Told You I Love You. A length away is Regret, Remorse, followed by In the Living Years. But here comes Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. Tobin Brothers, Say It Now. What a champion.
Thanks, Brian. So don't wait till it's too late to tell loved ones how much they mean to you. Say it now. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
With us here at the Oval as Ravi Shastri has left the commentary box. You may have heard the mic drop. Picking up the mic. Bharat Sundaresan.
Doesn't do anything by half, Ravi Shastri, does he?
I mean, he announces his arrival and he announces his exit.
Indeed, as it should be. Right, Travis Head on strike here, unbeaten on 99 off just 102 deliveries.
He was just waiting for a South Australian to be on air to get to that 100. He's been whiling his time in the last 15-20 minutes.
Yes, what's he doing? Striking at 97 now. It's come down a touch.
Now he spotted me now, don't worry. It's coming.
Shami into Head, who tucks this one off his hip. Can't beat the man behind square on the leg side. Dot ball. A few boos and oohs and ahs in the crowd. Just waiting for this big moment.
Well, this is the 100 that, well, assuming he gets it, that he didn't get enamoured about.
Oh,
he left one out there, didn't he?
He did. He was batting well. He was very disappointed with himself.
I was disappointed with him.
He was. You were.
Ahmedabad was the place to do it.
Yeah.
Batted well in the first innings as well. Got to a quick 30 or 40 and then threw his wicket away.
Shami then continues past the umpire, delivers a short one, and that is really surprised Head there. He sways out of the way of it, just avoids contact initially, looking to play off the back foot, just pulling his bat away in time, and KS Bharat with another high take towards Head height.
He's got something extra of this pitch throughout the day, hasn't he, Mohammad Shami?
Yes. Oh, and that was right at the badge of the helmet. He had to sort of twist like a trout on a hook, didn't he, to get out of the way of that one.
And get the gloves out of the way more than anything. And that's what he was focused on.
Did it well, though. He's still there.
He's already had one blow to the helmet. Glancing one, fortunately.
Crowd anticipating as Shami comes in and head pulls, but only as far as short mid-wicket on the bounce.
Easy, Travis, easy.
The mayoral chains are rattling nervously. You know he is the mayor of Adelaide. Perhaps. He's the mayor of Adelaide.
He's the mayor, he is. He's the governor, he's the emperor.
Yeah, well, I mean,
he's wearing his crown today, isn't he?
I mean, Travis and I share the mayor duties.
Oh, do you?
Yeah. I mean, he gets the north, I get the hills these days. A bit of the east. North and west belong to Travis.
Which is the more glamorous. Shami into head again, who pulls away. This time does get it past that fielder at short mid-wicket. Runs through for the single and brings up his 6th Test century. It's been a fabulous knock here in trying conditions early on. But 100 from just 106 balls, 14 fours and a 6. And he gets a hug and a punch of the gloves from Steve Smith down the other end, kisses the Australia badge on his helmet and raises his bat first to his dressing room and then all around the ground. Fans from both sides on their feet applauding this effort. And it has been fabulous to watch.
Well, it was at this ground 4 years ago when Justin Langer took Travis Head for a walk around the ground before the last Ashes test and told him, look, we're going to leave you out of this test match. You hadn't scored enough runs. He returns 4 years later and tells the world why he is a special player.
Shami into Smith this time, a short one, and that is signalled wide, and it's going to be 5 of them as well as the ball trickles away down towards the boundary. No chance for KS Bharat.
So many question marks about Travis Head away from home. Initially it was all about, can he handle the spin in the subcontinent? Proved himself in India. 2 strong home summers. Then it was all about England. Should Australia stick to horses for courses? Should they just keep Travis Head for home tests and find someone else? He's answered his critics, answered his own doubts, you would think, Pete Lalor.
Shami tries once more into Smith, goes full. It's defended into the leg side, no run.
Well, the doubts are in India's camp right now. They need to summon something from themselves, from their tired legs and their ragged lines and lengths, and they need 2 wickets before stumps, or this game's going to get away from them. 3 for 238 now. How much is this partnership worth? Huh?
162.
An enormous partnership, really taking the game away from India. It's not out of their grasp yet.
No, but it's slipping away rapidly.
Final ball of Shami's over into Smith. It's full. It wraps him on the pads and thuds into the leg side. Australia 3 for 238.
It's time for some bedroom post-analysis. Was your performance impeded by erectile dysfunction, or did premature problems bring an early end to the evening? Whatever the stats, let AMI improve your bedroom game. AMI has helped thousands of couples with longer-lasting sex. AMI has a fast-acting oral strip that may provide better stamina and a prolonged performance. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080 and have a proper consultation with an Australian registered doctor. Score big in the bedroom game. Call AMI on 1800 10 1080.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Adam Collins jumping in. Little impromptu drinks break after the century. Bharat Sundaresan with me. Travis Head charging towards his 6th Test ton. The pride of South Australia reaching the milestone. 14 boundaries, a 6. Phil Long, tell us more.
The first man to hit 100 in a World Test Championship final.
Very good.
Nobody can take that away from him.
No one will ever take that away from him. No.
Clive Lloyd and then Travis Head. Not sure if anyone's made 100 in a T20 World Cup final.
Good question. Don't think so.
No, I would say not.
No, not in a final. Not that I think of. Well, 2 left-handers who batted at 5 and 6 and scored quickly. Clive Lloyd and Travis Head.
What a session it's been so far. an hour of play. They've taken it, so I reach for my notes, from 170 to 238 without losing another wicket. On the hip here, round the corner, doesn't quite get the single off the thigh pad in the end, so head stays on an even 100. He's faced 106 balls, and yep, his form since the start of the last home summer, and you can fold in the previous home summer as well, but there was that blip in between. And remember that he missed the first test in Nagpur on the basis of the 5 test matches he played in Asia back in 2022, where he averaged 15.
There was just something different about Travis Head, even in the home summer. Yes, he scored a lot of runs, just like he had against England the previous summer when he was player of the tournament or player of the series. But there was that extra layer of patience, the extra layer of discipline.
Bowling here again, takes on the short ball of Siraj, down to fine leg beneath. This is Mohammad Shami. They get 1. He moves to 101. 3 for 239.
It's not like he compromised on his natural attacking instincts, but he clearly added certain elements to his game. I remember watching him train in the off-season last year. You could see he was focused on leaving the ball, and he's still scoring very freely, but he's gotten so much better at keeping out the good deliveries and also not playing that occasional airy-fairy shot that he would play after he would get to a 30 or a 40. And I think it comes down to hunger for runs, Adam. And you look at his hundreds as well, they're not even hundreds. When he's got scores, he's got big scores, which is what he did in Shield cricket, though. Only man to get 2 double hundreds in the one-day format, and he's got so many big scores for South Australia.
He's a concentration or an analysis in confidence, really, isn't he? Because he isn't a man blessed with loads of self-confidence, Travis Head. He, for good reason, feels like he's always on the precipice of being left out of the Aussie team. Not only the Nagpur example, but we saw a couple of years ago the Oval here, round the wicket to Smith, goes Siraj, places him out towards mid-wicket, no single. So they've got the leg slip in or leg gully, deep backwards square, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off cover. Let's call it backward point is drifting towards the rope on the 1. And Kohli at second slip and Gill at 4th slip. So an unconventional field deep into the day. But in addition to being left out of the side in the subcontinent, he was dropped after the Melbourne Test match against India in 2020. Missed the last couple of tests of that series. Round the wicket attack here, wide of it. Smith pushing it against a mid-wicket, no single. Dropped at the Oval in 2019. So he knows what it's like to be in the hot seat and end up on the wrong side of those selection debates. And to play the way that he's done across 2 magnificent home summers, now in Sri Lanka, India, I should say, having that 90 at Ahmedabad and the even more important 49 not out, match-winning 49 not out at Indore. He's turning himself into one of the senior players in the side. His position in the side won't be debated for a number of months, if not, well, I say number of months. He'll have a much longer leeway than he has before. Round the wicket again, pushing towards mid-wicket, no single.
And I guess another thing that has changed in his life in that period is becoming a father. And I think that responsibility, the added responsibility of being a parent, you can see when we have multiple interactions with him off the field. He's a very affable guy, easy to talk to. And you can see that even in the things that he speaks about. Earlier, it was a lot about his own cricket, his form, his batting technique. But now he likes talking about what's happening at home. His focus has shifted in a good place.
Last ball of the over, Siraj to Smith. This time he gets it behind square, just where there is a gap. He's timed it so nicely. There'll be work to do on the rope and that will not be cut off. Way to the left of the sweeper. So it's a boundary to finish. 5 runs coming from the Siraj over. 3 for 243. Smith up to 57, and that's on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now.
Hello, Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. Our leading run scorer today is Travis Head. Got 101 of them. That's for DSE Trucks, delivering service excellence for more than 25 years. DSE Trucks. Got Bharat Sundaresan with me. Phil Long's jumping into a different chair. We've had a rearrangement in the break. As he crunches the cans, I'll turn him down. doing a Ravi Shastri there.
Done a Ravi there, yeah.
No, we've decided you can sit level with us now.
Chamois away from us. Vauxhall end over the wicket, head flashing off the back foot, through extra cover, all the timing in the world. Glorious stuff. Travis Head, he's found the rope 15 times. He's cleared it once. He's up to 105. India have no answer. 3 for 247. Partnership now up to, must be nearing 200, 171.
That's a special shot. I mean, here's a ball. There wasn't much width. The ability he has to create width, just with his hands. That's just around fourth stump. Just the wrists coming into play. Outstanding shot from Travis Head.
Just one back on the offside now. They've given him deep point. Bowls again, short ball, takes it on, doesn't make contact. He takes on every short ball. 2 out for that. Deep square leg and fine leg in front of the lock laker. There's a deep third. More or less a fly slip, really, isn't it? If it does go in that direction in the air. One slip. The man on the one at point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And just around the corner, a backwards square leg. Not quite a short fine. But again, trying to cut off the single. Maybe a catching position as well.
Shami has to strike. You have no other option. New ball still over fairway away.
Shami bowls, Head, turns it through the onside. Not quite, doesn't beat mid-on. There have been more than 60 runs scored in the last 10. So 62 overs, better than a run a ball in that stretch of time.
When India made that call to bowl this morning, this would have been their worst nightmare, wouldn't it? A large partnership under blue skies.
I mean, it was a bowl-first morning with the overheads, and to be fair, Pat Cummins also said he would have bowled first if given the opportunity, and the first hour was really hard work. Ball shooting through, a couple hit Labuschagne on the gloves. Even this session, a couple of whiz past Head's helmet. He's facing here, Shami to him, short ball, again, wants to take it on, but pulls out at the last minute, flies over his lid into the gloves of Bharat.
I think it's the lack of control that the first change and second change bowlers provided. That's where the game slipped away. What Umesh Yadav went for 21 runs in his first 2 overs. Until then, the scoring rate was in the low 2s. Australia had lost to Usman Khawaja. That's when the game started slipping away. There was another opening, of course, when Manas Labuschagne got out very early on in the second session. And that's the beauty of Travis Head. That's why Australia like having a player like him in the side. He can change games. He raced away to 13, 17 or 18 balls.
Shami passes, umpire Gaffney, bowls here, Head plays with one hand off the bat back to the bowler, tried to flay it away, but off the stickers of the bat.
It's one of my least favourite cricket sayings, but it was a good toss to lose.
I mean, it was a good toss to lose, and I think the Australian bowlers would have made definitely better use of these conditions. And you're talking of Stark and Cummins taking the new ball and following them up is Scott Boland and even someone like Cameron Green. Compare that with what Umesh Yadav served up, and to an extent even Shardul Thakur, just not good enough.
Shami around the wicket, bowls to Head, hits him on the pad via the inside edge, balloons in the air but no short leg. That will complete the 67th over, just 4 runs coming from it. It looks like drinks are coming out onto the field. Such a busy hour and a bit for Australia. Hour and 15 minutes, they've taken the score from 170 to 247 without further loss. Travis Head in the process, raising his 6th test ton on 105 from 113 balls. Stephen Smith down the other end reaching 50. 57 from 160 with 8 fours. They've put on 171 onto the Beaumont Towers scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Australia in a commanding position. 3 for 247. And our coverage is for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Hello. Frank Walker from National Tiles. National Tiles has just landed from Spain a magnificent range of super large atmosphere floor tiles. Our introductory price on these magnificent $80 floor tiles is an unbelievable $59.95. That's right, save over $20 per metre on these magnificent 1200 by 600 Spanish floor tiles. But you'll have to be quick to save over $20 per metre on this exclusive introductory offer. So rush into National Tiles now and save.
Just going to grab some more beers. Pause it for me?
No way, mate. We're not pausing live sport. He's about to get his ton.
Nah, it'll be all right. Oh, what? Oh, no. Did I miss it? Come on, mate. You got to rewind it, please.
Oh, not a chance, mate. You can catch it on the highlights reel. You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
Shami into head again, who pulls away, this time does get it past that fielder at short mid-wicket, runs through for the single and brings up his 6th Test century. It's been a fabulous knock here in trying conditions early on, but 100 from just 106 balls, 14 fours and a 6. And he gets a hug and a punch of the gloves from Steve Smith down the other end, kisses the Australia badge on his helmet and raises his bat first to his dressing room and then all around the ground. Fans from both sides on their feet applauding this effort.
That was the Macca's moment of the session so far. Macca's I'm loving it moment. It's a new season for the McSpicy range of Macca's. Travis Head, 6 Test tons now. 1 against India, and perhaps most importantly, his first away from home. And what a magnificent performance it's been so far. We've seen him make quick hundreds before, but the extra pressure of a World Test Championship final on the first day, losing 2 wickets either side of the lunch break. Remember that he walks in with Labuschagne Castle, wickets in the 23rd and 25th overs. What he's been able to do with Stephen Smith, it's been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, 3 for 76. Rohit Sharma would have felt like he'd made a great call, despite David Warner and Marnus Labuschagne seeing off the new ball, getting rid of those two. And you look at a Cameron Green, is as good as he is. He's got just a week or so to get back into the fold in terms of red ball cricket, fresh of the IPL, like a lot of the Indian cricketers, and David Warner himself. But there was a massive opening for India. For the moment, Travis Head just shut it down. It's a sensational innings. I mean,
and where they might be at stumps on the basis of the foundation, right? They're still, well, in theory, 23 overs left. There might be a puncher's chance of reaching that if Jadeja bowls a few, but nevertheless, they've got quite a bit of time here, and at the rate they're going at, 5.5 and over in the last 10, they'll comfortably get it up to 330, 340. Shardul Thakur back into the attack. Pavilion end to Smith, 57. Bowls here, leaves alone outside the off stump. That's been the one criticism of Thakur, I think, that he's not made the right-handers play enough.
Yeah, the outswinger is his strength. Spoke about it earlier in the day, but it's just bowled too wide of off stump to Steve Smith. Yes, he did have them playing and missing very early on. It's a no ball.
Spot a few of them too.
Yeah, he's been up and down. But just going back to what we were speaking about, Travis Head being the first ever centurion in a World Test Championship final.
Thakur, 3 men behind the wicket to Smith, who drives out to mid-off, no single.
And I mentioned Clive Lloyd. Definitely people around the ground are listening to us, Adam. I just saw a Guyanese flag and a couple of Guyanese fans hailing Clive Lloyd, Sir Clive Lloyd.
Love it.
No,
so World Cup final. So yeah, I didn't consider that there were no centuries made in Southampton a couple of years ago. A couple of 50s for Kane Williamson, wasn't it? It was enough for New Zealand to hold the mace aloft. That's the prize this week. Thakur closer to the stump. Smith leaves it alone.
I've got another one you two will both like.
Okay.
He's the first player for 111 years to score 100 in a neutral test in England.
Oh, very good.
Beautiful.
The 1912 triangular series. That's what we're going to. Who was that?
There were 200s there for Warren Bardsley. I've just had to look up his first name. A couple for Charles Kellaway as well. And then 100 for G.A. Faulkner of South Africa.
Aubrey Faulkner. There's three very good names there.
I know, wow.
Warren Bardsley. Great of Australian cricket. More before the war than after. Bowling again here to Smith, who defends. Bardsley played his final test match here in 1926. They extended the fifth test match to 5 days. Or that might have even been a timeless test because the previous four over 3 days were all draws. And that was the series where they said enough is enough of 3-day test cricket in England. This is getting ridiculous. Too many draws. And, well, 1930, Australia are here again. Bradman's here. They're not 3-day tests anymore. And Bradman runs amok and cricket history changes entirely. But, yes, England won here in 26. Bowling here again is Thakur, clipped away out towards deep mid-wicket. He's timed that so well again, Smith. I thought that was trickling away for 1 or 2. Make it 4. He's 61. 9 boundaries for him. 3 for 252. Another little milestone on the way through on this busy first day for Australia.
Yeah, I think 1/3 of those boundaries have been of Shardul Thakur in that direction. Just once every while he tries to change his line, lowers in length. And easy pickings for Steve Smith. Rohit Sharma for the umpteenth time in the last few hours is throwing his head back in disappointment. They just haven't given him any control. And not to forget, this is Rohit Sharma's first ever test away from home as captain. So he's under pressure as well. Some of his decisions.
3 slips. Bowls again. Smith, same direction, same timing. Across the practice pitches. This time only a couple. And he falls over. Smith down at the non-strikers. And that'll make a fun photo from those shooting across the ground towards the old gasometer. 3 for 254. Just behind the scoreboard here. So Smith 63.
I'm sure they would have all snapped that picture, but they won't use it now. They'll wait to see if Australia slip up in the Ashes.
Very good. Yeah, it was really... it was like he was sliding for third base or something like that.
Down but not out, they might use.
That's true. Good point. And they're 2-0 down.
I kind of want to talk about Warren Bardsley for half an hour, but I'll
yes.
I won't lean into the temptation. Here's Shardul. Oh, in swing at a finish. Might have been an off-cutter. Inside edge is Smith, not far away from the off-stump. Knows the call. Much better delivery, making him play in that channel. 68 overs gone on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Huge sale on now Australia. 3 for 254 with Smith on 63 and Head 105.
I like to call it a passion. I can't be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
For Macca's, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Adam Collins, Bharat, Phil Long, he's looking at me ponderously again.
Well, we will talk about Warren Bardsley again if Travis Head gets to 165.
Another great left-hander.
And then he'll have beaten Warren Bardsley as having the highest score as a neutral in England.
I think there's something to the left-handedness of the two of them. Bardsley was a dominant force before the war and less so afterwards, but played until, I think he's 100 at Lords in 26. He was the oldest centurion ever, or maybe Nisbar might have broke that record.
I think he did.
Lords in 2016. But either way, he was well into his 40s on that last tour. So one of the greats of the early days of Australian Test cricket, and the New South Wales left-hander. It's a South Australian left-hander today.
There you go. Charles Kellaway is an interesting one as well. He gets forgotten because I think it comes down to the number of test matches he played, right? Maybe he didn't play as much as a Warren Bardsley and some of the others.
Averaged 50, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah. Jadeja, he's going to go round the wicket in his new spell. It's on leg stump. It's turned round the corner, but Head doesn't middle it. No run.
I can't believe we are speaking about Warren Bardsley and Charles Kellaway. It's so matter-of-factly, like people... Everybody listening to this knows exactly who we are talking about.
Cricketers. Jadeja bowls and Head punches the mid-wicket, gets one on the misfield. 3 for 255, Head's 106.
He's third in the oldest centurions at Test level. E.H. Hendren, England, Australia, 1934. He was 45, 151 days. Top of the list, Jack Hobbs, 46 years and 82 days.
Cheers, Phil.
When he made 142, England versus Australia at the MCG in 1929. Warren Barnsley was just a mere matter of 43 years, 202 days.
Jadeja bowls. Smith using his feet for the first time against a left-arm spin. Smacks it over his head. Couple of bounces into the rope beneath us at the Vauxhall end of the ground. Smith, just his 10th boundary, but it hasn't mattered. He's been in accumulation mode most of the afternoon. Australia 3 for 259. This partnership up to 183.
I don't think he got all of it, Steve Smith, but enough to clear a deepish mid-off, just trickle into the boundary.
Jadeja got a short leg now. Smith comes forward defensively to mid-wicket. If you want to text us throughout the last, it will be the next 65 minutes of play for 33 98 11 16 in Australia. Get them popped on the screen. Jadeja bowls and Smith drives well, beautifully. Just picks the gap with complete ease. Not a huge gap to work with there either. Using his feet to the pitch. Steve Smith goes bang, bang, putting pressure straight back on Jadeja, new to his spell.
There are times when Steve Smith just hits the ball, turns around, marks his guard because he knows he's hit it well enough for it to get to the boundary.
Up to 71. Bowls again, Jadeja pushed into the onside. What a different story it is than facing Jadeja in a different country than India. 3 for 263 at the end of the over on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard. Huge sail on now. Smith 71, Head 106, 9 runs from that over.
Beaumont Tiles is proudly sponsoring Test Cricket's World Cup final, and I'd like to bowl you over with these Beaumont bargains. Coming at us at top speed is their monster bathroom wear catalog sale, packed with everything at up to 25% off. Vanities, baths, shower screens, even the kitchen sink. And yes, up to 25% off Australia's biggest tile range. Well, that's bowl me over. Up to 25% of all bathroom wear and tiles. You'll be happy you chose Australia's #1, Beaumont Tiles.
No wickets for India for a long time now, which means they haven't been able to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. See how I shoehorn that in? I'm just worried they won't take another one.
Doesn't look like at the moment. Shardul Thakur does have a knack of taking wickets when nobody expects him to.
We haven't heard from the third umpire in a while. As we do, it's for IMAR Insurance, the tradies, mate. Call 13 IMAR. New over, Thakur over the wicket, pavilion end. It's a head, he's squared up, squeezing it through backward point for one all the way along the ground. He's 107, 3 for 265. Longy.
Those couple of early tests, or those first 2 tests in India, the third umpire was a bit like our fourth commentator, wasn't he? Really?
Who do we have that was, did we have Dharmasena possibly for one of them?
Yeah. We did have Kettleborough for one of them.
We had Kettleborough for 3 or 4, wasn't it, upstairs? We did ask him yesterday, Richard Kettleborough, who is one of our favourites on the circuit.
Oh, yes, by far.
Great bloke. How he got selected to be the third umpire this week is like, not really sure. I must be good on TV. Bowling here. Shardul squares up Smith, but plays with soft hands out to mid-off, no run. So the 2 on-field umpires, Gaffney and Illingworth, have been selected on it's like a point system, isn't it? The captains system, and the match referees and so on. But Kettleborough, who used to top the pops on that all the time, didn't he? But he's evidently dropped down the rankings.
He was the medal streep of cricket umpiring. He was always winning an Oscar.
he's been relegated to the TV guy. Little bit of work to do. Got a few front foot no balls, mostly off Thakur, who's bowling here, wider of the crease. Edge from Smith, doesn't carry to third slip. Diving effort from Rughani, good pair of hands. Kohli does the tidying up, they get through for 1. Smith 72. 3 for 264. Watching the replay for tyre power. End of financial year sale now. And it, didn't carry. He took pace off it with his left mid.
Yeah, but it's, in my memory, the 4th time that a ball has fallen short of the slip region while the bowling's been from the Mickey Stewart pavilion end. And it's not always because they played with soft hands.
Thakur again. He's got a wicket earlier. The head here. Looking to force the agenda here. He's taking a step out of his crease and shimmying down, but there's no single to point.
So I'm really waiting to see the Australian fast bowlers taller, quicker, hit the pitch harder. operate on this pitch just to see what kind of carry they get. And we've already seen a lot of uneven bounce. And that will come into play as well in that case.
Harder, better, faster, stronger. The Australian quicks, from what we've seen, the Indian seam bowlers have just not been quite on it today. Lacking a yard as well. Thakur on the pad of Head, who tries to play a pull shot with one pad in the air but doesn't make contact, no run. You just sense that extra yard for the Australians, especially with Stark and Cummins.
Yeah.
But for India, they needed the new ball to really work for them, and to an extent it did.
It did, yeah.
But they weren't able to make the most of the middle session when the sun came out. Game was different. Track's flattened out a bit. Here we are. Partnership now worth 189. Last ball coming up here. Bowls to Head. Plays from the crease. Waiting's the call. No one to cover. Into the over, 70 gone. There'll be a change in commentary. Nikesh Rughani replacing me with Australia. 3 for 265 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Head 107, Smith 72.
Bigger, better, leany, meeny, money, mo, and flower. You're the chosen one.
Pick your favourite Kia. From the award-winning Kia Sportage to the street cred delivering Kia Seltos, or Kia's most powerful car ever, the all-electric EV6 GT. Book a test drive today to find your chosen one. Find out more at kia.com.au or drop into your nearest Kia dealer.
Kia, movement that inspires.
With Maccas, here's to 30 years of McCafe. Jadeja to continue here to Smith, who's unbeaten on 72. Coming round the wicket, full and flicked away just past that fielder at short mid-wicket. Should get a couple here. And does. Virat Kohli with the fielding. And the appreciation of the crowd.
It's the moment of the day for that section of the crowd. Virat Kohli facing them while chasing the ball.
Indeed, and it was that section of the crowd actually that he was trying to G up in that first session as well.
Yeah, very early in the day.
Jadeja fires one in and Smith is forward in defence. 3 for 267 Australia into the 71st over of the day. This time wrapped on the pads, maybe an inside edge on that from Smith. He was well forward as well. Half appeal from the Indians.
First appeal of this session, where Australia have gone at 5 and over. I can't recall too many appeals. It's been easy going for Steve Smith and Travis Head.
And all of a sudden we're seeing more Australians in the crowd as well. Smith forward in defence once more.
I wonder what happened to my friend with the MCG cap. I think he walked back in during the tea break.
He did, didn't he?
The minute the sun came out.
Jadeja again full to Smith, again defending, this time into the leg side. Smith been very patient here for his 74, 178 balls he's been out there for. Shardul Thakur currently off the field getting treated for some cramp. So Jadeja is into the pads and this is flicked leg side for another dot ball. End of another over. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia 3 for 267.
Are you a tradie, corporate or work roadside and looking for quality workwear that gets the job done right the first time? Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham have all the best brands you're looking for, including FXD, Steel Blue, Cat, Bisley, Hard Yakka, King G, Blunston, Mongrel and heaps more. They also provide in-house embroidery and digital printing for full control of your uniform orders. Worklocker, Carrum Downs and Pakenham. Unlocked, stocked and full of value workwear for wherever you work. Visit worklocker.com.au.
Travis Head then back on strike here for the start of a new over. It's going to be Shardul Thakur to continue here from over the wicket, flicked away, and that's going to beat the man there at fine leg. Runs away for 4. You can't bowl either wide outside off stump or into the pads of Travis Head. He'll flick you away all day long. He moves on to 111.
Yeah, that's like applying cream to a scone and just chomping on it for Travis Head. Just talking about scones because I can't have any. Just informed you off air, but that's how easy that looked.
Readily available downstairs.
Indeed.
Couple of floors down from us.
That's how readily available that boundary was for Travis Head.
As Tucker respond to that, goes a little bit straighter and shorter. It's punched off the back foot. It's well fielded there in the covers by Pujara. 3 for 271.
He might have a homegrown technique, Travis Head. It's not someone who uses his front foot to a great extent, not someone who you'll see move his feet a lot. It's hand-eye, but he has such an outstanding range of shots.
Tucker is in once more, and this time head punches again to Pujara, this time straight to him, no run.
And that's what makes him such a dangerous batter. His shots all round the wicket, front foot, back foot. Gets into pretty similar positions. When you look at him side on, I remember spending a few hours watching him play in Shield cricket a few years ago. Again, he has his areas and he'll always punish you.
Shardul Thakur changing his line of attack here, coming around the wicket. Still got a couple of slips in place. He comes, delivers, and a little bit straighter this time. It's just defended back to him in his follow through. Shield cricket these days, what kind of crowds would you get? Obviously the stadiums are huge in Australia, so you're talking Adelaide Oval, 53,000 capacity. Of course it's not going to look anywhere near full, but you know, we talk about county cricket here in England, and you know, the Oval, this ground is pretty well attended for 4-day cricket, for red ball cricket. Not many places are up and down the UK. Thakur is in again, and this time it's cut into the ground, under edge, no run.
You'll see, find the regulars. I would say still be in the hundreds, especially when Shield cricket is hosted by the Adelaide Oval, which happens the latter half of the summer. There are some regular faces that I recognize every time. But when you go to the smaller grounds like a Karen Rolton Oval, it's an open venue next to the main road, next to the hospital. A lot of people just walk over during the lunch break. And on a sunny day, it's good to be out and about. But still, again, still in the hundreds, high hundreds.
Tucker is in once more into the pads of head. The ball thuds down into the leg side. And there is no run, end of another over. Bharat, you're going to leave us as Harsha Bhogle replaces you next to me. And on the scorecard in front of us, it reads Australia very handsomely going along nicely here. 3 for 271.
Kia EV6 GT, a sleek, pure electric supercar. Enjoy your flight. The Kia EV6 GT.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Jadeja to continue then. Into Smith, who's again forward in defence. Harsha Bhogle alongside, with Australia looking ominous.
I was just looking at the scorecard to see how many overs we've had today.
Jadeja goes full again, and Smith this time drives down towards long off, takes the single.
We've got another 18 overs to go and 20 minutes from the scheduled close of play. So you add on another half an hour and you're still not getting anywhere close to the number of overs in the day. Essentially, Test cricket in need of oxygen is dawdling.
It is indeed, and Jadeja doing his best to rattle through a few overs here, though. He's round the wicket here to head, who punches off the back foot out towards deep cover. That's going to race away for 4 as well across those practice pitches. And once you get any sort of timing on it square of the wicket here at the Oval, it is going to race away, and that is the 200 partnership between these two as well. They embrace in the middle of the pitch. They get a round of applause from the dressing room as well. 200 off just 295 balls. And Harsha, when you consider that Steve Smith has taken 181 balls to get his 75, it's pretty good going from Travis Head in particular.
And I'm listening to the applause around the ground. Someone told me there's a lot of Indians around the crowd. Where's all the applause coming from? Nah, they like good cricket. But just see how long it is taking. And India have got to be very careful here not to lose the test match in this session. Because you're 276 for 3. You've got another 40, 45 minutes. They really put their foot on the pedal, get another 40, 50 from here. It's very difficult to come back in a test match from 330 for 3.
Jadeja back into head, floats this one up a little bit more. It's driven gently to Virat Kohli there at extra cover, no run.
Plus, remember, there's a captain on the ground who's suddenly thinking, did I do right with the decision? Did I do right with the teams? So he's got that turmoil in his mind starting to play out the longer these two bat.
This time, again, a full from Jadeja and again driven to Kohli for no run.
What I will say, though, is that hindsight's 20/20. And based on what's happened today, everybody will know exactly what India should have done. But they didn't have to take that decision.
Final ball of Jadeja's over is defended this time in Kohli's direction there at extra cover. He's been busy, the former captain. But that is another over down. 5 from it from Jadeja, and SEN Test Cricket here live at the Oval in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia 3 for 276.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Shardul Thakur to begin a new over here. Steve Smith it is on strike. Smith on 75. In comes Thakur from the pavilion end. Smith defends. We were talking about styles of captaincy today as well. Rohit Sharma captaining his first test match abroad as the permanent captain of India. Virat Kohli, of course, started this World Test Championship cycle in charge of the team. Very different styles of captaincy, Harsha. Rohit a lot more laid back. Still a very good thinker, a very good reader of the game, but just different styles out there on the field, certainly from what we see. Kohli a lot more in your face, as we were saying. I want to get your thoughts after this delivery on whether or not that would be a good thing in this situation, as Thakur is full to Smith, who flicks leg side straight to short mid-wicket. No run. Does it help having a bit more energy in situations like this when not a lot is happening? Can you just force things to happen?
It's a peculiar one. When Virat Kohli is captain, you know exactly who the captain on the field is, because he's here, there and everywhere. He plays with a certain intensity. Can everybody play with the same intensity? And sometimes I think players found that they couldn't quite replicate the captain's intensity. Rohit might seem laid back. I'm sure he's just as intense in his mind.
Shardul is in again. Smith forward in defence.
He's more a people's captain, Rohit Sharma. Virat Kohli was more come. Follow me, I'm leading the way, I'm in your face. Virat Kohli's finest hour as captain came on the 2021 tour, where I think India set England 60 overs in the game, and he said we will attack them for these 60 overs, and India won that test match. I think that was Virat Kohli's finest hour, being in your face, always with the fast bowlers, wanting to attack all the time.
Shardul is again full, and Smith unable to flick it past that short mid-wicket, no run.
And as you said, Rohit Sharma's first test match as captain outside of India. He's had a few injury issues when he was captain too. So his first test match. So maybe he's feeling his way through a little bit as well. A lot of Indian captains, a lot of overseas captains, when they come to India, Indian captains, when they go to overseas, make decisions that seem appropriate at the time. But as the test match wears along, they seem less and less appropriate.
Smith then prepares to face another delivery, and again flicks it to Pujara there at short mid-wicket.
Well, I've known England captains. There was a particular test match that I remember. India played 3 spinners, England played 4 quicks, and they could have easily played 1 quick maybe, or maybe 2. So sometimes you come and you look at the conditions, you interpret them a certain way. India certainly looked at this and said, right, we're going in with 4 quicks. I mean, not all 4 of them are quick. As the match wears on, that'll start to look a less than ideal selection. But that is what it seemed like at the time.
Final ball of the over here from Shardul Thakur is defended. Very full delivery just into the leg side, and Smith scampers through for a quick single. He'll retain strike with Australia 3 for 277.
Get your skates on, because the world's fastest sport is back at O'Brien Ice House. That's right, the Australian Ice Hockey League is back in 2023, featuring Australia's best ice hockey players. Don't miss a second of the action out on the ice as O'Brien Icehouse holds the biggest hits and the closest games of Australia's ice hockey. It's all happening at O'Brien Icehouse, the home of Australian ice hockey. For more details, skate over to o'brienicehouse.com.au.
With Australia motoring on, SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. And we are hoping that this match sort of springs into life from a competitive point of view, but it's just meandering along at this stage, with Jadeja continuing here from the Vauxhall end. Floats one up here to Smith, who drives out towards deep cover, takes the single.
Test matches can seem like that because our life seems like that sometimes. You look at it and say it's just meandering along, and 3 years later we say, oh, okay, we did a few things in those 3 years. You compress that into 3 sessions and you say, yeah, it's meandering along. At the end of the day, Australia saying, oh, hang on, we have 330 for 3, we've done okay. You know, not every day does a team end the day at 330, 340 for 3. But if India are worried about this over rate, and I'm getting Jadeja in for that reason, they're taking a long time to start the over.
Yes, they did indeed. Here he is into head. It's short and wide. It's cut away out towards deep point. There is protection there, so another single taken. Jadeja into his 12th over of the innings. None for 37 so far. We did see a bit of turn and bounce early on in his spell as well, didn't we? Day one. A
little bit, not threatening, but if you're turning your fingers around the ball, it will turn a little bit, but it wasn't threatening.
Jadeja is straight this time to Smith, who's forward in defence, no run.
21 degrees now. It's bright sunshine, though. If you come from hot weather like I do, the breeze still...
Smith driving to short extra cover, no run.
Carries a little bit of a chill, but still 21 degrees, and the forecast looking better and better as you go along. I'm just checking out tomorrow. 17, 19, goes up to 22, 21, 22.
Smith again unable to beat short extra cover. Yeah, it's pretty nice now in the sun, but as you say, we're in the shade here in our commentary position. We are outside on a balcony just outside our box. Final ball of Jadeja's over is driven this time out towards deep cover, so Smith gets a single to finish another over. SEN Test Cricket in association with McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie. Australia 3 for 280.
I like to call it a passion. I can be sitting relaxing. I'm spending this holiday locked in. Back then, wasn't worried about me though. In the gym, trying to work on my free throw. What's poppin'? Brand new whip, just hopped in.
The new Kia Seltos. That's what's poppin'. And yeah, it's got options. The new Kia Seltos. The word is out.
Brand new whip, just hopped in.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
So Harsha, what is the weather like in Mumbai at this time of year? Well, into the 40s, right?
We're waiting for the rain. It doesn't hit 40. It feels like 50 without quite being there. Very humid, very sweaty.
Shardul Thakur begins a new over. Smith forward in defence. It's kind of end of May, beginning of June when the monsoon is preparing to hit.
Yeah, they're saying the rains would come around middle of June this year. They normally, ideally, come around the first week of June, but middle of June. We'll wait and see. Weather forecasting is not a precise art. So I'm hoping that what I'm seeing here with the rain forecast on Saturday and Sunday is an illustration of the imprecision of weather forecasting.
See, this is the thing. When it gets too hot in the UK and it's forecast to be 27 degrees on Saturday, the thunderstorms come. Thakur is short, and this is a checked pull shot by Smith down towards fine leg. It takes the single.
Hang on, didn't you say when it gets too hot?
Too hot for us.
27.
Too hot for us.
27?
It did actually reach 39 last summer, would you believe?
Now, that in English conditions might be a little too much, but 27 is balmy. It's beautiful. Get into your T-shirts for a while. I'm walking around, I'm seeing all the shops selling T-shirts.
Phil Long's in his shorts. He's been in his shorts since the crack of dawn today, when it was pretty breezy and pretty cold, it has to be said.
Nigel Short will be in his longs.
Thakur around the wicket here to head, who plays a big booming drive through the covers, and that's racing away for 4 as well. He put everything into that one. It was full, it was in the slot, and it was put away.
I'm just looking around the field and people are standing just where they are. It's almost as if they're saying, oh, okay, how much longer? I don't see someone geeing them on. I think there's runs to be had for the taking here. The runs are there, definitely there for the taking.
And batting first, if they can post an intimidating score here, that will put scoreboard pressure back onto India, even if they face some pretty decent conditions on days 2 and 3 as well. Thakur comes over the wicket this time, and ahead just ramps this over the slip cord and then away for 4 as well. We've seen that several times today. Loves playing that shot, and at Shardul Thakur's pace as well. And that length he's bowling is midway into the pitch. Plenty of time for Head just to rock back and help himself.
And it's a shot that's very much on. Earlier, if you bowled a short pitch ball and it was over your right shoulder, you're a left-hander, you're pulling it towards square. If it's over your left shoulder, you're letting it go maybe, so the bounces are directed there. But increasingly these days, with the advent of T20 cricket, and a lot of these people play white ball cricket, this shot is very much on, and batters are adept. They can play this shot anywhere from a fine third man to back over the keeper's head.
Head pulling out all the shots today, 124 from 133. Thakur is fuller this time and beats Head. The ball keeping quite low on that occasion, just skidding through, and KS Bharat just taking it by his ankles as well. He's all set up to play on the back foot, wasn't he?
Is that good news for a bowling side that's 280, that's seen 289 for 3? It kept really low. It was probably the slower ball too. It almost left him like an off break.
Maybe hitting one of those cracks which is starting to develop in the pitch as well. Final ball of the over coming up. Thakur is in, and Head looking to cut a very full delivery just outside off stump. It's straight through to KS Bharat. SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia 3 for 289. And following this break, a change in commentary with Adam Collins replacing me.
I tell you, kids these days, they don't know the meaning of bargain hunting. Back in my day, I would sleep outside the store all night, no tent. And then once you got in, I still have a scar from a stock take sale back in 91. But these days, with Kogan Mobile, you can sign up for the best value gigs per buck while sitting on the toilet. Talk about a bargain. Get one at koganmobile.com.au.
SEN Test Cricket World Test Championship Final here at the Kia Oval for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of the McCafe. I'm delighted to be joining Harsha for a brief stint. Phil Long's with us as well. And Nikesh and Bharat will take us through to the close. And I reckon by that close, Smith will be 100 plus. Feels that way, doesn't it?
Well, we've got 37 minutes more.
Jadeja starts a new over, Smith defends.
You know, when Jadeja bowls, you speak forwards, I speak forwards, and you call the next ball.
It's an economy of words with Jadeja, that's for sure. Bowling in the sunnies.
9 overs, how many does he need? 9 overs, 21 runs.
He's just gone up the gear, up 1 gear, I reckon, in the last 45 minutes. Bowls again, Smith down the ground, gets one wide of mid-on, moves into the 80s from his 196 delivery, 3 for 291. What a day this has been when you consider where Australia were.
76 for 3, 2 for 1 and 76 for 3.
But also losing 2 wickets either side of lunch, you know what they could do to a team? I mean, we see collapses start like that, don't they? When you go bang, bang either side of a break, it can be, you can get into the water.
Collapse is what we saw at Delhi.
Exactly.
Now that is a proper collapse.
8 for 29 or something, was it? Wild morning that was. Jadeja around the wicket, Head rides the bounce on the cut shot, gets one to deep point. 125 for him, 3 for 291 late in the first day.
That collapse was like a building made of sand in an earthquake.
How different it's felt since indoor between these sides, the competitive balance. And I left Delhi to return back to the UK for a week between test matches, and you kind of left that Australian group thinking they are no chance of winning either of the last 2 test matches. They look broken, and winning the third and drawing the fourth. Here they are today. Halfway through Jadeja's over, Smith advancing, getting 1 to long off. He's 81, 3 for 292.
I think that 4th test is still going on.
Yes.
The 4th test in Ahmedabad, I think it's still going on.
I think we enjoyed the how would I say, we enjoyed the week on commentary because there was kind of nothing going on the field for much of the time, and we could drift. Jadeja change of angle, round the wicket. Head has a big mow at it. Goes to slog sweep with it. It's a gap at cow corner, but does not make contact. Wants to keep scoring.
He's been the standout batter, though, Travis said. I think he's allowed Steve Smith to play at his own pace. He's kept that scoreboard going.
Extra bounce from Jadeja. We said on a tyre power screen. End of financial year sale. Leaving alone this time into the gloves of Bharat. End of the over on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. 3 for 292. Haven't yet seen the delivery of the day. I don't know, we might. Macca's order via McDelivery on the My Macca's app.
At Werribee Kia, you'll find a wide array of late models with low kilometres from the Kia range, all ready to go today. Their end of financial year clearance is on now, and Werribee Kia have great finance packages for ABN and private buyers. Looking for a trade-in? Werribee Kia offer top dollar, but stock is selling fast. Don't settle for less. End of financial year clearance on now. Werribee Kia, Old Geelong Road, Hoppers Crossing, or visit werribeekia.com.au. LMCT 114.
Big day for Australia in the sun in South London. It was cloudy and grim and cold. You came on commentary earlier, Harsha, complained about the weather, as you do whenever you're in England. Now...
Did I complain?
I don't think we've ever spent a day at the cricket in England and you've not complained about the weather.
I might just have said, it's a little cold.
I saw your video last night. Dinesh Karthik. Bowling here's Thakur. In-swinger. Gets big on Smith. Hits the stickers of the bat. Out to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, as I was telling Nikesh, I think India have got to be very careful how they play the last 35 minutes. They can't just concede another 40 and have Australia 330 for 3 because it's very difficult to come back from there. So they've got to be very careful. They're not just letting the game go away in this last half hour. Keep going. Who knows? You might pick up a wicket. A night watchman comes in, or maybe number 6 comes in. You never know. You could end the day 320 for 5, and that's still a significant advance. But I don't see that in the body language at the moment.
Thakur to Smith. 2 catches behind the wicket, leaves the lane. I'm sort of reminded of that expression about, well, militaristic expression of trying to win the previous war. I mean, we heard a lot before this test match from the Indian camp about not making the same mistakes as Southampton 2 years ago. I think that was really about not playing 2 spinners, or not playing Ashwin, and not batting first on a lively surface. And who knows, they might have fallen into that trap here.
Sometimes making a change can be making a mistake too.
Yeah. Thakur, pavilion end in his 18th over to Smith in the short sleeve jumper, as he has been throughout, defending into the onside. No run. Phil Long.
This partnership now worth 216. It's already the 5th highest 4th wicket partnership at the Oval.
What's the first?
Hammond and Worthington, 266 versus India back in 1936. Australia's best here for the 4th wicket. Well, it's always, isn't it? Bradman and Archie Jackson, 243. Archie Jackson, who was born in Scotland, I think.
Back to 1930. In again. Bowling here on the back foot, defending out towards mid-wicket.
Are there any after Adam was born?
Miandad and Javi Miandad, Salim Malik, 1987, 234.
There we go.
Gatting and Gower in 86.
He was a toddler.
223. He was a toddler.
How old were you, Collar? Come on.
I'm an 84 baby, so yeah, I'll around for a couple of them. That's fine.
Am I working with children these days?
I mean, it's literally the case that you're old enough to be my dad, given you're my parents' age.
Can we change the topic? Shardul Thakur bowling from over the wicket to Steve Smith.
2 left in the over. Up to the crease, delivers here, defending out to mid-wicket. There isn't a single on offer. 1 left in the 78th over, so we will see the second new ball available soon. How that might be a factor as well. Shami, who's got the ball to swing, that's never been really a problem for him today. It's been... feels like the swings come after the ball's past the bat quite a lot of the time.
I think that's what KS Bharat thinks too.
Yes.
Because he's had to go left, right. It's always a nightmare. Your first test match in England, I've actually seen MS Dhoni close his gloves and the ball not being in them.
You've got to go back to TV after this ball, Harsha. Last ball from Thakur. We'll hear from you again tomorrow. Smith defends out to the offside. Thank you for your contributions today. Into the over. 3 for 292 on the Beaumont Tiles scoreboard. Head 125. Smith on 81. Bharat coming back in.
In the walls and on the roofs of houses and businesses all over Metro Melbourne, Yarra Valley and Mornington Peninsula, you'll find Crowell's Electrical and Solar electricians going about their business. And they don't just service, supply and install air conditioning and solar power systems for both domestic and commercial customers either. They also do batteries, EV charging and all general electrical work. And Crowell's Electrical and Solar strive to offer the best service around. Visit crowlzelectrical.com or find them on Facebook and Instagram. REC 22623.
No wickets in the session, so India have not been able to celebrate a wicket for Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives. Looking at our replay screen here for Tyre Power, end of financial year sale, and it looks very positive for the Australians, with Smith and Labuschagne adding 216 for this fourth wicket. Phil's got lots of numbers on that front.
Sorry to go, Smith and Head.
Smith and Head, what did I say?
You said Labuschagne.
Labuschagne's long gone. Yeah, that's a force of habit, I think.
The partnership worth 216 with these two now. Fourth wicket partnerships for Australia against India. The previous three best are all the same two players.
Ooh, that's tasty. For the what are we looking for? For the fourth wicket. Does SR War feature in that list?
No SR War.
Michael Clarke and Michael Hussey.
Bowling, here's Jadeja, driving down towards mid-off where there is one to start the over. He's 126, 3 for 294.
Half marks for you there, Brad.
Ooh, Ricky Ponting and Michael Clarke.
That's right.
Bang.
386 at Adelaide in 2012, 288 at Sydney in 2012, 210, which has been surpassed here at Adelaide in 2008.
The other number on my mind that I'm getting way ahead of myself is 451.
The big one.
The big one. Jadeja bowls and defending is Smith down the pitch, no run. But that's, of course, Australia's biggest partnership. That was here in 34, Ponsford and Bradman. Ponsford's last test match. Jadeja bowls, shortly going to slip. Smith driving, but delicately. Kind of checked his shot, gets one still. Mid-offset deep. What's this mid-off and mid-onset on the one, Bharat? Don't know what they're doing here. He's up to 82, 3 for 294.
Yes, so just handing him a single. Yes, he did loft one ball over that deep mid-off on one occasion a few overs ago, but he hasn't done that again. He won't do it again.
Jadeja staying over the wicket to head. He started around the wicket to him. Cuts him to deep point out towards the Archbishop Tennyson School for one. 127, 3 for 295. Phil's still busy there. I feel like you got more to give me.
No, I was going to tell you about maidens. The last over was a maiden. It's the first one since the fourth over after tea.
Oh,
maidenless.
It's always that measure that coaches love to cite. Jadeja bowls, Smith dancing back over his head with authority. One bounce over the rope. Stephen Smith, his 12th boundary, up to 86. 14 away from another test ton at this ground. He's got two of them, one in 2013, one in 2015. And he takes Australia to one within 300, 3 for 299.
Yeah, just when I said he won't do it again, he does do it again. And interestingly enough, Umesh Yadav had been brought in a few yards just before that delivery. Steve Smith chancing his arm, complete control.
Short legs back, Jadeja bowls, Smith pats it on the head. I reckon he'll get there. 14 runs to get, 28 minutes to go. End of 3 for 299 on the Beaumont Tile scoreboard.
So my boy Adam, he come home with all these bags of shopping. I said, what are you, millionaire? He says it was good bargain. Good bargain? Kogan mobile prepaid plan is bargain. Unlimited talk, text, and 10 gigs of data for $15 a month. My boy wouldn't know bargain if it called him on phone and said, hello, I'm bargain. Talk about a bargain? Get one at koganmobile.com.au. T's and C's apply.
27 minutes till the close of play. SEN Test Cricket for Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. We've got our outside commentary position in the JM Fin stand this week, and we are sharing the space with the JM Fin corporate box. They've had our commentary with them all day long. I wonder if they've enjoyed their day more because of it or otherwise. Thumbs up?
Yeah, thumbs up, yeah. Yeah, it'll be a paid service from tomorrow, by the way.
Our last commentary position outside was in Lahore. No, it was in Gaul, sorry.
Oh,
Gaul
yes,
last
when
year.
we were blown away.
We nearly flew off the roof at Gaul last year, and we were in Lahore last year when it was so loud on Pakistan National Day, we had to hide indoors afterwards. One of the great experiences here at the Oval is you can commentate outside.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And especially sitting next to some hardcore cricket fans, they've enjoyed themselves.
They've had the seats filled all day. They've not been in the bar or anything like that. Siraj new spell. One over to go to the second new ball. Pulled into the onside by Head. Gets one. And Australia bring up their 300. It came off the edge of the bat and spilled into the offside. He tried to pull it away. Recognition from the Australian fans and others. Anyone who's enjoyed the work of Head and Smith. They've been there for so much of this. 3 for 300. They've been going at 4.62 runs and over in this final session. I can see that on our screen thanks to Tyre Power. End of financial year sale. Their third 100 has taken just 128 deliveries to reach, ticking over beautifully. Comfortably their fastest 100 runs today.
Yeah, David Warner enjoying himself, swiveling away in a swiveling chair.
Siraj, pavilion end, bowls here. Smith defends towards mid-wicket. There isn't a run.
It was a lot tougher when he was out there. That point, Adam, if you just rewind to the first hour of play, you wouldn't have thought Australia would be 300 for 3 looking so comfortable just 5 hours on. Just been how well Travis Head has batted, and some interesting decisions from Rohit Sharma as captain, and some pretty flat bowling from everyone except Siraj and Shami.
Siraj, 4 balls to the second new one, left alone here. Smith here at the Oval, one of only 4 grounds in the world to have hosted more than 100 test matches.
Sure, the Sri Lankan ones would be creeping up at some point.
Yes, or Gaul especially. Every test match at Gaul exactly. Now. There, so the others: Melbourne, Lords, Sydney. Must be Sydney.
Has to be Sydney.
India's 15th test match here. Halfway through the over, Siraj again. Smith rides the bounce. Behind point, gets 1. Up to 87, that number. 3 for 301. I say that number, Phil, as a diligent statistician, you can check this for me, but I was once told that in all the numbers in the 80s, in Australian Test cricket history, 87 is the score least dismissed on.
I think that's right, yeah. I do remember, because it's considered this unlucky number that's actually not unlucky.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
There's poor 89.
I said that on commentary once, and Mitch Marsh got out next ball for 87. So cheers, Mitch. Head facing, trying to pull for the second time in the over. Under edge through to KS Bharat. Can't be far away from the stumps. Seeing the reaction on Siraj's face on our screen for Tyre Power. End of financial year sale now on. I want a second look at this because Siraj was convinced that was close. I don't think it was. Maybe it's just the rare false stroke they're getting excited about.
Yeah, for me, it's another example of the up and down nature of this pitch. I think it's the 5th or 6th time Travis Head has attempted a pull shot and has not made contact, and the ball has gone on the bounce to KS Bharat.
They've really tried the short strategy against him, haven't they? On 99, he got an absolute snorter, which he just got his gloves out the way of. I posted a photo of that a little while ago where both feet were off the ground.
Yeah, beautiful photo.
Glove was more about the position that Travis had. It was good job leaving it, like a limbo pose or something like that. Siraj to finish here. Towards us, towards Head. Again, short ball, not played with complete comfort, but lands where short leg isn't. End of the over, 2 singles from it. Second new ball due. Australia 3 for 301 with Smith on 87, Head on 128. We're here for Macca's. Here's to 30 years of the Cafe. We've got 22 minutes until the close of play, and the 4th official, I think this week, is Kumar Dharmasena. Did I read he's doing?
He is, yeah, it is.
He's got the box of balls, Kumar Dharmasena. He's officiated in a couple of World Cup finals. So he knows what it's like to be in these big ICC events.
Yeah. Just not to look too far ahead, Adam, but you know the Ashes are coming up, and I wonder what those in charge of English cricket are making of this performance from Australia. There's been so much talk of flat pitches and fast pitches. And yes, England do score very quickly, but this is also a sign, you would say, of what Australia can do. This Australian batting lineup in particular, if there isn't much on offer for the bowlers.
And this is plenty quick enough to win every test match, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And they're still scoring at a fair clip without looking to take too many risks.
Well, in the pre-McCullum era, this was a very busy day of Test cricket. I mean, the world's changed a little bit since then. Maybe not quite so much for these two sides who are backing their original plans. And why wouldn't they? They're in the final. New ball's been taken by Shami. Our box all end. He bowls here. Couple of slips. Steve Smith defends. It's a bit on where there's no run. So they'll get 10 overs with the second new ball before close. Actually, no, they won't. They'll get 21 minutes with it. They'll fall way short of their over rate. And there'll be no points penalty because we're in the final. So all they'll lose is their X% of their match fee, which of course they won't pay, and on and on and on this ridiculous drama goes.
It has been pretty ridiculous. The over rate's been shocking today. Only the 81st over with 20 minutes left in extra time.
This happened in the final a couple of years ago as well. Shami bowls, Smith across his stumps, defends again to mid-wicket.
If I can just put my supporter's hat on, you are being shortchanged, aren't you? You're paying a lot of money to watch Test cricket, and you're getting 83 overs instead of 90. I'm not sure you'd accept it in no other sport, would you?
No other sport, yeah. Cricket just is so biased in terms of the players in so many ways. It always has been.
Well, Louis Cameron made the point earlier, it's learned behaviour at Test level, because when they're playing first-class cricket, they always get through their 96 overs.
Yeah.
Now, why is that? The crowd are involved here. Can they find something? Shami bowls to Smith, who's on 87 and stays there, pushing back to the bowler in his follow-through. I mean, there's no physiological reason why they can't get through their overs in time. They're just gaming the system, because they know they get the extra half an hour, which we're well and truly in by now. They know the penalties are neither here nor there. And yes, you can point at Australia not making the final 2 years ago, but that was a freakish occurrence with them changing the point system at the last minute to be percentages, and they didn't know that at the time. It was a COVID thing. It's not a deterrent to lose 10% of a match fee, but I mean, do they ever check whether the money's physically come out of the match fees, I wonder? Or do the board just pay it? Shami bowls, wider of the crease, Smith defends.
And of course, one of the excuses they often use at Test level is, well, DRS takes up a lot of time.
But that's factored in.
But it's not happened today at all, has it? And they're still miles behind the rate.
I've spoken to match referees about this, so that they give an allowance all the way through today. They're providing little allowances, a couple of minutes for a DRS here, knock on the head, helmet checks, all of those various checks are
Everything
built
is
in
added
to their, and they give them a figure at the end. So it might be that.
But the point is, we've not had any of that today. We're still going to be way short, aren't we?
DRS used twice, but very quick, not out decisions. Shami bowls here, Smith defends. All that does bounce and hit the shoulder of the bat, end up at backward point. No run, so 4 dots to start this spell for Shami. Make that 5.
Yeah, but for me, that just reflects the low energy that India have shown, especially since the tea break. Once they couldn't break this partnership, they were up and about, especially after Manas Labuschagne got out early in the second session, but last 2.5 hours or so, just been ambling around the field, haven't they, Adam?
Smooth sailing. 131 runs in the session so far. Shami to finish his over. In swinger. Smith watches it into the gloves. Change of commentary after the break. Nikesh Rughani is going to take you through to stumps. Australia 3 for 3, 101. Smith 87, Head 128. And our coverage is for the McCafe, celebrating 30 years of coffee fit for an Aussie.
Here at Astoria GWM Haval, new car sales are booming, and we know why. It's because our customers say there's simply great value for money. With drive-away prices for Canon Utes from $33,990 and Haval Jolion from $28,490, plus our new hybrids, you can see why. Good stock means immediate delivery, plus an extra $1,000, up to $2,000 off on some models with our end of financial year sale. And we need your trade-in. Astoria GWM Haval, Bentley East, LMCT 10901.
With us here on SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. It's going to be Mohammad Siraj with the new ball from the pavilion end. And will this new ball do as much as the first new ball did? Very different conditions, Bharat.
Different conditions, different match scenario, and Rohit Sharma and Mohammad Siraj weren't very convinced with this new ball. A few looks at it before Richard Illingworth handed it back to them.
3 slips in place. Travis Head on strike. In comes Siraj, and Head leaves one alone straight through to KS Bharat, just angled across him on that occasion. Who do you think would take responsibility in this Indian case? Surely got to be Shami to choose these balls.
Yeah,
as the leader of the pack.
I mean, they would have done that before the start of play. Siraj would have been in there. He likes to be involved. Umesh Yadav, another senior member, more senior than Mohammad Shami, just in terms of the number of years he's been around Test cricket.
I suppose if he's not going to be bowling with the new ball necessarily, as Siraj is in, and this one is again left alone outside off.
He's challenged the outside edge repeatedly as Mohammad Siraj. Not someone who prefers going around the wicket, first or second new ball, to the left-handers, unlike a lot of right-arm seamers you see around the world. That gets getting the ball to just jag away in the air and off the pitch. Travis Head wouldn't mind a harder ball coming at him either. A few more gaps now on the field with 3 slips in.
Siraj in once more, and this time straighter is driven. Mid-off gets a hand to it with a dive, but they get through for a single. Shardul Thakur with that effort there. Staring into the sun as well in that position. 3 for 302. Steve Smith on 87, which I got to learn at a very young age is the English equivalent of being on 13. Yeah. 13 away from 100. Don't know how much of a thing that is these days. Somebody as superstitious as Steve Smith, you quickly want to get off that.
Yeah, I mean, his superstitions are different. They have more to do with his own idiosyncrasies more than what other people follow. And I think at the moment he's just thinking stumps.
Siraj steams into Smith, who defends into the leg side, and there is no run.
I mean, obviously like getting the next 13 runs and getting to 100 before he gets to sleep. Not someone who sleeps well when he has to bat or while he is unbeaten. Well publicized issues with sleep and cricket for Steve Smith.
No dairy milk chocolates tonight then?
Nah, I mean, he could earn himself one if he can get those 13 runs. At least he doesn't have to run to the hotel. Not too that far, just 4.5 kilometers.
Siraj delivers once more, and Smith is forward in defence this time into the offside. You can see immediately the pace is down, even with this new ball. The Indian bowlers are tiring a little bit as the day has gone on. They've had to put in a lot of work, these 4 seamers, for very little reward, particularly this afternoon.
Yeah, just stretching his groin, Mohammad Siraj. Not to forget, in terms of workload, they're all coming off an IPL. We spoke about the batters earlier. They're not in the right rhythm to have bowl long spells. The fast bowlers didn't have to bowl too many long spells during the India series either.
Siraj is very full to Smith, who drives beautifully past mid-off and away to the boundary for 4. Well, he's into the 90s now. 91 from 219, and a bit of a gimme, that one from Siraj. It was a genuine half volley. It's the end of the over. And this is SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia now 3 for 306.
The Australian government is increasing the childcare subsidy from July, which helps more children develop their learning and social skills, helps parents work or study more, helps businesses find and keep their staff. So, easing pressure on many families is good for children and good for Australia. Find out more about the childcare subsidy increase at childcaresubsidy.gov.au. Authorised by the Australian Government, Canberra.
Mohamed Shami to continue then with this second new ball. Travis Head, it will be on strike as some of the shadows just start to lengthen across the oval. Shami round the wicket here, into the hip of Head, who just works it into the leg side, to the only fielder saving the single there at mid-on. The skipper, Rohit Sharma, is vigorously trying to look after this second new ball. It's over 8 Phil Long. We're into the 83rd over of the day.
I was going to tell you about Steve Smith. Move on to 91. He's now scored 484 runs at the Oval. Only Don Bradman of overseas players has scored more, 553. He might get there this summer. He might get there in this innings.
This one beats Head past the outside edge. A lovely delivery there from Shami, just angled in, moving away just a touch. Bit of extra bounce with the harder newer ball as well. And that is beautiful. That actually seamed away. Quite exaggerated movement in the end.
Yeah, the wobble seam again from Mohammad Shami. We saw him do this earlier with the first new ball as well. Again, slanting in, pitching and leaving Travis Head. That's when it gets really dangerous. Lucky not to get an outside edge this late in the day.
Back into Head and beats him again. This time Head looking to cut one away out towards point. Maybe a little bit too close to his body to be looking to play that shot. Through to KS Bharat once more. 3 for 306. Just looking at the replay with our replay partner Tyre Power. End of the financial year sale for them as well. KS Bharat very interested for a moment when Head was set up to play that shot.
Tells you there is something on this pitch. You bend your back, new ball. It's been easy to score off.
This time Head is off the back foot, punching into the covers. Big shout of no as it's fielded there with the man on the single, Pujara.
Wow, India would love just one breakthrough. Travis Head or Steve Smith or both, of course. Get one more. Go back into the sheds with at least one shoulder raised.
Just give them the glimmer, wouldn't it? There's always the old adage of add 2 wickets onto any total. Australia would still be satisfied with
really
that.
Good, yeah, especially after they were put into bat, not to forget. That decision would be questioned. Decision to leave Ashwin out once again. Come under scrutiny.
Shami charges in again, goes full, and Head just guides it away down towards deep third into the gap there, and that's going to race away for 4. There was a man at deep backward point. He was unable to cut that one off, and Travis Head just pulling out all the shots there. Just so much time to be able to pick his spot, pick the gap. Moves into the 130s. Australia 3 for 310.
We've seen some powerful strokes from Travis Head throughout the day. This was more finesse. Just opened the face of the bat. Just guided it into that gap. Well wide of deep backward point on the boundary. 133. Really good innings. Continues to get better and better.
Final ball of Shami's over coming up. Then he's 1 for 69 here. Just one ball shy of 19 overs. He's in to Head, who again guides, this time closer to that fielder there at deep backward point. Gets a single. Gets down the other end. 134 from 152. Phil Long, he's gone past 10,000 runs in first-class cricket in this innings as well. Just continues to churn out the numbers at this level as well, Travis Head.
Well, that's right, and also the most notable thing, 24s today's hit and 1-6. As we mentioned earlier, well, he was getting a move on. Steve Smith was just getting in and in and in. And Steve Smith 91 out. You do not want to be an Indian supporter and see that, do you?
No, lots of Indian supporters making their way to the exits as we speak. More and more empty seats this session. 32 overs, 141 runs scored at nearly 4.5 and over. Just goes to show the dominance of Australia as the day has gone on. Siraj then, start of a new over, is full, and that's been driven through the covers for 4 by Travis Head. Races away. And this is it's getting a little bit embarrassing towards the end of the day, it has to be said. We talk about Ravi Ashwin and his numbers, of course. He's been the standout bowler in the World Test Championship cycle this time around. In very different conditions, it has to be said, most of the time to what he's faced here if he was to play. But the rest of the Indian bowling attack as well just looked pretty toothless midway through the afternoon onwards. Siraj still just looking at that ball suspiciously, this second new ball. Runs into ball once more. Still 3 slips in place. He continues over the wicket to Head. He's full and into the pads, and this time it's driven beautifully past mid-on for 4 more. Just the wrong length from Siraj. He goes half volley outside off. He goes half volley into the legs, and both times he's been put away by a man in imperious form. Travis Head moves on to 142 off just 154 balls. 22nd boundary for Head in this innings. He looks like a man who's walking on water at the moment. It's the 84th over of the day. Might not get more than another 2 after this.
India won't want any more than 2, I don't think. And maybe Australia won't, will they? Both teams pulling it off.
Australia certainly will be very satisfied if they can get through to stumps. Just 3 down. This time it's just knocked wide of mid-on by Head, and they run through for a quick single as well.
This partnership now up to 244, which means it's the second highest fourth wicket partnership at the Oval. The one they've got in their sights now is the 266, Hammond and Worthington, England versus India, way back in 1936.
For India was an independent country back then, playing as British India back in those days. I believe that may have been India's first tour to England, 1936. Siraj into Smith this time. It's down the leg side. Don't think he got anything on that. It's a good take by KS Bharat in the end, of a slight fumble, but saves some runs certainly. India with not the best record here at the Oval, it has to be said. They won the Test match in 2021, of course, against England. Got to go back 50 years before that to 1971 for their only other victory on this ground.
Yeah, their overall record, played 14 before today. Played 14, won 2, lost 5, and the rest of draws.
Lots of good individual contributions from Indians over the years on this ground. Siraj comes in again to Smith, this time left alone outside off stump.
But equally, Australia's record here not that great. They've played here 38 times and won just 7, so neither team comes here as it being their favourite ground to play in England.
Indeed. Australia and India with much better records just across the river up at Lord's. India winning both at Lord's and the Oval. The last time they were on tour to England in 21. It was a great poster that Wisden came up with. London has fallen. With a picture of Virat Kohli, Mohammad Siraj, one of the chief contributors. Shardul Thakur as Siraj is outside off stump once again, and that is left alone by Smith. About 3 minutes to go until the end of play. This is SEN Test Cricket in association with Maccas. Here's to 30 years of McCafe. Australia then 3 for 320.
Oh, the Blind Factory! They say that imitation
Hey Brett,
is
why does radio advertising work so well for the Blind Factory?
I think it's about trust. You know, the station has a lot of trust with the listeners, and obviously they're telling on air, and that extends to us as advertisers.
Your ads are pretty hard to miss.
The recall is off the charts.
Luckily, the song is too. Discover the unlimited ways to make your brand a household name at commercialradio.com.au. Radio. Unlimited.
Mohamed Shami then running here to bowl to Head, who punches off the back foot out towards deep cover. It's racing away across the practice pitch. There's a bit of work to do for the man there at deep backward point. Does it well, and they get through for 3 runs in the end. That's really well run by a pair. Phil Long, who've been out there for quite some time and still putting in the hard yards.
Yeah, that partnership now to 247, edging up towards 250. As you say, to run a 3 in what will probably be the last over of the day, there's only one team really showing a lot of energy out there, isn't there?
Yeah, we talk about intent a lot in Test cricket when you have these passages of play and one team searching for wickets, the other team looking to build an imposing total. It's all Australia at the moment. Even if India were to take a wicket here to finish off the day, Australia will be extremely satisfied. Losing the toss, remember. India sticking them in cloudy, overcast conditions. Smith defending this one from Shami out towards mid-off. He's unbeaten on 91, but won't mind just surviving these next 4 deliveries to see his side through unscathed. 97th Test match, Steve Smith. And 8,833 runs at the moment. His average has ticked back over 60.
Back over 60, that's right. Yeah, these two came together the 7th ball after lunch, when the wicket was. So the 8th ball was the first ball they faced. It seems a long, long time ago now.
Shami outside the off stump. Comfortable leave from Smith. And you can see with the less extravagant leave of Steve Smith later on into this evening session, even he would be tiring. He's been out there for 224 deliveries now with that. Very watchful indeed. Travis Head at the other end, striking at 93.58 for his 146. Lunch does seem like a long time ago. It's getting to that point of the day now with the extra half an hour having been taken. Again, Shami just outside that off stump. Another good leave there from Smith. Frustrating day for all of India's seamers. Just wonder if you could tell me, Phil, if Ashwin has ever played a test match at this ground. They've certainly been around in 2014 and 2018. Didn't play here in 2021. Shami runs in once more, and this time Smith just defends into the leg side. So 1 ball remaining in the day's play. Australia 3 for 323. Certainly the Macca's I'm loving it moment of the day. Have to go to Travis Head as he brought up his century. Fabulous moment that was. Really a runner ball as well. Remember, Macca's, you can order via the McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Shami is in, he's full to Smith, who drives out past extra cover. Is trickling away for 4, it beats the man. Rohit Sharma, it was the skipper, giving chase. So what a way for Australia to finish the day. A sign of their dominance here on day 1 of the World Test Championship final at the Oval. They were asked to have a bat by India. They faced 85 overs and they have made it 2 stumps at 3 for 327. Steve Smith will remain 95 not out at the start of day 2. Travis Head goes into stumps on 146 off 156 deliveries, 22 fours and a 6 for him, 14 fours for Steve Smith. This partnership worth 251 between the two. They came together with a score on 76 for 3, and India just sensing perhaps a little bit of an opening. But since then they weathered a bit of a storm. Good couple of spells from the likes of Shardul Thakur and a few decent deliveries from Mohammad Shami mixed in there as well, but just not the consistency really from the Indian seamers. And Jadeja pretty ineffective as you'd expect on day 1 of a test match in England. So Australia go off the field. It's all smiles for them in their dressing room, and India may well be ruining a couple of things. The decision to bowl first, knowing that it was going to clear up and warm up and be bright sunshine for most of the day here, and maybe just regretting that decision not to play Ravichandran Ashwin, Phil.
Yeah, you mentioned, just the one test he's played here back in 2014. India have gone without him in those test matches since. I think the one figure that I would be looking at now that would worry all Indian sports after tea, Australia 157 runs without losing a wicket in 34 overs. The Indian bowlers looked very tired, didn't they? And they're only going to be more tired in the morning.
Indeed, yes. I'm going to ask you, any idea what your muck delivery, your Macca's delivery of the day rather, would be? We saw Marnus Labuschagne wrapped on the gloves. We saw a couple of good bounces. Travis Head hopping about when he was on 99. I mean, there's not been too many. There's been a couple of, obviously, 3 wicket-taking deliveries as well.
Yeah, maybe the ball after lunch that got Labuschagne. It was one of the deliveries that sort of snuck through a defence, didn't it? And that's it. Since then, I don't think there's been a delivery we can really talk about too much. It was a game of a day of 3/3.
We'll go with that then. Mohammad Shami, that dismissal of Marnus Labuschagne, the Macca's delivery of the day. A reminder that it's the new season for the McSpicy range at Macca's, so do check that out if you are up into the early hours. If you've stayed with us, thank you very much indeed for seeing it through, and maybe go and treat yourself to some munchies via the McDelivery on the My Macca's app. Go and check that out right now. Not many wickets have fallen today, just the 3 as far as India are concerned. They'll be scratching their heads tonight, thinking of plans to remove one of these 2 to start with, get rid of this partnership which is worth 251 runs. But at the moment, at stumps on day 1 of this World Test Championship final, Australia much the happier. They close on 3 for 327. We will, of course, be back with all the action half an hour before play on day 2. That'll be 10 a.m. local time here in the UK. But for everyone who has listened, thank you very much for joining us, and see you again tomorrow.
For Henley Homes, land from $350,000. Build your dream Henley home at the Dales, Bonnybrook. The World Test Championship Final. Australia versus India on SEN Cricket.